I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. I got it for the Lolo. I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. Yeah. I'm in love with the go. I got it for the Lolo. Turn up. I'm in love with the go. Hit my plug, that's my cholo. My mango. Cause he got it for the Lolo. If you snitchin', I go loco. Friends, hit you with that 38. Bah. Niggas thinking that I'm solo. 50 deep, they like, oh no. No, please no. Heard the fast, take your photo. I know nothing but the popo. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Whip it through the class, nigga. Whoop. I'm blowing money fast now. I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. I got it for the Lolo. I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. I got it for the Lolo. Turn up. I'm in love with the go. 36, that's a kilo. I can't. Need a break, miss my free throw. They're white. I'm in love just like Neo. Busted shots, now he Neo. Metric. Free my homies, fuck the feel. Fuck the jaws, fuck my peel. All this talk like a Nino. Water wet like a Nemo. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Baking soda, I got baking soda. Whip it through the glass, nigga. Whoop. I'm bug money fast now. I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. I got it for the Lolo. I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. I'm in love with the go. I got it for the Lolo. Turn up. I'm in love with the go.
Bro. Just one more song, all right? I gotta prepare one more thing.
And this number, this is Drexel's, this is unused. This number, you gotta
remember to shave your balls.
And you just, like, these things kind of get...
Put your balls into the ring. He's gonna dip his balls in his girl's vagina. He's gonna dip his balls in his girl's vagina. Who knows what else she puts up inside her? He's gonna dip his balls in his girl's vagina. He used to be a lawyer with dignity intact, but once you taste the ball dough, you can never go back. He's gonna dip his balls in his girl's vagina. Dip his balls in his girl's vagina.
No ring, not recommended. Once you put...
You must lubricate your balls.
You gotta lubricate the inside of this thing. Alright?
This will be your legacy. He's gonna make his girl have sex with a black man. He's gonna make his girl have sex passion for the law, but now he has a passion for coming with his balls. He's gonna make his girl have sex with a black man. Make his girl have sex with a black man.
Oh, but that's the weird thing about it. You have to put it on while you are completely unaroused. You have to put it on while you're completely unaroused. If you try and put that thing on while you have an erection.
I fucking every song that anyone's ever made on Rekieta is goddamn incredible. Oh my god. Thank you, Shinji, for that first song. Shout out to whatever channel made the Baldo song. I'm sorry I didn't read your channel name. I think it was so funny. Oh god, I have a problem. I've been too hooked on the Nick Rekieta stuff. I fell asleep listening to that interview with Aaron with Kino Casino. I'm gonna be real. I think Aaron's like talking out of his ass mostly, but there are interesting stories like sprinkled within it. I need to like emphasize right off the bat, I don't really believe anything Aaron's saying except for maybe the drug stuff. Him talking about like dicking down Rekieta's wife so bad that she like, oh, you're my soulmate. You know, I don't believe that. I don't believe it for a minute. There's so many things that I just don't believe that Aaron's saying. I can believe the drug abuse 100%, and then bringing drugs into his house 100%. But everything else, saying he's like the greatest lay of like his wife's life, Rekieta's wife's life or something, I don't believe that. I need to emphasize that off the bat. We're going to go over Nick Rekieta's arraignment. We're going to go over the articles, all the updates, the Sonichu curse. We're going to go over a little bit of everything today. And I did see that DSP reacted to Nick Rekieta. Now, guys, I don't think you understand how big that is. I won't get into it until later. We also have the uncensored version of this terrible video that is a essential Brandon Buckingham and Wendigoon hit piece and Mudahar hit piece made by a Noah Samson knockoff. We also have that and a bunch of other stuff that's going on. So stick around. We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be here for a while, guys. I've been gone for too many days. I had a nice couple of days touching grass. Everything was great. I don't watch Turd Island flatly. I don't watch Turd Island at all. Like, I just don't. I don't care about Turd Island, like, at all. Unless Doc on the radio is covering Spurg drama, I'm like, I don't even pay attention. Like, now recording, I'll tune in once in a while. But, like, if it's not Doc covering it, I don't care about Spurg drama. I'm gonna be real. Let's get started. Let's say hello to some people in chat. Hello, Gears 5 War. Hello, Flatley. Gex. Hello, Eli, Gus, Liggins, Super Cyndaquil. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Thank you, Yo-Yo Pizza Boy, for starting us off with the 199. Breadtubers don't deserve rights or privilege. I believe that breadtubers should be strung up by their Achilles tendons and hung in the town square for people.
Don't deserve rights or privileges.
They should have, like, they should be strung up by their Achilles tendons with meat hooks. And when all the children go by to watch the breadtuber be, like, hung in the streets, they can throw, like, tomatoes at them. These people are all just bad faith idiots. Like, I'm stealing a line from Vosh, but that video is so incredibly bad faith from the section I've seen so far, which is mainly, like, the Wendigoon and Brandon Buckingham part, that I almost lost my shit. I was enjoying a nice day outside yesterday. I was barbecuing. I was drinking drinking bits and pieces here. And when I sat down to, like, relax for, like, a few minutes, I watched a little bit of it while I was sunbathing. And I was like, there is no way this dude made this video. No shot in literal hell. But it's real. It's real. It's real. It is the worst video ever crafted. I want to get into the Rekieta stuff because I've been kind of, like, just watching everyone's content on it. Everybody's content on it. Everybody. It's been a problem in my life because I've been watching Null, I've been watching the Kino Casino, I've been watching Chud, everybody, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it yet. Yo, what's up, Agmar? Been a while, brother. But, like, I've been watching this from a distance, okay? We talked about it very briefly on the previous stream when we were making fun of doodle tones when it happened in the moment. But I haven't, like, sat down to talk to you guys about it. I'm not going to do what Mediker did, where he went over Rekieta's entire history. We're sticking to the present, okay? If there are things that Shinji or others find that adds more context, they're welcome to link it in chat and I'll review it. But it can't, like, take up the majority of the fucking stream, okay? It can't do it. Tamer, thank you for the 5. Shadows said he will take out the part about Brandon and Wendigoon. Don't care. He made it in the first place. He already removed the Wedigoon part. But this video is so terrible that the Wedigoon and Brandon part are just 2 pieces of the terrible content that I have witnessed. So, like,
Shadows
it doesn't matter.
Take out the part about Brandon and Wedigoon.
But listen, like Shogun said, we have to free our mans. We have to free our mans, Nick Rekieta. We have to. We have to free our boy. We have to free our boy. He is being, apparently according to LawTube, incorrectly prosecuted, and his constitutional rights are being infringed upon. I don't know how constitutional rights are being infringed upon when somebody says, hey, there's cocaine in his house and his kids are around it, and he has an unlocked registered firearm with shell casings around. You know, like, I don't know. LawTube's trying to be a bunch of fucking assholes about it. What is he in court for? Oh, Jax, don't worry. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. BLM for Nick Rekieta. BLM for Nick Rekieta, guys. All right. So, we have a couple of things to go over in context to Nick Rekieta. Now, I was told that you can't really react to the court proceedings. The arraignment is basically what it's called. But Null did it, and a bunch of other people did it, so I'm just going to take the risk here. So, before I get attached to this and sent a cease and desist, I wish to state that Null is the one who did it first. So, let's go over it. Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, is restreaming the court of Nick Rekieta, and the judge is presenting all counts against him. He's being released on $50K or probation, no drugs or alcohol, not allowed near a firearm, do not leave the state. So let's listen to this.
Presenting yourself at this point?
Yes, sir.
He's also representing himself. Does anyone think that's a bad idea? I'm curious what the chat thinks. Does anyone think that representing yourself in regard to drug possession, not locking up your firearm, child neglect, do you think representing yourself is really the best option? I feel like that's a bad idea. I actually feel like it might be the worst idea imaginable. Then on top of that, you're also representing your wife, who has the same charges as you. Maybe you should get a better lawyer. Okay? Maybe get a better lawyer than yourself. Or somebody that isn't involved. You know, that's just me. You know, he can do what he wants. He's a lawyer. You know, whatever. It's up to him. I just think it's a terrible fucking idea. I think it's the worst idea that you could possibly have. But hey, you know what? Like, I don't know how to feel about that. But that is his prerogative. It's not going to go well, but it's his prerogative.
Okay. Count one is second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine.
So there are 25 grams of cocaine and or methamphetamines. This man has 5 children living in his home, age ranging from 16 to 8 years old. They are doing lines of cocaine in their house. They leave out bottles of things called bullets around, which is small little vials of cocaine that you can do like easy hits off of. The cops found it very easily. I think the law tubers and people that are like, oh, 25 grams isn't that big of a deal. Do you understand how much cocaine that is? That's a lot of cocaine.
This is in violation of Minnesota Statute 152.
It goes more in depth in the court records. I've also submitted the FIOA. See, I want to see the body cam footage. That is what I want to see. I want to see the body cam footage. That's my thing. We'll go over the police report in a minute.
.022 subdivision 2 print A print 1.
Shinji, make sure you send me the correct police report because I have this and like a couple of other things. Keffels is jelly right now. Yeah, Keffels is super jealous that she can't have 25 grams of cocaine anymore.
The maximum sentence for that count is 25 years in prison and/or a $500,000 fine.
Holy shit!
I got you. I've sent the reports. Okay. Yep. Let me pull that up. Let me. God damn it. God, you send me. So I have the legal papers. All right. Jeez, that's a lot. Wait, are they censored? I don't want to show an address. I don't want to show an address. As much as they're legal public record, I don't want to show an address.
Count 2 is possession of ammunition or any firearm with the user of controlled substances.
See, this is the thing I've noticed, is like I was watching Chud go over the guy who's like a constitutional lawyer or something like that. He goes, it's an infringement of the Second Amendment right to restrict somebody to own a gun in the case of anything. And I'm like, if a guy has cocaine, methamphetamines, running around his house with an unsealed gun out of a case, out of storage, or not locked up, him not being allowed to have a gun is maybe like a good thing, but I don't know. That's just me. I'm not for like super overly retarded gun control, but if you get caught with 25 grams of cocaine and you are constantly high and drunk all the time and the gun is not locked up, I don't like it. I don't like it. And plus, it's mixed in with the charge of the fact that he has cocaine on him.
This is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days in the can.
Owning a gun with drugs around is an escalating charge. Yes, exactly. Because they could use that not in the headspace that's not in a clear, concise headspace and maybe hurt somebody. I get why they increased the charges. It's just, I'm seeing some of these LawTube guys being like, well, they shouldn't take away his rights to have a gun. And I'm like, have you been around people on cocaine? Have you never been around somebody like that? They should not have a firearm. They should not have guns at all.
County Jail and
owning a gun with drugs is illegal on a federal level. Yeah, but that's the thing. They're arguing it's a full-blown invasion of the Second Amendment right. And I'm like, dude, I am pro-guns all day long. I am pro not getting rid of guns. But like, bro, there's got to be like some kind of barrier. If you have cocaine in your home and you are snorting it all day and you are found with a firearm that is not in a locked safe and empty shell casings around the house, I feel like that is enough probable cause to be like, this guy might be in danger with guns. Maybe I'm just an asshole. Maybe I'm just an what the hell do they call it? Anti-constitutionalist.
Or a $3,000 fine. Count 3.
My uncle is on the good stuff with a gun, and he only attacked a light pole he mistook for a UFO. Nice.
Endangerment of a child when present.
Now, I want you to pay attention very carefully here. So, Null was live streaming this event, right? He was live streaming the shit out of it. And what happened is the Zoom link got leaked, right? It got totally leaked by somebody on Twitter. So a bunch of Twitter tards and like Kiwi farmers started showing up. You're about to hear something really funny soon.
With a sale or possession of a controlled substance.
Oh, he's
again
fucked.
A gross misdemeanor. Maximum.
Deal your coke out, Nick, and kill yourself.
as you could tell, the county clerk accidentally unmuted everybody. So one guy got a lucky shot in and told Rekieta to kill himself. He pulled a Tommy to Boogie.
Kill yourself, you stupid motherfucker.
ChrisTheNarc player saw you join too. Okay! I did not. Did I join? Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I did not join that call. There's no evidence to suggest that.
Someone has.
I'm going to warn everyone again. This is a court proceeding. If you were in a courtroom with me, it would remove you. So,
those poor kids now have no parents at home. Unforgivable.
Yeah, well, he did get released, and he is home. But I'm pretty sure the kids are in a different location right now.
Can't stop the Zoom bombers.
Any violation of that will be removed. Ms. Block?
Judge, I just disabled people the ability to unmute themselves, so I will work to unmute people as
the clerk did it.
To
the clerk is a hero.
All right, thank you. Aside from Mr. Rekieta and Mr. Kornahachi, no one needs to at this point. Lastly, I think I was saying that the count 3 gross misdemeanor has a maximum sentence of 364 days and or a $3,000 fine. Mr. Rekieta, you understand what you've been charged with? And second question, the maximum sentences associated with each count?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, I
Your
don't mean to insult your intelligence given you are an attorney, but it's important that I know that you understand your rights here. First of all,
so as you can tell, Nick's facing, from what I understand. Hold on. Where is this? Oh, did the quartering delete it? Yeah, the quartering deleted it. Okay. So from what I understand, there was a potentiality that Nick was going to face 26 years in prison if he fails this court case. I don't know if that's still accurate. I don't know if that's still accurate. But there's a lot of compounding charges on here. A shit ton, actually. And one of them is child endangerment. Let's see here. Yeah, no, I don't like that it shows I don't like that this shows addresses, Nani. I'm just not gonna cover the police report. That's just kind of like my thing is, like, the minute an address is showing, I'm just not gonna show it. But from what I understand, the police, and we're gonna go over it right here. This is the Fox News breakdown of the situation involving Rekieta's arrest and all relative sequences of how we got to this, where the judge is doing a live stream, essentially going over Rekieta's arraignment. So we're gonna do this. That's what I said. Unless you censor it, shows his address. Yeah, I'm just not gonna do that right now. So let's go over it. This title is crazy. Bro, this is some shit that I thought you would see as like a joke. This title is crazy. Like, you Google his name, this is like one of the first things that come up now. Minnesota-based lawyer and online legal analyst Nick Rekieta is facing a drug charge in the county. Rekieta was arrested Thursday along with his wife, Kayla, and fellow online personality, April, a.k.a. ex-wife of the SteelToe morning show host, Aaron, who we will be going over a little bit later. It looks like an Onion article. I know, right? According to these charges, law enforcement attempted to execute a search warrant on May 23rd at Rekieta's home and was greeted by a girl at the front door who would not let them inside. So, apparently one of his kids would not allow the police inside, which, honestly, the kid is a kid, so of course they're not going to let strangers in the house, even if it's a police officer, okay? That's fine. No issue there. It's the next part that I'm going to find pretty interesting. After Rekieta refused to provide the door code, law enforcement used a door ram inside, found Kayla, April, and 4 juveniles inside. Now, this is the part that they kind of miss. This is the part that they kind of miss something. Is that apparently in the police report, in the police report in and of itself, the police officers provided Nick Rekieta with a warrant to enter the domicile. Rekieta saw said warrant, threw it on the ground, and refused to allow them into the home. So they had a warrant, apparently, And Rekieta allegedly refused to comply with said warrant, which is not a good look in my opinion, but the law tubers know more than I do. Law enforcement proceeded to search the master bedroom and bathroom, where they allegedly found a variety of drug paraphernalia, including 3 small baggies that tested positive for cocaine, 8 green tablets that tested positive for ketamine, a digital scale, which, if you know anything about doing drugs, if the cops find your stash and they find a scale, that is enough for in some states. I know in New York, in particular where I live, the thing that I got told when I was smoking weed back in the day before weed became legal was if you are caught with a scale near the drugs in any capacity, that could be considered intent to sell. Or it could be considered a escalation of said misdemeanor or felony. So, like, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Let's see here. And several other items that tested positive for cocaine, charges claim. Authorities also found a Sager AR with several magazines and loose ammunition under the bed, a spent shell casing on the bedroom floor. See, this is some weird shit. Like, this is the thing. I am pro-gun. I like guns. My grandfather taught me how to shoot. ChrisTheNarc admits to crime. I never had a scale. I just smoked a lot of weed. Never had a scale. Never. I would never implicate myself into a potential felony offense, Toastify.
A lawyer doing coke? What is this? The 80s?
I don't know, man. This guy's life fucking sucks. This guy's life fucking blows. But listen, this is my thing. As somebody who is very pro-gun, grandfather taught me how to shoot my guns. My grandfather has probably 40 guns in his house alone. In my entire life, shooting weapons, owning weapons, being around weapons, I have never thought to just have an AR out in the middle of the house with magazines lying around and shell casings. Not a bullet, a shell casing just lying in the middle of my fucking house. That shows that you have little to no fucking gun control, which, guess what? You're doing cocaine. The cops are going to see the gun and the cocaine and go, hey, this is bad. Like, this doesn't look good. So the address in the police report? Okay. Thank you, Shinji. God, this police report is long. We'll go over the police report right after this, okay? Thank you, Shinji. Police took Rekieta and his wife Kayla into custody, and he told law enforcement that he and his wife stayed in the master bedroom where law enforcement claimed to find most of the drug paraphernalia, but allegedly refused to answer questions about the cocaine according to court records. Yeah, of course. They're invoking their Fifth Amendment right to not say anything. They're invoking that right. They're not going to comment because that means that he has to admit that, yes, there was cocaine in the house. Like, just come on. Of course. Before his arrest, some online users had raised concern about Rekieta's health in the week, sharing clips of him appearing to doze off during a stream. This has been going on for months. Fox doesn't know this, and the reporter doesn't know. Whoever wrote this, the reporter has no idea that this has been going on for months. That people have been looking at Rekieta and going, this is fucking disgusting. This guy looks like he's a ghoul. He's dying. You know, like, people have been saying this for months. I think the casino and, like, a handful of other creators are on top of it first. And a bunch of people were coping about it. Law enforcement noticed Rekieta had several injuries to his arm at the time of the arrest. They described the injuries as sores that are common with controlled substance users, so potentially heroin abuse as well, or better known as track marks. But again, this is all alleged. I don't know what the cops said. Rekieta, who owns a law firm based in Michigan, saw his online following skyrocket during the pandemic. He covered cases such as Kyle Rittenhouse case and Johnny Depp's lawsuit against Amber Heard. He has more than 150,000 followers on Twitter and nearly 450 subscribers on YouTube. Rekieta and his wife were set to make their first appearance on Friday morning. So now it's in Fox News. Okay, wait, we're getting ahead of ourselves with with my rant. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're not there yet. All right, let's keep going here. This is the police report involving the state of Minnesota against Nick Rekieta. Okay? The complainant submits this complaint to the courts and states, and there is probable cause to believe defendant committed the following offenses. Charge: drugs, second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine. Minnesota statute. Charge: possession of ammo / any firearm, user of controlled substances. See, this is the part that these dumb fucking law tubers, or this particular law tuber that I saw Chud covering, isn't understanding. That, yeah, sure, it's bad to restrict the rights of an individual that owns firearms, but the absolute second that a Schedule 1 drug, or better known as cocaine, is found on the premises, and somebody has a unlocked firearm in the middle of their fucking bedroom, underneath the bed or whatever the fuck it was called, and just have magazines lying around, the cops can look at that and go, this guy is potentially a danger with this firearm, and escalate the charges further. That's not a crazy thing. But I guess I'm just not a lawyer, and I personally, on my common sense wheel of how I look at things, I think it's fair to be like, this guy's a danger. This guy could have been a danger. Not a danger. Could have been. Charge: endangerment, child permit presence, sale, possession of contained substances. See, that to me is accurate as well. If you're going to have 25 grams of cocaine, have a scale, makes it look like you have possession and intent to sell. There are children living in the domicile with you, and you just have these baggies all over the place and other drug paraphernalia all over the place. I'm not a fan of that. Do the drugs not in front of your children. Don't do them in the house. Don't do them in the house. Smoke weed and drink. I don't give a shit about that. But like anything involving like cocaine, don't do it in your house. Don't keep it in your house. These kids will find a way to potentially accidentally use it. Come on. All right, statement of probable cause. States the following facts establish probable case. Your complainant, a licensed peace officer, is employed to the county sheriff's office. In this capacity, the complainant believes the following is true and correct. On May 23rd, 2024, at approximately 9:13 a.m., a search warrant was executed at this location. Nicholas Rekieta and Kayla. Nicholas Rekieta was stopped by law enforcement upon knocking on the door. A juvenile female opened the door and wouldn't let them in. Nicholas Rekieta would not provide the door code to enter the residence. Law enforcement entered the home utilizing a door ram. That is crazy. That is a crazy situation to be in. You're refusing to let the cops in, and they had to get a battering ram to get in your house. That's fucking crazy. Upon entry, law enforcement located Kayla and April. That'll be funny later. And 4 juveniles who were also in the home. Officers noted the home was extremely cluttered. There were clothes everywhere, dirty dishes, dust, and overall dirty home. See, that one to me, like some people are saying that's the neglect, is that they didn't take care of the kids or feed them or anything. But there's nothing in direct. This is where I'm not going to sweep for it, but this is where I'm kind of doing this, where it's like, yes, they put them in danger by having controlled substances in the home. But a dirty home doesn't necessarily mean neglect. If the kids were like anemic, or they were incredibly skinny because they weren't being fed, or if there's bruise marks showing that they were abused, because some people ran with like Nick Rekieta and his wife beat their kids or didn't feed them at all. I don't know. I'm not there, and the cops didn't really see anything on the kids other than dirty home. So, still bad that you're doing cocaine in your house with your children. I still consider that endangerment. But I don't know about if Rekieta and his wife, like, physically assaulted their children. Or, like, withheld food from them or something. Nicholas Rekieta returned to the home with law enforcement. He demanded a copy of a search warrant. When given a copy, he looked at it and threw it on the ground. Great. During the search, law enforcement located the following in the master bedroom. The following items were located in the master bedroom near the nightstand. Yellow snort tube, positive for cocaine. Aaron said he had to feed his kids when Nick and his wife were sleeping because of the drugs. Take it with a grain of salt, obviously. See, yeah, is that like every single time, though? That's where my mindset's going. Did Aaron have to feed them every time, or was it once in a while? I don't know. I would say, like, neglect. I would say that they definitely shirked on their parental responsibilities, but it's not like they beat the kids. It's not like they purposely starved them or did anything like the, like Daddy of Five. Like, this is where my head goes, right? Like, Daddy of Five or that one lady that was arrested recently for, like, she was a YouTuber. She had her kids chained up in a basement, refused to let them sleep on beds if they didn't record right or took food away from them. That is child abuse. That's like you are not providing food to your children. Yeah, it's endangerment, not abuse. Some people are going like the full-blown abuse angle, and I'm like, it's more like neglect. It's more like neglect. Still, I would still say endangerment in the concept of like the drugs. Definitely. And also keeping a loaded firearm out of any sort of secure case. Ruby Frank, and yes, the lady abused, crazy cold lady. Yeah, Ruby Frank, thank you. Black vial with white substances inside that field tested positive for cocaine and weighed 2.2 grams. 2 credit cards listed to April. 22 caliber spent shell casing on the floor of the nightstand in the master bedroom. See, that's just weird. Usually you just throw casings away, or you can have them recycled or whatever. I don't see the main reason as to why you would, like, keep the casing. It's weird. The following item was located underneath the bed in the master bedroom. So the thing is like, Nick Rekieta just tweeted, are you fucking shitting me? No way. Oh, shoot, he's going after Jim. Oh, no. He's going after Jim. Rekieta just tweeted breaking news. So, Jim, or better known as Medicare, Jim would trash Vic a lot. He'd trash his sexuality, said it wasn't his fault.
From my time with Cephas, I can tell you that just seeing the open and accessible weapon and ammo would get the kids removed without a second thought.
Yep.
Emotional and physical neglect is abuse. I bet both weren't very attentive.
Definitely. Nick would trash Vic a lot. He trashed his sexuality, said it wasn't his fault. It was Vic's fault, bro. Nick Rekieta, yeah, right. Now this guy is a calculus equation as credibility approaches negative infinity. Oh, my God. Nick! I was going to go over you saying stupid shit already. I was going to do it after this, okay? Because he was coping on Instagram. I was going to go over those messages, but now I guess we're going into the rant now. Okay? So we're going to skip ahead a little bit, but I want to kind of like have you guys understand where I'm coming from here, okay? So this is Rekieta yesterday. Checking yourself into rehab. Tell me you don't understand the justice system without telling me you don't understand the justice system. And right here, he is arguing with people on Instagram about his arrest and upcoming charges. Nick, if by some miracle you see this, okay? I'm telling you right now, you need to not tweet. Don't go on Instagram. Don't do any of this. Stop arguing with people. You need to just prove your innocence in a court of law. Do that, and that will clear it all up. If you walk away scot-free and you can demonstrably prove that there are no drugs, child endangerment, all that stuff, if you could prove that all, that would matter more than you arguing with people on the internet. Nick, stop it. This is not good for you. This is actually going to make it worse. Your position's going to get worse if you keep arguing with people. This is bad. This is bad. Level of mental gymnastics an addict is going through keeping themselves from getting help is sad. See, that's the thing, dude. He's an addict, and he refuses to come to the realization that drinking as much as he does, doing cocaine as much as he does, Molly, ketamine, whatever else is in that household is bad. You need, Nick, you need help. You need to go to rehab. The first thing you should be doing is getting ready to either go to rehab or put together a solid defense case to get these charges thrown out. You should not be tweeting. You should not be arguing with Medicare. You should not be arguing with randos on Instagram. Radio silence is probably your best option. But he won't do that because Rekieta is a lol cow. We're dealing with a lol cow. That is what Rekieta is now. Or has been, really. If I have to be, like, completely honest here, that is what Rekieta's been for months, is a lol cow. The dude read his Kiwi Farms thread daily. That is lol cow behavior. Is he going to represent himself in court? Yes! Yes, he's going to represent himself and his wife in court, apparently. Which is crazy. Rekieta probably got encouragement from Masterson's tweets. I don't want to talk about fucking Masterson on this. Him and Vito are just... I'm going to be real. Him and Masterson and Vito are just doing this to outrage people. Like the way that their positions are right now. They're just doing this to piss people off. I would not take any of it seriously. Like, seriously. I wouldn't take anything that Masterson or Vito says seriously throughout this entire situation. But that's just me. That's just me. I have no ill will towards Masterson, but, like, I'm just being real, bro. I'm just being real. I'm just being real here, okay? Like, anything involving this situation, involving Masterson or Vito, I would just not pay attention. It's just not worth it. They run a podcast to make fun of people. Of course, they're going to bait people to get pissed at them. He's a tragic lol cow because of the kids that got involved. Would I call him a tragic lol cow? Yeah, I guess.
He is a tragic lolco because of the kids that are involved.
I guess. Thank you so much for the generous donos, Tamer. But, like, yeah, I see where you're coming from. But, like, Nick, this is a bad idea. You should not be arguing with people on the internet right now. Just stop it. What's up, John? But, like, stop. Radio silence. Stop arguing with people. Work on your case and work on a good response to everything. Stop arguing with people. You're just feeding more content to people. Okay? You're fumbling. The following item was located in the master bedroom dresser. Glass container filled with metal filter and grinder and glass container that field tested positive for cocaine. The following items were located in the safe in the master bedroom. Dude, there was a law tuber that said, oh, they only found the cocaine in, like, a safe in the bathroom. From what I'm seeing here, they found a lot more shit before he even made it to the bathroom. But okay. Bag with cards, $1 bill that field tested positive for cocaine. Oh, dude, he was doing it like... He didn't even use a $100 bill like a real man. He used a $1 bill to snort that shit. You know, if you're a true millionaire, you snort cocaine with $100 bills, not dollar bills. That's a broke-ass energy. Large corner cut baggie with white powder that field tested positive for cocaine and weighed 8.98 grams with packaging. 3 small baggies that field tested positive for cocaine weighed 5.49 grams with packaging. 8 green-colored tablets that field tested positive for ketamine. Digital scale that field tested positive for cocaine. Oh, no. They tested the... They tested the scale for cocaine and it tested positive. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. It's so bad. Let's see here. 2 snort tubes, 2 metal cutters. The snort tubes tested positive for cocaine. The following items were located in a safe in the master bedroom closet. $100 bill. Hey, he did snort with $100. So he had $1. He had $101 that he was using to snort cocaine through. Bundle white bag with white powder substance that field tested positive for cocaine. Cocaine scooper. 2 baggies with a funnel. Unknown brown substance. Lean? Was he doing lean? Imagine if Rekieta was doing lean. Bro. Not only is he allegedly doing heroin, he's also doing lean. No, the thing is that they would have field tested for heroin in that substance. I'm pretty sure you could field test for heroin. He mixed cocaine with gunpowder. I don't believe that's real. They could have still tested it and be like, oh, there's some cocaine mixed in this. Lean is a liquid? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Lean's a liquid. Lean's a liquid. You are right. You can't just let me have my my schizo theory that Rekieta's doing lean. You can mix it with gunpowder. It's called brown, and glycerine in the gunpowder helps with your heart. I doubt. Bro, I could not imagine snorting gunpowder and cocaine. Probably ketamine? Nah, they tested everything else for ketamine. Coke and gunpowder is what the African soldiers used in the Nicolas Cage Armed Dealers movie. Just imagine. Imagine Rekieta was watching that Nicolas Cage movie. He's like, you know what? This seems like a great idea. We're going to mix cocaine and gunpowder. So that's probably what... Oh, okay. So that was probably what the empty shell canister from that bullet is that they removed the bullet, they opened the shell, and then there's the gunpowder in it, and they dumped the gunpowder in a bag of Coke, shook the baggie. Got it. That's probably what it is. Nick was smoking poop? Probably. Additional firearms and ammunition were located in the garage. See, that Nick seems dramatic. Yeah, see, if it was located in the garage and not in the bedroom, I don't really care that he has other guns. It's the one that's unlocked in the bedroom where there's a bunch of drugs that I feel like is more dramatic than anything else, but that's just me. The total amount of measurable cocaine in the master bedroom was 26.67 grams with packaging. Cocaine is a Schedule 2 controlled substance. Ketamine is a Schedule 1 controlled substance. Detective, I don't know how to pronounce that last name, met with Nicholas Rekieta outside his residence. He read his Miranda rights, and he agreed to speak with officers without counsel. Nicholas Rekieta indicated that he sleeps in the master bedroom with Kayla. He indicated that April was at home visiting. She was visiting. Okay, bro. She was visiting. All right. Sure, buddy. Just a lot of visiting, bro. Let's see here. Nicholas Rekieta and Kayla were placed under arrest. While being placed under arrest, detective noted several injuries on the arms of Nicholas Rekieta that appeared consistent with sores that are common in controlled substance users. They were transported to the county jail. Kayla did not speak with officers. In the county jail, Nicholas Rekieta was again read his Miranda rights and agreed to speak with officers without an attorney. Nicholas Rekieta refused to answer any questions regarding coke or other controlled substances. Nicholas Rekieta indicates that he lives in the residence. He stays in the master bedroom with his wife. April was a friend who was visiting and does not live in the residence. Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Okay, buddy. Sure. I'm pulling a flamenco. Okay, buddy. While being booked into the jail, Kayla requested that her prescription medication be brought to her. Upon reviewing the prescription bottles for Kayla that were brought in the jail staff found 2 unknown pills and gummies in one of the prescription bottles. No! 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 I have to reread that. Upon reviewing the prescription bottles for Kayla that were brought into the jail staff found 2 unknown pills and gummies in one of those prescription bottles. No way! What is the thumbnail? It's Nick Rekieta doing blackface. That's a real photo. That's not like a joke. It's like a real photo. Okay? It's a real photo. That is not a joke. Under any circumstances. That is a real photo of him. Wow. I couldn't imagine, like, hey, I need you to grab my prescription drug bottle, and then there's actual, like, non-prescribed drugs in it. Last night, Aaron talked about Rekieta left a coke counter around his 4-year-old. Yeah, no, I am very much aware of that. It's fucking disgusting. Let's see here. These items did not match the prescription on the bottle. Please take notice. State 649. Intentional failure to appear to duty court appearances. Okay, so So here is the full breakdown of the charges. Drugs, second degree, possession, and penalty. 25 years or 500,000. Possession of ammo / any firearm user, misdemeanor. Possesses any type of firearm / ammo, misdemeanor violation. Endanger child permit present sales / possession of controlled substances. Endanger child permit present sales or possession. See, okay, this is the full-blown police report. This is not good. This is a full-blown, like, not good situation. This is bad. I don't know how these law tubers are, like, fighting this, but they're all law tubers. They all find ways to get around shit. So, like, whatever. You see the wife is charged being different. Yes, I noticed that the wife had different charges involving, like, knowing abuse of a minor or, like, permitting abuse of a minor, but I don't know about that one. Again, I don't know about that one. I don't know. We won't know until, like, trial happens or discovery happens. We won't know. But, like, I'm not shocked. Okay, now we're going to go on my favorite part of the Rekieta arc is this. This is real. I'm done pretending that the Chris Chan curse isn't real. I'm done with it. Okay? It's real. It's 100% real. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the fucking star sign bullshit. I don't believe in religion. I am a go in the box and die kind of person, right? You can believe whatever you want. I respect it. But, like, I don't believe it. But for some reason, I genuinely believe this. Chris Chan is a person that can pass on voodoo magic to people and curses. It is real. It's real. It's real. It's real. Okay? Ralph was near Chris Chan. Magic Chan took his body over. And now you have Nick Rekieta being mailed a Sonichu medallion. And he put it on. And then you have iDubbbz who put it on. 2 to 4 years later, Nick Rekieta jerking off on live stream, getting arrested for drug possession. And then you have iDubbbz, who looks like a trans woman here and gets bullied by his wife on a podcast all day long for people to publicly laugh at him. Ralph was dressed up like classic Chris when it attacked him. Oh my God. The Chris Chan curse is making its way through the sector. Said the CEO of BlackRock, the medallion. So true. Listen, the medallion is real. This is my proof, okay? Because I argued with Keemstar about it, and he's like, no, there's more people than just this. And he showed me a photo of, he showed me a picture of Donovan Crip. And he was like, yeah, Crip Daddy had a Sonichu medallion, and he died. And I'm like, no. Crip had a debilitating disease since birth. Just because he had the medallion doesn't mean that the medallion killed him. Okay? Crip's career was on an upward swing during that time frame. Okay? These two were already up, and then the medallion was given to them, and then it went downhill. Keemstar doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about with the Sonichu medallion. I know how this works. I'm a connoisseur of all things lolcow, trading TCG, but I'm ready to burn the medallion shirt I bought from them. Dude, I swear the medallion curse is real. I will never buy the Sonichu medallion. And if I get gifted one as like a joke, I will burn it in front of you. I will burn it. I won't even touch it. I will have my roommate touch it, and he will burn it for me, because I won't touch that damn thing. Okay? I won't touch it. That's my rant about the Sonichu curse. It is real. Magic Chan has cursed Nick Rekieta, iDubbbz, Ethan Ralph. It's real. Please, for fuck's sake, do not buy any Chris Chan, actual licensed Chris Chan stuff. That is a curse on your home, a curse on your body, and a curse on your life. Okay? Do not buy it. Here's my PSA. Don't buy it on Etsy. Stop it. No more. I refuse. All right. So here's one of the lawyers, and PvP clipped this out. So this is a guy named Uncivilized Law, apparently. Insane Cope, I guess the pastor should have let the kids live in the drug den indefinitely. Why didn't the pastor consider the internet lawyer community's feelings? Now. Oh, gross. But here's kind of like how I'm looking at it, right? Okay. Let's see here. Now, this is the situation. There was no real report or situation involving who reported Rekieta to the cops or who went to the police to essentially put in this quote-unquote wellness check or mandatory report. Come to find out later, it was his local pastor. And somebody who, the kids go to church there all the time, so I'm assuming what happened is that the pastor saw something and got concerned for the children's well-being, went to the police and told them you have to check out the house. The problem is that LawTube is trying to like sweep so hard for Nick Rekieta and trying to blame the Minnesotan government, apparently, and the local law enforcement there, that they're blaming the pastor for going out and reporting on this.
What did the pastor do wrong? The pastor turned in my friend.
You've got to be shitting me. I didn't even watch this clip yet. We're already starting off strong. You got to be shitting me. What did the pastor do wrong? He reported my friend. Are you shitting me? Your friend had vials of cocaine and non-locked weapons in the home. If anybody hears, hey, there are kids that are kind of being neglected and the parents are significantly abusing cocaine and alcohol, I would be pissed if it wasn't reported. You're an idiot. How are you a lawyer?
And you're like, he had to. And I'm like, and therefore what? He had no choice. Okay. And that impacts me because why?
You just admitted that you're pissed off that the pastor... You're mad that the pastor reported on your friend. How does that affect you? You're the one sweeping for him.
I'm allowed to resent him.
I'm allowed to resent the pastor. You've got to be shitting me. I can resent the pastor because he reported that my friend's kids are being neglected due to drug use. Not just smoking weed or drinking. Cocaine!
I'm allowed to resent him, and I do. So, that's that.
How do you resent, bro? How do you resent somebody for reporting that the kids are not being well taken care of abusing cocaine?
Whoa! Why are we hearing the opinions of Kyle Glass?
Okay, I wasn't thinking Kyle Glass, and that the minute you said his fucking name, I see it. Oh, God, the Tenacious D guy is down bad in chat. He's down bad. He's defending Nick Rekieta. I only saw a clip of this dude getting weirded out when Nick called Michelle Obama. Okay. The only law tubers condemning Nick Rekieta are potentially criminal and legal mindset. Yeah, but like all of his friends are sweeping for him. Like so hard. All of his friends are sweeping so hard for him. So hard. And it's so obvious that my laptop broke, so I'm going to be lurking. Don't throw a fit. If you need anything, just say my name. All right, no problem, Nani. Thank you. All right, let's get into some of the Aaron interview, okay? So does no one in LawTube care about the kids? So the thing is that they're all like, oh, we hope the best for the family or whatever. But they're more concerned that their friend is apparently being mistreated by the Minnesotan district or the Minnesota local government, which I don't... Like, I was watching Chud cover it. It's some guy that does constitutional law. And he practices out in Las Vegas or something. And he's like, oh, they aren't taking care of his constitutional rights. Bro, He's abusing drugs with his kids in the house. It's not weed. It's not just alcohol. He has cocaine vials lying around the house. The reason these law tubers are sucking Rekieta's dick, and here's why, legitimately, this is why. He gave them all a position to grow their station, okay? He started the trend of LawTube and brought these people on, so now they feel obligated to defend him because of the clout that he used to provide them. Okay, Chef, I need you to go, big guy. Okay, I need you to go. You're getting heavy. But that's like what's happening. It's definitely team sports.
Does no one in LawTube care about the kids?
It's definitely team sports. That's why the LawTube community is genuinely doing that. That's why they're defending it. That's why they're defending. Puts a bad taste in my mouth. See, this is why I never respected LawTube. The only person that I think like does good LawTube is Henry Resilient. I think he does good LawTube on like divorce proceedings. He's covered some really interesting stories. He did great with the Too Mad stuff and everything involving XQC and Adept. Like I think he's done great. But most LawTubers, like, I never liked Rekieta. I never cared about any of the LawTube people. And anytime they get involved, I'd be like, here we go. I never liked any of the LawTube guys. I've heard Umbrella Guy's good, but I've never watched his stuff, so I can't sit here. The only time I ever cared about Umbrella Guy is when he was being falsely labeled as like a victim blamer when he was covering Amber Heard, which Amber Heard is that whole situation was disgusting. That people were trying to go after YouTubers and saying, "Oh, you're victim blamers because you're pro Johnny Depp or whatever." Yeah, I'm just not a fan of these LawTubers. That's my personal opinion. You can enjoy them if you like them. I just don't like them. That's just me. So now we're getting into the interview with Aaron. Now, I will let you know, this was a 3-hour-long interview. We are not going to go over all of it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I refuse. If you want to watch it, you can watch it when Kino Casino uploads on their Kino Casino Clips channel, which is doing pretty well for them. So make sure, if you want to watch the whole thing in full, go check out Kino Casino Clips, because this interview is fucking insane. Okay? Real friends don't make excuses for you. Yeah, no, I agree. Real friends don't make excuses for you. Real friends are like, hey, like, come on, this is stupid. Whether that's privately or publicly. In my thing, friends should handle things more privately than anything. Sometimes publicly if it's required. But that has to be like an escalation of the situation. But that's just me. So Aaron is the host of SteelToe Morning Show. And I said it in the beginning of the stream, but now that we have more people here, I wish to emphasize this like right off the bat. I do not respect Aaron. I think Aaron is a clout-sharking little shit burglar, okay? I think he is using this as a platform to gain more attention so that he can look like the good guy in this. Now, that doesn't change the fact of what Aaron is going to tell people. Now, there are certain things in here that I believe are way overinflated to a certain degree that is just like comedically stupid, okay? That's how I look at it. But it's still funny nonetheless, okay? So if you guys hear me being like, lol, that's funny, or like Aaron saying some crazy shit, I don't respect Aaron. I don't think Aaron's a good person. I think Aaron is a grifting, clout-sharking little devil, but he is involved in all the drug abuse that Rekieta's trying to say didn't happen. So we got to keep, like, pinch of salt, everybody. Pinch of salt with this guy, okay?
I was doing cocaine. I was doing Molly. I was being a terrible father. I was in this house at the same time. In no way am I absolving myself of any guilt. At any time I was there, I could have taken those 5 kids, called CPS myself, and gotten them help. I engaged in all of it.
Why didn't you?
Yeah. Because I'm a piece of shit who will pay for that until the day I fucking die.
I love that. I could have done all these things. Why not? Oh, I'm just a piece of shit. Yes. Yes. You are. He's doing this self-flogging thing throughout like this entire video. It's like watching like when iDubbbz flogged himself to death. He's like, oh, I did such horrible things, and he just kept hitting himself in the back. And he's like, oh, I've done horrible things. Feel bad for me. Like, bro, we get it. You did cocaine and you swang with Rekieta's wife. Come on.
Up until the day before the arrest, I was on the phone with people going, guys, should I call? I know what's going on, but I also know how this makes me look. I was a chicken shit. I was a fucking coward. But the story Nick told me is that around the time that he turned 40, Kayla either started doing these things or wanted to...
Wait, isn't this the husband of the third lady who got arrested along with Rekieta? Yes, exactly. April, and this is why I'm saying you have to take this shit with a pinch of salt when it comes to Aaron. Aaron has an axe to grind, okay? April left him, divorced him, and started hanging out with Nick Rekieta. There is an axe to grind here. So again, everything that Aaron says is a huge, huge pinch of salt, okay? But he does have insight into some things that I think are pretty valid. The rest of it is just him saying, my dick is amazing. You know, like just weird shit.
Start doing these things because she thought that's what Nick wanted in a woman because of the things he would talk. Oh, that's what it was. He said that Kayla started doing these things because she thought that's what he wanted. Now,
at one point, all four of them slept in the same bed together. And here's the thing. There's a part of this interview that probably won't be played in this. They ask him, they go, did you do any gay shit with Rekieta? And he goes, no, I would never do anything like that. I don't believe it. Rekieta sucked his dick or he sucked Nick's dick. I swear to God. Some ass play between the two of them definitely happened or they kissed for the women. I swear to God. I believe that with all of my heart. There is no way these two dudes, high on Molly, did not do what the women asked one time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think he definitely sucked Rekieta's dick or Rekieta sucked his dick. I don't believe anything else that he says, okay? Definitely sucked Rekieta's dick. I swear to God.
Now, Kayla
he had his first gay experience with Nick Rekieta.
Would expound on that and go, well, I was only listening to his show and listening to the things he said and listening to the kinds of people he talked to. And I thought that was the kind of woman he wanted. I just wanted to be the woman that I thought Nick wanted. And
bro, this seems so dramatic. I just wanted to be the one. Like, he's talking on behalf of Rekieta's wife and going, you know, she told me one time that I just faked who I am so I could be Nick Rekieta's wife. Like, what the who admits that? Like, just as some dude that you're like friends with. Imagine if your wife went up to your friend and was like, you know what? I wanted to pretend.
That kind of led to this. And then Nick just leaned the fuck in.
Ever, because, yeah.
Fuck these simp cunt assholes. Nick has loved every fucking minute of it and never once has wanted to stop. As a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, the last time I saw Kayla in person, I don't know if Nick and April know I saw her. I'm not sure. But this was after I had departed. I met her on neutral ground. It was great to see her again.
Don't forget, Nick said to Aaron, you led my wife on. Dude, there's so many, like, good nuggets in this interview, but I just don't trust Aaron a lot. But there's some good nuggets, like, where they, apparently, April and Nick get jealous of the time that Aaron was spending with Rekieta's wife, and they had, like, a sit-down conversation with him about it. It's like, like, imagine you're trying to build a polycule, and you get jealous of the guy fucking your wife when you're fucking his wife.
And she told me the story of how she had told Nick. And this is so fucking tragic because this may in fact be the batch they got caught with. Kayla said to me, Aaron, it's done. It's over. She even said to me, Aaron, I hope you're proud of me. I've been clean for days now. I said, I
don't believe that. Do you want to know why I don't believe that? Like, maybe, so I'm going to give Aaron benefit of the doubt. Maybe Kayla lied to him, right? But, like, the minute I hear that and then I read the police report that there were illicit drugs in her prescription bottle, I don't believe that she was clean.
I had tears in my eyes, and I'm so fucking proud of you for that. I'm so, because that's all I wanted from any of them. Like when I said I couldn't come back, I'm like, guys, I have kids who don't want to come to your house anymore. I can't, I'm hanging around my friends right now. See, the thing about hanging out with people addicted to drugs is that you get shut off from everyone else around you. And I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of family. I like hanging out with them. And I know, Ashton, I'm getting away from it here for a second, but when I told them I wasn't coming back, I was like, guys, I'm in my backyard right now. There's kids all over the lawn. They're playing with their friends. I've got friends and family and neighbors over here. I can't leave this again. I love this shit.
Hey, Prim.
We'll get to that later because that's when the Nick kill yourself. Andy, Nick would always tell me the reason I don't like Worski is because he went on the air and he said that when Kayla was walking him back to his room, he said on the air that she tried to give him a hand job.
I never said that. What I said was when I was drunk in Knoxville at the bar, and there are witnesses to this, she was getting really touchy-feely and flirty with me with Nick there. It made me uncomfortable because Nick was like watching, and I was fucking.
Can I be real? I think Nick wanted Worski to fuck his wife. I think Nick wanted Worski to fuck his wife. That's why he was staring at him. He was like, yeah, Kayla, touch Worski. Like, that's why he was staring at them. He wanted to watch.
Fucked out of my mind. I never said that she jacked me off. I said that she was getting like flirty and touchy, and Nick was like looking over like, and then I brought that story up because I was like when we were hearing about all the stories about them possibly swinging, I'm like, oh, maybe. I mean, like, she did seem like she was down to probably fuck other guys and being flirty with people. In fact, she was being flirty with me and touching me and stuff. I never said jack off. I never said jack off.
Who do you think was the driving force behind the decision to open their marriage? Do you think Kayla was pushing for it, or do you think Nick was pushing for it?
You know, it's difficult because I know they were both unhappy. But I also know Nick has a way of making things Kayla's idea that maybe weren't necessarily Kayla's idea. I think Nick knows he's smarter than her, and he kind of uses that. So, I mean, I will say this. I think Nick Rekieta, borderline a monster. I really do. I think he's a bad dude. I don't think he has the ability to feel empathy towards anyone but himself. I think it might be a clinical condition. I mean,
see, this is why I'm saying it sounds like Aaron has an axe to grind. Do you see, chat? Do you see where I'm coming from? This is why the Aaron interview, I'm like, I need to like be really careful with like potentially like validating or saying, yeah, I agree with Aaron on this stuff. Because does that not sound like a man that has an axe to grind? He's a monster. And it's like, yeah, he did a lot of drugs with kids around. That is a monster thing. But you're poisoning the well on that one. I'm going to be real, Aaron. You're poisoning the well.
The guy is, because he's convinced he's right.
Let me ask you something.
Hear the kind of guilt I'm espousing right now, espoused by him.
You said that.
Yeah, he was trying really hard to redeem himself for being a cuck and turn on his wife into a coke goblin. Yeah, bro, that's the thing. It's like, he keeps trying to be like, well, I'm the good guy in this, and it's like, no, like he'll turn around and be like, yeah, no, I was a total piece of shit, and like do the whole like I'm owning it thing, but it comes across as fake.
When I said I wanted to leave, he treated it like I was leaving the fucking Manson family. Like I said, I'm not coming back. And his fucking words were, you led my wife on.
I wanted to leave the drug-addled sex dungeon den that is Nick Rekieta's house. And Nick Rekieta came to me and said, you led my wife on. You fucked her one too many times. You led my wife on, you monster. I fucking love that. When he talked about how Nick brought the sex cross into the hotel, I couldn't believe my ears. Yeah, with the sex cross! Bro, there's a whole, like, Addendum just brought it up. There's a whole part where he does a story about Rekieta bringing, like, a full-blown, like, human-sized cross that you, like, bind somebody into and you fuck them on the cross. It's like... There's so many crazy goddamn stories. Oh, God. Nick was mad because Aaron did the was a dishwashing guy and he ran out of clean whiskey glasses.
What? What the fuck?
I'm like, I led your wife. What? I led your wife on? Which was a weird fucking thing to say. And then when I said, dude, I can't do it anymore. My kids don't want to be there. If my kids don't want to be there, my hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. And April had left by this point, so she was done. So I was like, this is a clean break. I can be done with April. She can be done with me. The kids can be done. They didn't like April anymore because the drugs had made her, I'll say, love the kids when it was convenient for her. Okay. And they noticed that. And
I feel like this is really, really bad to his divorce proceedings. I feel like this is going to be used against him. I think this is going to be used against him in his divorce proceeding, this interview, but, like, I don't know. I'm not a divorce lawyer. I've never been through divorce. I just personally hear that, and I'm like, this doesn't sound like something you should say. It's okay, he's a lawyer. I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's just not good. Aaron's a snake.
Knew that she wasn't as active in their lives anymore, and my oldest started to resent her. So I was like, you know what, this is a good time to call it. Nick lashed into this invective on Signal where he started saying, you know, you flabby, fat, whatever, blah, 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 just starts going into these laundry list of descriptive physical features, and then goes, why don't you do the whole world a favor and kill yourself? Whoa. And I
love that Worski's like playing it up. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe somebody told you to kill yourself. Worski's sitting there being like, oh, that's terrible. Like Worski's never told someone to kill themselves before.
Sitting in bed.
I know what he's doing. He's playing it up for the content, but it's just so funny.
I read that, and I finally, literally the last thing I ever said to Nick Rekieta was, LOL, okay, addict, and then blocked him. That was it.
May I ask you, why didn't the kids want to be there? Like, what behaviors did they see?
That's like a good question from Worski, though. Like, his whole position is, I left the house because my kids no longer wanted to hang around the Rekieta household. That is a good question by Worski, because he wasn't upfront about that when he first started talking about all this. So that is an important question, because he made it sound like really dark. He was like, you know, my kids just they came to me and said, Dad, I don't want to be around the Rekieta household anymore. Can we not go back? And then he was like, oh, I have to change everything now. He made it sound pretty fucking crazy. I don't know what he said in this instance, so I'm curious how he's going to respond to this.
Why didn't the kids want to be there? Like, what behaviors did they see?
Their parents weren't ever around. Like, they were like, Dad, you're the only one who ever comes out to check on us or anything. We don't play with you. We don't hang out with anybody. You know, we're on our tablets. It's not fun. We don't want to, because everyone was in the bedroom the whole time.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Oh,
it was actually, the police report was the first time
Is that really all it was about? It was just like, we don't like hanging out here because, Dad, you're not hanging out with us, which I guess is a reason to do it, to leave. But, like, the way that he told it previously, if I remember correctly, is that his tonality to me made it sound more sinister than anything else. I guess that's just my position on it. It just sounded more sinister when he said it initially. Now it's just like, oh, the kids were bored at Rekieta's house. The place was a gigantic mess. I don't blame them for not wanting to go. Yeah, no, I don't blame them either. From what the police report was saying, the house was a fucking mess, and why would kids want to hang out there? But that's just me. That's just me.
I ever heard that I was sleeping on a bed that had an AR under it. Like, if I would have known that, I would have fucking freaked the fuck out and said, there's fucking, my kids come here and fucking play. Can we get that locked up, please? If I knew there was fucking ammunition and a loaded gun under the bed. You understand that their children come into that bedroom to hug their parents goodnight? And there's a fucking gun.
Kids can pick up on weird vibes too. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong. I'm not saying that it's like a bad thing that that's what it did. It's the way Aaron talked about it initially, where he was like teasing what it was. He made it sound more serious. He made it sound more serious, but that, again, maybe I'm just reading into it. They didn't hug the gun, lol. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, he's making that sound worse than it really is. But I kind of see where Aaron's coming from. It's like, hey, there's a loaded firearm under the bed that isn't locked there. The kids could have came in at any time, grabbed it, and started playing with it. Then on top of that, you have Rekieta and his wife and April all high on drugs with a loaded gun underneath the bed. If one of them just felt like grabbing it for fun or something, that could have been a problem. Like, I see where the fear in lies. I'm not going to take that away.
Underneath the bed, I had no idea. She was fighting with him about something, and she threw books at him. She's such a smart girl. I love her. A fucking firecracker. She took books out that were like the sanctity of marriage and like a lovely, happy household. She would pick those books specifically and throw them at them and say, like, you give a fuck about any of this, you asshole. And she would tell me those stories, and I was like, I like this bitch. Yeah. Tell me, like, the stories I've read on Kiwi Farms, because I only got into Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, she's so great. Bro, he said he fell in love with a coke fiend. Like, it's just so funny. I fell in love with this woman. A great coke fiend. A great coke fiend.
Probably the last week or so. What a week to get into it. I had tried to go on it before, but I found it, my old Midwestern ass, hard to navigate unless I knew exactly what I was looking for. So I would hear people, I only heard his take on the Josh shower text story. Right. Nick would always explain these. Now that I've read Kiwi Farm's take on this, I realize Nick was always explaining these to me like he was on the witness stand, like defending himself. Yeah. And he would be like, well, I was just in the shower one time and Josh was freaking out at me in text messages. So I just decided to text him from the shower. It's not a big deal. And I'm like, dude, I've never heard about any of this. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Dude, imagine. If Aaron is to be believed, imagine you're in a polycule high on cocaine and you're talking about drama that you have with the owner of Kiwi Farms. Imagine you're in the shower. You're trying to argue with Null. And that drama gets randomly brought up. And you're just like, I'm high on cocaine. I just got done fucking my friend's wife. I have to tell you this story about Null from Kiwi Farms. I texted him naked in the shower and arguing with him. That's like the funniest thing to me. That's like funny as shit to me. Just the concept. The concept that Nick Rekieta is co-covering his face and he's yelling at his friend. He's like, no, misrepresented the shower story.
So I think it definitely bothered him. That kind of stuff.
It did, because he read his Kiwi Farms thread every day. Of course it fucks you up. You kept he kept reading his Kiwi Farms thread.
John. No, the first time I heard about John was the fucking rant he went on a while back. And I remember the next day I saw Kayla and she was like, I'm so fucking mad. She goes, I never watch his show. I finally decided to watch, and he's doing that, and he's really fucking hammered, and I'm so fucking mad at him right now. Which is a weird place for me to be, because I always kind of respected the unspoken rules about what we were doing, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to bash your fucking husband. And I don't think those rules were respected on the other end, old fucking Warren Jeffs. I think anytime April had a complaint about me complaining about her drug use, Nick was more than happy to be the shoulder to cry on. And here, have another bump, Blondie. Why not? He was the lovely Santa Claus with all the snow, and I was
because you called
it Charles Manson, but he didn't ask anyone to kill for him. He just has a lot of like, he knows what buttons to push with vulnerable people, and he pushes them.
Right.
He couldn't do it with me. He and I fought a lot because I would go, that's fucking bullshit. And Nick throws a fit when you don't buy into what he wants all the time. I remember he yelled this at me all the time. He goes, why don't you just stop lying and be honest with yourself? I'm like, what, you want me to just tell you you're right and we'll just move on? Is that what you want? You know, I mean, when it came to April, I know there were times where she brought up issues we were having, and they came from, Aaron wants me to stop doing coke. I think it's fun. He's a piece of shit. And Nick would go, have another bump, sweetie, and tell me all about it. You know?
Tell me all your life's problems. Tell me all of your life's problems. Just do a bump of coke while telling me. What a fucking horrible thing.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
what do you
Nick
think,
wants people to drink and do drugs with, like any addict does.
What do you think about this Kayla charge of like child abuse or negligence?
See, this is a good question by PPP. This is the thing that like I was saying initially, it's like I have no idea how to take the whole child abuse thing, because I feel like that's crazy, but at the same time, they did put their kids in danger with Schedule 2 and Schedule 1 drugs just being laid out in the bedroom, and they're high on amphetamines, taking care of 5 children. That might be enough for the courts, but I'm curious.
What do you think that is, if you had to speculate?
I really hope that maybe she just yelled something out while the cops were there that got misunderstood. Because I've never once seen Kayla be violent towards those children. I've never seen her be inappropriate towards those children. I've only seen her love her kids.
Have you seen Nick be violent?
Yeah, that's like the crazy thing is like Kayla having a charge specifically. Yeah, her charge is entirely different than Rekieta's charge on that. That's where the confusion lies to me. Why is her charge vastly different than Rekieta's charge, you know?
Violent towards the children or neglect the children or abuse them?
I mean, neglect. I mean, the whole thing's fucking neglect. Everything was neglect. But never abuse. No, never abusive towards them.
Yeah. Because
it's like a homeschool collective.
Right. What does that mean?
If you get arrested for anything, you have to find a place for kids to stay while you're in jail. You will get charged with child neglect. What? Are you trolling? I'm pretty sure that they have a family member taking care of the kids. Like they had a family member come out and like take care of the kid. So I don't think you could be charged with child neglect if you have like a close family member or a neighbor take care of the kids while you're being arraigned. I don't know.
The kids go to like a church school kind of a thing, or they go to someone's house, or they have different teachers, like different parents inside the collective, the co-op teach. And so you'll go to different places. And I remember Nick was teaching for a little bit. He got kicked out of it. The school kicked him out of teaching because he's a fucking degenerate on his program for everybody to see. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I remember one night he punched a hole in his bathroom wall, bitching about the collective kicking him out of teaching. And I remember saying to him and Caleb both, I was like, dude, you understand, like they had every reason to kick you out. If they watched my show when I was teaching, I would hope they would kick me the fuck out. One of the big differences between Nick and I was that I knew what I was, and Nick thought he was like a fucking clergyman, I guess. Right. I don't know. Like, I was like, Nick, you understand.
Again, if Aaron is to be believed, if Rekieta actually believes that he's like this untouchable clergyman, God-fearing man that cares about family and the everything involving religion and Catholicism or Christianity or whatever the fuck he believes in. Nick, I feel like cocaine and swinging are two things that God's not really a big fan of. But, it's just what it is. Doesn't matter. You put the kids in a bad situation in the eyes of the state. Some states are stricter than others. Yeah, I guess. I just don't see Minnesota being that strict, but I don't know. I've never lived there. I don't know the laws and rules in Minnesota.
we're garbage, right? Like, you understand we're shit. Like, we're degenerates and all of this. And like, there's, you know, we got work to do. And he would go on his stream and pontificate about family and all this other shit. Sometimes it made me want to fucking puke. It still does. I remember one time he said, I might.
Yeah, just try. See, that's my argument, is that the drugs is probably enough to be considered child endangerment, is that they have Schedule 2 and Schedule 1 drugs just out and about in the home, even if it's just in the bedroom. So that's kind of like where my mindset is that specific situation. That's what I'm thinking.
Start a religious podcast. And I remember looking at Kayla, I go, if he starts a fucking religion podcast, I'm duty bound to stop it. Now, you just asked two completely different questions.
Yeah.
Do I think Nick is actually religious? No. I don't
No
think he holds
shit.
any of the tenets of faith.
No
Do
shit.
I think Nick believes he is? 100%.
Right.
I think he believes it. I know that he'd trash Vic a lot. He'd be really, he'd be really dismissive towards Vic. You know,
What would he say?
Just about his sexuality and shit like that, and like it was just all very catty. You know, it was nothing like big and earth shattering. It was just he was always really catty and shitty, and how none of the Vic stuff was his fault, and Vic should have done this and that. And I remember him being really shitty about that. He hates Alex Stein.
That is the worst thing to have said publicly. You hate Alex Stein. Alex Stein lives off of people that hate him. And if Aaron, again, is believed to be truthful in these statements, which is like kind of like a 50-50 shot, Alex Stein's going to run with that. Alex is going to love hearing that. He's going to love hearing that.
Oh.
Why?
Really? Why?
I don't know. The reason he gave was fucking gay, and it was to try and get my wife's pants. Not that he needed to try any harder. We were already fucking each other. But he was like, oh, I was on a stream with April on Chrissy Mayer's program, and Alex Stein came on. He was really rude and mean to April, and that's why I don't like him. I'm like, shut the fuck up, you fucking gay white knight asshole. Like,
okay, hold on, Aaron. Aaron, you're not allowed to do that because you got pissy when the internet started making fun of you and your wife, and you started doing a fucking like little gay show of yourself, where you were like, oh, you know, like the internet kind of made her not want to continue the show anymore, and blah blah blah. Shut up, you did the same thing. Shut up, Aaron.
that's not why. It's like, I'm her husband, and all I did was I DM'd Alex afterwards. I'm like, do you and I have a problem? Do you want to come on the show? Like, what's the deal? Nick's like, white knighting, like, April, you know, I just don't like Alex Stein because he trolled you a little on Chrissy Mayer's show. And, you know, and then April would be like,
Alex Stein did an intervention on his show for Rekieta. I'm not like the biggest fan of Alex, but there's moments where I find him really, really funny. And doing an intervention for Nick Rekieta on his show, that's funny. That's funny. Aaron and Nut Show, we all agree to swing and couldn't take the fact that he was sleeping with my wife, even though I agreed with it. Yeah.
oh, that's great, Nick. You're such...
He hates Vic because people were getting annoyed how Ty Beard was handling Vic's defamation lawsuit. People still blame Nick for the judgment against Vic, and rightfully so. So Nick's taking out that aggression onto Vic in of himself is essentially what you're trying to get at, right, Lockton? Lock on?
Such a good man. You know, he hates Alex Stein. He'd be shitty about the Vic thing. Anytime Nick had to post any kind of L, there would always be a long explanation as to why everyone else is wrong and he's right. Kind of like him getting arrested.
The way he always does with anything, though.
Yes.
It's like with anything at this point.
Habitual. He's habitually incapable of taking any responsibility for anything. And boy, you talk about projection. This guy will accuse everyone else of the very things he's incapable of. Every time, without fail. You could set your watch to it. I told this story vaguely on the show. But we can get into it fully.
Okay.
If April had not been in my house one day.
Ty Beard literally filled the Filled the evidence after the deadline, and evidence wasn't accepted. Jesus Christ. So Nick recommended a shitty lawyer.
I may have been arrested first for physically beating someone within an inch of their life. We were at my house. Now, we have to go back to December or November to start this story, because the story happened around February, March. It was before Easter, I know that. After Valentine's Day, before Easter, because I bought Kayla a lovely Valentine's Day gift. And sweetie, sugar, if you're listening, make sure you get out of that house and get free. You've got so much more to offer the world, sweetness, all right?
This guy is just like cringe incarnate. I can't handle it. Oh my God. He like makes my skin crawl with how much fucking cringe is just emanating off of this guy.
Love you too.
Did he get April a Valentine's Day gift?
No.
What a prick.
What a fucking asshole. I got Kayla Star Trek action figures.
Which ones?
I got a con and then some black dude I don't know. But I knew she'd
Cisco?
know. Yeah, it was a Drew Hill collection. No, it was some Star Trek action figures and then some snacks that she likes for her snack drawer next to her bed. And for her birthday, you know, she likes like charcuterie snacks and things like that. So I thought, you know what, Kay, sweetie,
Hold on, first off, who has a snack drawer next to their bed? Who has a snack drawer next to their bed? Who the fuck does that? Who has a dedicated drawer next to their bed for snacks? You have to be a fucking fat ass to have something like that. Wine moms, I guess, but like in my whole life I've never heard the words snack drawer next to a bed. I don't think that's ever been a thing in my life.
Pie, love of my life, gorgeous. I said,
I'm seeing Boogie and Tipster. You guys just go to fat people. True, but come on.
Wouldn't it be nice to have something to keep all your snacks cool next to your bed? So you can have them there. I bought her a nice, like, old-timey looking 50s Frigidaire refrigerator and freezer for her bedroom. You know, the retro-looking ones? Oh,
yeah.
What a gentleman.
Were you trying to, like, steal her, like, to be your own wife? Would you feel like that was your mentality?
Was I trying to steal her?
Like, not steal, but like make her fall in love and then make her leave, and then like you were from everything that you're saying, it sounds like you were trying a little bit.
I mean, I'm fucking with Nick a little too, but I mean, really, I wanted to get her the fuck out of there. I don't know if
and be with her.
We're a little bit sidetracked, but let's go back to the story where you wanted to beat us.
Real quick, I'll answer that question by saying this. Realistically, there's no fucking way her and I could be together.
Okay.
She's got 5, I've got 3. I'd blow my fuck.
You literally talked about being the best lay of Nick Rekieta's wife's life and that you were catching feelings for her. Andy goes, hey, were you thinking about taking her for yourself? And you kind of like dodge that question and go, well, we couldn't really be together because she has 5 kids of her own and I have 4. That's not really an answer. That's more or less you being like, well, the logistics just wouldn't work. So you're saying that if the logistics would work, you would take her. That's how I'm reading into it. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but like it sounds like more of a logistical issue.
Fair. Would you be willing to step up?
I wanted to get her the fuck. I made too many promises to too many people who have helped pick me up off the floor from this thing, who would dump me in a heartbeat, drop me
Fair
flat.
enough. But at that time you would have.
A
At that
lot of
time you
people.
would have,
Oh,
right?
At that time, I would have jumped in front of traffic for this.
There
woman.
we go. That's what I wanted. Yeah.
There you go, right there.
Absolutely, absolutely. They came over. One of the first times they came over to our house, we're standing in the kitchen. And
it's kind of funny that he's like, yeah, I love this woman, you know, I wanted to be together and all this stuff, but she stayed with Rekieta. Your wife left you and hung out with Rekieta, and then Kayla, the woman that you fell in love with, stayed with Rekieta as well. You kind of failed.
I'm already not comfortable with the cocaine thing. If I would have known when we started how into blow Nick Rekieta and everyone were, I wouldn't have done this because I had no idea. But he takes the little bullet, the little container of cocaine out of his pocket, puts a little line down.
Yeah, he got double cocked
for himself on my kitchen counter and just takes it up. And I look at him and I go, dude, what the fuck are you doing? He goes, what? I go, I got 3 fucking kids and an ex-wife who, if she found a speck of that shit in my home, my kids would be gone fucking tomorrow. Don't ever bring that shit into my house again.
See, this one particular instance right here, I'm inclined to believe Aaron. Here's why, before everyone jumps down my throat. He said the same thing on his own show in the exact same manner, with the almost the exact same wording. Not a hint of hesitation. I believe this story, that he got pissed off that Nick Rekieta brought cocaine into his home and snorted a line in his home. I can believe that. Okay, everything else is kind of like up for conjecture. I can believe this one.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I get it. No, I'm a lawyer. I get that.
I'm a lawyer.
Okay, maybe the lawyer line. The lawyer line maybe is inflating it a little bit, but I can believe it.
So,
sorry, that's funny. Good.
I mean, did a great job of showing up for traffic court, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thanks. My State Farm bill fucking appreciates it. You know, but so then fast forward a couple months later. I'm walking around downstairs. My kids are there. No Rekieta kids are there. My children are there.
Uh-oh.
And I'm just walking around checking on them. You know, what are you doing? All this stuff. I think I had made waffles that morning, and I was cleaning up from making the waffle. I hear Nick yell, April, we made one for you. And it was coming from upstairs. And I'm like, well, I know they ain't making fucking muffins and shit. And I walk upstairs. You know that feeling you get where you go, don't be right. Don't be right.
Yeah.
Don't be right.
I hope I'm wrong. Please.
I'm walking upstairs, and I see the mini safe that I know the cops eventually confiscated one day, open on my bathroom, my bedroom bathroom counter, full of drugs. I didn't yell at Nick and Kayla right then and there. The kids were downstairs. I didn't want to cause a scene. I walked down the stairs. I go, April, could you come into the kitchen, please? April comes into the kitchen. I'm irate. I go, I told them to never bring any fucking drugs into this house, and they have the entire container full of fucking coke, and they said they just made one for you, so you had to know this was going on. And she looks at me. She goes, oh, I had no idea, but you're right. That's bad. I'll go talk to them.
They brought
not
a safe?
Angry, not irate, not, hey, my 3 stepkids who
I'm going to be honest. Again, I can believe this too, more than anything else. You know, like where he's like, oh, I was, you know, Rekieta's wife's best lay, and we're soulmates and all that shit. I don't really believe any of that. But him bringing drugs into the house and getting pissed at that, yeah, I can see that. April sounds like an airhead. Have you not seen? She's like the typical blonde fucking girl that you would date if she was like a total bimbo. Like, she literally just gives off that vibe. Like, I watched the hot tub stream clip just to confirm, like, all the swinger shit. And she is just dumb as bricks. Like, she is just dumb as shit. Like, you can literally lose IQ listening to her speak.
claim to love more than life itself. Not like, get the fuck out of here, you lunatics. It was, oh, I will go talk to them. Like she was HR, you know, going to discipline someone for smelling a lady's chair or something. So she does that. I'm fucking losing my mind. I go downstairs to be away from everybody. And to come and console me from how angry I am, who do you think would come down to talk to me about this?
Kayla.
Oh, see, I would think my wife would come down to console me and talk to me about this and figure out what was going on. But yes.
Yeah.
Well, after seeing the whole story, yes.
Yeah.
The dear, sweet, lovely Kayla came down, tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry. This is wrong. I apologize. I forgot. We're so sorry. You asked us not to, and we didn't respect that, and blah, 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 blah. Made me feel better a little. And I'm like, okay, you know what? We'll continue on with our day. I go, but that fucking happens again. I'm out of here. Now, in that moment, I should have been done. It should have been it. Before anyone goes, oh, Aaron's just a rat who thinks he's a saint. No, I fucked up. I failed in that moment right there. But then I go upstairs into the middle floor. I go to check on my youngest, the 4-year-old. And by the way, before anyone goes, should you really be telling these stories? My ex-wife has been such a fucking trooper. I have talked to her about I've come clean to her about everything.
Imagine. imagine having to come clean to your ex-wife that you were in a 4-person polycule doing cocaine and ecstasy, and there were drugs that was left in your house. And imagine having to sit your ex-wife down. Imagine, to the people that haven't been married, imagine taking your ex-girlfriend and sitting her down and going, okay, I know we have kids together, but I need to tell you right now, this is dangerous. I brought people into the house that brought a lot of drugs and cocaine. We've been having swinger parties the entire time, and they won't listen to me and keep bringing drugs into the house, and I'm sorry. Like, that has to be like the worst thing that you have to tell your ex-wife. That has to be the worst. He told his ex-wife about the gay shit that he did with Rekieta.
She's been great. She's just glad that I got, our children out of there and everything else. I go up to the 4-year-old to check on her, and I see a navy blue container.
Oh, no.
Right next to her. And I pick it up, and in my head, I'm just going, it's Bubbles. It's Bubbles. It's got to be Bubbles. The kids are playing with Bubbles.
Oh, no.
I walk towards the kitchen. I start unscrewing the lid, and I'm audibly out loud saying, no, don't. Full of cocaine.
Jesus fucking Christ. See, that's maybe where the child endangerment part's coming from, because they may have found those vials around near the children. That might be where it comes from. I don't know, law tubers. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It was the bullet, right?
It was the bullet.
He left it in the couch.
He was sitting on the couch watching something.
On
and
purpose?
It just sat there. No, it just fell out of his pocket and sat there next to my fucking 4-year-old after I'd asked him not to bring this shit into my house. So didn't respect. By the way, this is why fuck this guy. Bury him under the jail.
Wait, it was next to your kid?
Respect me a fucking wink. Didn't bat an eye. What's that, Andy?
It was next to your kid?
It was next to my 4-year-old.
Oh my God. It's over.
I yelled for April to come down. I said,
I wish we had more concrete evidence of this. I agree, Ash. But from what the police report is stating so far, based on what the police found in that home, this story is not crazy to believe, right? Because if they found drugs not just located in the safe, but on like the bedroom counters, they found it on the floor, they found other baggies across the home. This story isn't that crazy to believe, right? Again, this is Aaron telling these things, and Aaron is not a reliable source on anything. Sure, was he involved in the household? Yeah. But again, he also has an axe to grind. Keep that part in mind. And he also wants to marry Kayla.
April, and I just held it out like this. And she goes, oh my God. I go, yeah, oh my God. Everybody out now.
Yes, Alan. Thank you. No more I'm putting a ban on open relationships from now on in my community. If I hear you're in an open relationship, I will tell you to break it up. Break up. No more.
And I give it to her. She runs it up. I send a text to her. I go, I want everyone out of the fucking house. I could not be more upset. And
yeah, so
I go out to the garage. It's Minnesota. It's chilly. And I'm sitting there. I got a blanket on because I'm just thinking, like, how do I not go and kill Nick Rekieta? Like, how do I not fucking beat this guy within an inch of his life? I'm not going to make a scene in front of my kids. But the animalistic part of me was like, just pummel him. Just beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
Kayla comes out to the garage. Again, tears in her eyes. And I said, Kayla, this is it. Like, it's got to be that shit or me. Like, I'm out of here. She goes, no, you're right. It has to stop. It's done now. We have to cut it out. We have to be done. It's got to be over. This is too much. We could have killed one of the kids, blah, 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 blah. Yes, wonderful. Thank you. April goes upstairs to be with Nick, to make sure poor Nicky's okay because he feels so bad.
Nick Rekieta needed to be comforted after almost having a child play with a bottle of cocaine. I don't believe that. I don't know if I believe that either. Like, that sounds just like so far-fetched. Like if she's saying I agree these are all horrible things, and then the rest of the story is she went upstairs to comfort Nick. Come on. Come on. Come on, bro. Come on.
About almost killing a 4-year-old. Kayla and I sit there playing board games with the kids the rest of the afternoon until they have to leave. April never once comes down to say a word. I go up to say goodbye to April. Nick and Kayla have left for a little while. I go upstairs to tell April I'm taking the kids. She's sitting in the shower sobbing. Somehow, this has all become my fault because I was mean to her and I told her to leave the house. And how dare you do that? And Nick's really sorry, you know. And I went, you're going to fucking make excuses for him after all this shit.
Imagine, bro. Imagine you find a vial of cocaine next to your 4-year-old, if to be believed. Your wife is nowhere to be found after that, after you have the convo. Then the two people leave who left the cocaine next to your 4-year-old. You go upstairs and your wife is crying in the shower, saying the guy who left the cocaine next to your 4-year-old is really sorry and you shouldn't be mean to him. You're a cock. You are a cock. Your wife liked the Baldo more than your own dick. It's true.
Took the kids back. The rest of that whole night is a blur because it was a disaster. It was filled with fights and screaming and yelling. I know Kayla threw a fucking drink, an iced tea from Popeyes in Nick's face. I know that Nick started hitting himself again like a fucking ape. Oh, I got to tell you the baseball bat story too.
Go ahead.
That was the bullet. That was the bullet story.
Tell us the baseball bat story.
The baseball bat story.
We're out one night. This is where I got to be like Sting. This is exciting.
Okay.
We're out one night. We're coming back. And it's pretty well understood that Kayla and I are going to go upstairs when we get back. Nick and April can do whatever it is they do. But Nick has this weird thing where he wants Kayla to say it. Like he's texting her, what do you want to do when we get back? It's already been established what's going to happen, like what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And Kayla's like, oh, you know, we're going to go hang out upstairs. Who's weird? You mean me or you mean Aaron? And she's like, well, and then it starts this big fight. They start fighting about it via text.
No.
Because he wanted for some, I don't know if it's a sick, weird thing that he's got where she needs to say that she wants to fuck me. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, he's having Nick Rekieta would have Daniel Larson moments. Just punch himself in the face. Ah! Like he's... Like imagine he's just high on cocaine and he's punching himself like Daniel.
But it ends with April and I are upstairs.
Is that how he
shout?
Is that how he got the black eye? That would be like, that would be the perfect thing. If a video, like he's getting arrested by the cops, and before the cops show up, they found him like punching himself in the face, and that's how he gave himself the black eye. That would be funny if that ended up on the body cam footage.
In our front yard, which is fucking embarrassing. You don't want your neighbors hearing a fucking domestic in your front yard. So April and I go out there, and Nick is yelling at Kayla going, hit me, fucking hit me, fucking hit me, fucking hit me. He's screaming fucking hit me at Kayla.
Yeah.
And I get Kayla separated from him. April gets Nick separated from Kayla. And I go, hey, get in the fucking house. Enough with yelling. And he looks at me. He goes, Aaron, you better get the fuck away from me right now. Now, I go about 6'4", 215. Nick's about 6'2", 140. I just got right in his face, laughed at him, and I go, you're not going to do shit.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I know Worski and PPP are trying not to, like, press him super hard at some of this stuff, but, like, I don't believe that for a fucking second. I don't believe that for a second. Nick Rekieta is 6'2", 140. You're like, what, 5'10"? 120 something? Come on. No way. No way you got in his face. I'll believe that. I'm sorry.
And then I walked in the house. He's losing his fucking...
Yeah, I know. PPP did press him, and I give PPP and Warski, like, all the credit in the world for this interview. But, like, there's moments like that where I'm like, this is bullshit.
Mind. So then Kayla gets back in the house. He gets back in the house. Boom, they just start into it again.
Thank you for the subscription.
Just yelling at each other, just blah, blah. At one point, Kayla says to him, and I think she did it to trigger him. I don't know if she was being serious or not, but Kayla says to him, every time I've ever had sex with you, I faked it.
Okay, see, that's the thing. He's like giggling about it, but that is something that a woman would say to piss off a man. Like, that is a thing. Men will say it to women, but women will say it to men. Yeah, I faked it. I faked it the whole time. But I don't believe it when it's coming from Aaron's mouth. I don't believe it.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Nick?
Really?
Oh, he lost his shit.
Well, what did he say to that?
He fucking lost. What are you fucking...
Yeah, but this is like the funny thing, right? Like, this is funny, though. Is that Aaron also had a meltdown when his wife said it on live stream. That she's like, oh, like, all women don't get there or something. And she goes, yeah, you never got me there. And he also had a freak out on them. So, like, I don't get it. I don't get how you are criticizing this. Like, I get it. You're telling a story and all that shit. But, like, I don't get how you have the moral high ground on that one. So I don't know about the falling in love shit. I remember the bathtub stream. Kayla was disgusted by this man. She looked at him with disgust. So I don't know about the falling in love shit. See, yeah, I don't really believe it either. I kind of think it's bullshit as well. But again, we have no idea what happened behind closed doors. We're just being told from the perspective of Aaron what happened. So we can't sit here and go, this is definitively true or whatever. Nick's own lawyer quit on him. I could have swore that Nick's lawyer tweeted that he was like, Nick needs to get help or something.
He's screaming. He's screeching. Of all the things I've ever heard anyone criticize Nick over, questioning his sexual prowess set him off more than anything else. You could have said he was a cokehead who neglects his kids, and he would have went, well, I've read some articles that say, actually, when you do coke when your kids are around,
better.
he would that. The only thing I ever heard was April once said to me that Nick told her, I've never heard Kayla make those noises before when he was downstairs and they were up.
Okay. This is where I do not believe what Aaron's going to say next, okay? Apparently Aaron is such a great sexual monster that he made Rekieta's wife make noises she's never made before. Come on. Chat, do you believe what Aaron's saying here? One's in the chat if Aaron is a sexual god. Number two, if Aaron is definitely making this shit up. I'm curious what the chat has to think.
That Nick told her, I've never heard Kayla make those noises before when he was downstairs and they were upstairs. The night he couldn't perform and we were doing Snow Angels, I guess they had to hear us, which I don't take pride in that. That's not good. I feel bad. Like, that's not something you want to hear. That's a terrible thing to have to experience. But April told me after, she goes, yeah, Nick said he's never heard Kayla make those noises before. And
bullshit. Bullshit. I'm calling like straight bullshit. There's no way. I don't believe that for a minute. I don't believe it. It would be really funny if true, but I don't believe it. Like, I just genuinely don't believe it.
Hey, look, that feels good. So they're fighting, and then
Freudian slip. He said April 1st. True, Bort. True.
I mean, different parts out of context. At one point, Nick says to Kayla, I'm sorry, I'm just not a good enough lawyer. It's like, Jesus.
I think he just wants clout, to be honest. Yes, Sarah. Listen, at the end of the day, Aaron is only doing this because he wants to look like the good guy and get ahead of all of this and reap the rewards of it. I think Null said it best. It's like he knows what he's doing. Like, he's playing the game perfectly on this. Like, I think Null was the one that said it. Like, he is doing perfect to get as much clout as humanly possible off of the Rekieta stuff. So I wouldn't be shocked. Allegedly, Nick would have a hard time getting his dick hard, so took boner pills. I'm not shocked. You're doing methamphetamines, cocaine, and all that shit. Your dick's probably not going to work really well.
My God. What the fuck? He doesn't practice. Okay.
Yeah.
No shit, he wants clout. That's why he started hanging out with the Rekietas. Yeah, I'm not shocked. Kind of random, but do you think I should make a third frog? I mean, yeah, probably.
And I'm sorry, this is the only way I can make a living for us. She was talking about how much she hates his show. I hate your show. I hate that you do it. I hate what it's done to us, this and that. And he's like, I'm sorry, I'm not a good enough lawyer. And I'm like, Jesus fuck. And I'm saying,
I just weirdly don't believe that either. Call me crazy. I weirdly do not believe that Nick Rekieta, with the ego that he has, said the words, I'm sorry, I'm not a good enough lawyer. I don't really believe it.
I got a show in the morning.
That thumbnail is insane. What is that from? That is Nick Rekieta doing blackface in college. Here, I'll show you. I have it saved on my computer because it's really funny. Like, it's really, really funny. Like, that is Nick Rekieta a few years ago doing blackface. I just made it the thumbnail. I was like, you know what? It's too funny not to make it the thumbnail. It's too funny. Free my mans! Free my mans! Child endangerment? No way, bro. He just had 25 grams of coke. Free my mans. Nick ain't do nothing wrong. He was a good lawyer.
Andy Walski makes me proud to be Canadian.
Yeah, Andy's been doing a lot better. He's doing a lot better compared to back in the day. Sober for a long time now. Good for Andy.
I'm like, guys, I want to fucking go to bed. Jesus Christ.
He ain't done nothing. Free my man, Rekieta.
Because April and I are upstairs. April's genuinely concerned. I'm just sitting here going, this is fucking retarded. April and I are 8 years apart. There's a lot of shit that happened where I'm just like, guys, this is embarrassing. We're 40. And April would be like, no, this is serious. We need to talk about it. I've never heard more people reference killing themselves than this group of people when they're...
What the fuck? What? This is the most random thing to out. This is random. There was like no reason to like out this part. It's like, I feel like this is like way over the line.
This is embarrassing. We're 40. And April would be like, no, this is serious. We need to talk about it. I've never heard more people reference killing themselves than this group of people when they're high and like drama happens.
Really?
I feel like that's such a step over the line, bro. Don't want to derail the plan of the show, but I want to mention Dark Fiber made a video where he makes a retarded copyright arguments, mentions Chud. Not shocked. Thank you, Anthony Gordon, Movies and Gaming. What a wild name.
Oh my God, April's like, you have no idea when we were getting divorced. I wasn't around the kids anymore, which, by the way, she left the kids without saying goodbye, left me to have that conversation. So fuck you and your attitude towards the kids. Using it when it's convenient for you, when you're not, you know. But she goes, I've asked Nick to kill me so many times. It's like, well, then you guys all need...
I've asked Nick to kill me many times. Dude, cocaine is a hell of a drug, bro. Like, what the fuck? Again, if it's to be believed, based on what Aaron is saying, okay? Just remember that. Pinch of salt. Pinch of salt.
To go get help, because that's fucking insane.
She's asked Nick to kill her. Wow.
Oh, and then Nick does this motion 5 times a day. when he's fighting with Kayla or he's frustrated about something.
How
I've heard
often does he hit himself in the head like a spasm?
I saw it 3 times. I saw it 3
Just
times.
3 times. Yeah.
3 whole times that this guy has witnessed Nick Rekieta beat the shit out of himself like Daniel Larson. Incredible. Again, if to be believed. Okay.
You saw
So,
it, yeah.
Amazing.
So now Nick, then they start fighting again. April and I go upstairs. We're like, this is fucking exhausting. I finally hear yelling again. I go downstairs. He has Kayla cornered in our half bathroom in the entry. You know how a house where you'll walk in and there'll be a bathroom right away, just a toilet and a sink right away that people can go into? He's got her in one of those smaller bathrooms, and he's got her up against the corner of it, shouting at her. Now, I'm a big enough dude that I can handle a Nick Rekieta with one arm. It's not a big deal.
This dude is such a fucking... Oh, my God. I can handle a dude who's hopped up on cocaine. No big deal. I can just put one arm on a guy hopped up on amphetamines and who's twice my height. Yeah, okay. I don't believe that for a fucking minute. You're going to deal with a guy who's high on cocaine? Do you understand that the adrenaline factor gets played into that when they're high on methamphetamines? Like, yeah, okay, bro. Sure, man. Whatever you fucking say. Whatever you say, man. Like, I don't believe you for a goddamn second, but whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I don't know what he's on. I don't know what the deal is here. So I go out into the garage and I get a baseball bat. I put it between the two of them. I push him aside and I go, get the fuck back. And Nick goes, fuck. And he walks around the kitchen beating himself in the head. And then April looks at me and she goes, you didn't need to bring that baseball bat in, you know.
Oh, God. Yeah, again, if to be believed, you're telling a story that Rekieta pinned your wife to the wall and started yelling. I think Aaron's taller. He said 6'4". I thought he said like 5 something. I don't know. Yeah, get the fuck back. I was thinking the Worski line too. It's like, imagine your wife looking at you and going, you didn't have to take a baseball bat to defend me. Like, this whole situation is crazy. You have a sawed shoe curse, cocaine, swinging, baldos, a polycule, a man who wants to take another man's wife. Like, this has everything that I love in a story. There's no pedophilia. This is awesome. This story has everything. All we need is, like, fraud somewhere.
Like, a fucking 6'2" man is standing over a 5'2" woman. She's crying. He's shouting at her in the bathroom. You're right. You know what? I should have broke his fucking ribs. No, I was fucking Kayla and I went upstairs and I talked to her a little bit. Nick, April consoled Nick, and then I was like, I gotta fucking go to bed. So Kayla went down and talked with all 3 of them, and I got a couple hours of sleep.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You know how I told you that I was a complete gentleman and bought Kayla lovely, thoughtful gifts for her birthday?
Yes.
Well, Nick thought that we should buy April should buy her a sex toy from Pure Pleasure for her birthday.
Would I view this as a movie or a sitcom? It's like a good question. If I had to like submit this, like if I was able to write this story and submit it to like a publication house, would I want this to be a story or a sitcom? Would I want this to be a movie or a sitcom? It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be condensed down. In my opinion, I would look at this as a movie. There's like way too much filler for it to be like a concise television show, right? Like, there's way too much filler. It's like anime level filler shit, right? I could see this being like at the, like, if I put it on television, probably Netflix limited series. Exactly, Soccer. I think I could see it like that, like a high budget Netflix limited series to hit all the important notes. But like for me personally, I would want it to be a movie. Condense it down, make it a 3-hour movie, get fucking Martin Scorsese to direct it. I think it would work. A 3-hour movie directed by Martin Scorsese, I feel like it would actually go pretty well.
What a gentleman. What a gentleman. So I ever tell you that Nick brought a St. Andrew's cross to a hotel?
Wait, what?
Go ahead. Wait, what?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, not the cross story. Not the cross.
Thing, you know, the St. Andrews.
The sex cross?
First time we ever switched partners.
Okay.
Nick wanted to show off his big sex cross that he had, so he fucking packed it.
What is a sex cross? I need to like look at. I know what it is, but I've never seen it. I don't want to put this in my search history. Oh man. How do I even like? Oh. Okay. Yikes. This looks like a torture device. It looks like a torture device. What the fuck? Look at this shit. What the fuck? This looks like a torture device made by the fucking Middle Ages. It bolts into the wall. How do you pack that up? I don't think you can. How do you even take this to a hotel without anyone asking questions? How do you do that? How do you take this to a hotel and nobody asks any questions? Not a single person. You can pack that up. What is it, like fold in on itself? Also, QTV, why do you know so much?
With him when we went out for his birthday in Minneapolis. Like, he brought this big fucking sex cross and then put it up like it was normal. And like, I'm, you know, there's a lot of red flags here as I look back where I went, I should have fucking gotten the shit out of here a long time ago.
No shit.
When there's a giant sex cross in a hotel room.
First floor nearby the exit door. Yeah, probably. But still, like, some bastard must have seen it.
Room. And my,
what
is
was
the sex
going through
cross?
your mind when he unveiled the sex cross?
What is the sex cross?
Was it,
Oh, I used to work at a BDSM dungeon 10 years ago. You have the most interesting stories to tell me, QTV. Thank you for that. Question, 10 years ago. Okay, legitimate question. We're going to derail for a second. It's still on topic, but I have a question to QTV. 10 years ago, did they sell Baldos? Do you know what a Baldo is? Genuine question, dude. 10 years ago, did they sell Baldos back in the day? You know what it is, but did they sell it 10 years ago? Because I feel like that's brand new. What is a Baldo? Google it
I
yourself.
used to work at a BDSM dungeon 10 years ago.
Okay, everyone asking me what a Baldo is, keep the stream on, go search up what a Baldo is, and come back and chat, and then tell me what you think about it, because I am not looking it up.
Just so chat knows, I saw the sex cross on sale at IKEA last week.
What the fuck? Thank you, Bort, and thank you, QTV, for the donos so far. No, it's brand new, but we never called... It's not brand new, but we never called them that. Okay, so there's a variation of a Baldo that has been in circulation in the BDSM community for years, but now there's like a definitive term for it, I guess. Dude, I looked up what a Baldo was. And I was laughing with my friend, and she was like, "What are you laughing at?" And I showed her it, and if you look up what a Baldo is, there's actually an animated video out there explaining how the Baldo works. And it has balls, it has a cock and balls that talks and does informational promotion for the Baldo. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I swear to God, that's a real thing. If you look up the main website, it literally has a cock and balls explaining to you why it's good to own one of these things. It is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. And the sheer fact that Nick Rekieta used it is hilarious.
I can tell you, quote, what my thought was in my head was, why the fuck is there a giant cock-sucking fucking sex cross in the middle of a hotel room?
And then, did he fuck your wife on the sex cross?
Yes, it's a dildo for your balls. Just look it up. Look up a photo of a Baldo. You're going to regret it. But if you're genuinely that curious, look it up.
He didn't. Nobody got fucked on the sex cross that night.
Can I ask, what is the sex cross? What
It's
is
like,
it?
you know the.
Why is it on Amazon? People are learning what the Baldo is in real time.
Bolton family sigil in Game of Thrones?
Sure.
Kind of like that. It's the X.
Just imagine shoving your balls into a mold of a dick and then using it to fuck your girlfriend. Yeah, that's like the weirdest thing ever. It's so fucking gross.
And then
so
you
put somebody
like,
on it. You put some.
Shit.
How weird is it that a safe full of cocaine is the second weirdest thing you bring to a hotel room?
Okay, tell us about some of the other degenerate sex toys that he owned. What else did he have?
I remember April and I walked into their bedroom once, and they were clothed, but they had their sex swing set up, and they were like, "You guys want to try this?" And we're both like, "It's a little, little sudden."
Yeah, can you
at the moment. I
explain
think
like it's a sex swing?
Yeah, it's just you sit in it.
What? Don't ask me if a Baldo feels good. I would never buy one of those fucking things in my life. That is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever heard of. That you're gonna put your balls in a fucking vice. Like, that's the weirdest shit to me. No. I will not. I will never try one of those.
As Kayla described it to me, she goes, "No, Aaron, I sit in it and you fuck me."
Did you fuck her in the sex swing?
I didn't do the sex swing.
Why not?
Just the
I'm just picturing like all these sex toys in Rekieta's house, and he has like 5 kids. It's like probably set up in his room, and the kids are like, "Mommy and Daddy, there's a swing in your room. Can I use?" No, that's terrible. Because there's so much assembly in a sex swing, if I remember from like movies and shit, or like making I think it was South Park that did an episode with it. And they were like, "Oh, my mom has a swing in her house." And it was a sex swing. I don't remember what show it was. But they were like, "It's so many parts. It's so hard to assemble," or something. Bro, that's terrible. That's a terrible thing. 50 Shades of Baldies. Okay.
Opportunity never came up. We were
Well,
always...
it was right there.
No. They set it up, and they took it down after they showed it to us.
Oh, thank God they took it down. They just didn't leave it up in their room. Okay, I was wrong. Thank Christ. Thank Christ they didn't just get lazy and leave it up in their room. Thank God. Thank Christ. You ever want of your dungeon stories I could provide? Eventually, one day. I remember we go through my mom's closet and find something when I was first grade. I believe I found porn stash. One of the things is people hanging off of the hooks. Oh, okay. That's some German level degeneracy.
It wasn't always up. It's not like you walk in there your kids walk in and there's a.
So they hung it on a fucking chain or something, right?
Andy, don't you ever show off your sex swing for your friends?
Yeah.
All right. As you can tell, that is the most of the interview I'm going to do. If you want to watch the whole thing, when Kino Casino releases it on their Clips channel, go watch it. If you really, really want to watch the Kino Casino thing, go watch it. Okay? We need to talk about this now. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. DSP outlives another content creator. Now, DSP hates Nick Rekieta because Nick Rekieta covered DSP's bankruptcy back in the day.
You hear dungeon stories? I can provide.
He what was it? He covered DSP and his bankruptcy. So DSP hates Nick Rekieta. Okay? Really hates Nick Rekieta. DSP beat another creator. Isn't that a little crazy? DSP outloves another... Okay, what is this? Is this my fucking chat AI right now? Are you serious? People are talking about a sex cross that is sold at IKEA. They are discussing how it's called a Baldo and how it's used. Okay, what? Okay. YouTube, what the fuck? God damn it! What the fuck? God damn it. Okay. I want to see what DSP has to say about Nick Rekieta. I want to see it. I need to see it.
Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 66 for May 26, 2024. We are in the midst of the Ultra Member submissions, which are guaranteed to be watched every week. If you become an Ultra Member today, please consider it. And let's see what people have.
Okay, I need to skip to the Nick Rekieta part because I did not. Up here, this is what. I don't want to watch DSP doing a whole reaction to everything. I want to see this. I want to see this. Fuck DSP and his, like, reaction content. It's so fucking terrible. I just want to see what DSP has to say about Nick Rekieta. Oh my God, he does a whole fucking thing.
All right, let's go to it. Let's go to it, and you'll see what I mean.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to go on the record before we...
Look how excited the pig roach is. You can see this big shit-eating grin is. Hold on. I'm going to take a snippet of that real quick. He's so excited. Hold on, I'm going to grab this right here. Okay, look at him. Pig... Oh! Uh-oh. Pig roach is so happy, guys. He's so happy. Look at that smile. Look at him. He's all excited.
We do a couple rules this morning, giving the amount of observers. First, you are to turn off your device so you are muted and turn off your video camera. Second of all,
come on, Phil, talk.
Requests to record this proceeding. Those requests are denied. The rules.
Oh God.
General rules of practice prohibit any recording other than the official record.
They really haven't gotten any of this stuff figured out, have they? It's 2024. I mean, my bankruptcy proceeding was in the year 2020, and they allowed anyone to call into the call and lie about who they were, and it was really messy. Like, there's no security or anything. Here you got people who are like observers are coming in. Ding, 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 ding. Dude, this is supposed to be a...
You're such a retard. This is going to be like half roasting DSP, half laughing at him talking about Nick Rekieta. He's like, oh, they just let like anybody in. Phil, they leaked the Zoom call. People are gonna show up. A while ago, someone in his chat told him to contact Nick about some YouTube stuff, and he said Nick is a YouTuber, not a lawyer. Felton. DSP Felt's Nick Rekieta.
Court proceeding, right? Or an arraignment or something. What the fuck is this? Can you shut that fucking notice off? Like, what is going on?
It's literally just the app, Phil. It's just the app.
In charge, like it's supposed to be like super important legal shit. Why is no one like controlling the situation? Ding 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 ding. It's gonna sound like
it's almost like you got Zoom bomb, Phil. Just think before you speak. Think before you speak, Phil, because nobody wants to listen to you talk except for me right now.
At a grocery store, someone's going through the front door 100 times, right?
Of the judicial branch, which is recorded by a certified court reporter. I imagine that transcripts...
Also, I do wonder, why is this over the internet?
Well, Nick is a non-practicing attorney. He's kind of right. You know, Phil might be right.
Like, everything today is gone back to normal since COVID, right? So why is this being done over the internet like this? I wonder if there's a particular reason. I don't know where this is located. So
can be available. That's under General Rule of Practice 42 or 4.02, Subdivision 5 at Print 5. I need...
Chat, let's get some more memberships than Phil does on his fucking DSP Reacts channel.
To tell everyone that a violation of that rule would lead, could lead to contempt proceedings. We are on the record in 30.
Xylee Raid? Oh, thank you, Xylee. Appreciate it.
4 CR 24. For the record, I have an email. And Madam Clerk, if you can disable that, the buzzing or bell noise each time.
They're not going to disable that, are they?
Court would appreciate.
They're going to leave that shit on.
This is the state of Minnesota versus Nicholas Robert Rekieta. Am I saying that correctly? You told me before.
Yes, sir, Rekieta.
Oh, thank you, Xylee.
December 16, 1981.
Yes, sir.
Currently reside at 1.
Come on, Phil, speak! Speak, Phil!
Wow.
You pig roach!
Oh, wait a minute. They said his whole public address? They doxed him? Now I'm assuming he's already been doxed, right?
Phil! Phil, you're fucking retarded. It's a court proceeding. You're retarded! Phil! Phil! Hear me out. You're an idiot. Yeah, they just doxed his address. They're doing an arraignment. They're doing an arraignment, Phil. This isn't YouTube, Phil. This isn't YouTube at all. This is a court proceeding.
Because that's fucked up to say his address. They said the number, and then they blocked it after he already said the number. What?
Wait, so they didn't dox him, Phil? Thank you, Xylee. They didn't dox him then, Phil. If they blocked out the address, it's not a dox. They didn't put it on the camera. Did they say it in front of all the people in the call? Sure, but they think those people are just random observers, not live streaming it.
What is that? Do you see what I'm saying? This is supposed to be a professional proceeding, and this is how they operate? Just dox the fucking guy? What the fuck?
Okay. Your appearance today is based on 3 counts to a complaint order for detention. The record should reflect that Alex Kornahachi appears for
the YouTuber that stream blocked the number, so the YouTuber did the right thing.
The state of Minnesota. Mr. Rekieta, you are self-representing yourself at this point?
Yes, sir.
Whoa! He's self-representing? What? He got arrested for a drug and a firearm charge, and he is self-representing himself.
Oh, yes, Phil. Phil, I need to hear this. I'm so excited to see the litigious DSP talk about how he should represent, how Nick Rekieta should represent himself. I'm so ready for this.
Well, all I have to say about that
Come on, Phil.
It's got to be a money issue, right? But he could have got a public defender. Maybe he feels the public defender system sucks.
It's a money issue? Phil, what are you talking about? Phil! Yeah, it's a money issue. Rekieta has millions of dollars. He is a lawyer himself, Phil. He's a non-practicing lawyer. Oh, God. I love Phil. I love him. He's doing so great, Verse, he's doing great. What are you talking about? I love when Phil does this shit.
But why in the holy hell? Why would he be defending it? That is an awful idea.
God, fair enough to Phil. The first half of that was completely retarded gobbledygook. Now he's saying, why would he even do that? I agree with Phil. For the first time ever, Nick Rekieta should not be representing himself in court.
Really? That is a terrible, awful idea.
Okay.
You know what? I'll agree with Phil on that one. I'll agree.
One is second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine. This is in violation of Minnesota Statute 152.022, Subdivision 2, Print A, Print 1. The maximum sentence for that count is 25 years in prison and/or a $500,000 fine.
So it was what? Crystal meth? That's what he said. Crystal meth, methamphetamines.
Count.
Is that crystal meth? Is that what methamphetamines is, Phil?
2 is possession of ammunition or any firearm.
Yes, those have the same letters, Phil. After going over all the stupid shit, like the actual, like, sad stuff that is Rekieta's arrest, now we're at the funny part. Crystal meth? Is that what they mean by methamphetamine? Yeah, yes, Phil. Yes.
With the user of controlled substances, this is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days in the Kansas County Jail and/or a
So he had meth and he had a gun on him when he had the meth. The problem isn't that he had the gun. The problem is he had a firearm when he was in possession of the meth. That's the misdemeanor. Okay.
$2,000 fine. Count.
It increases the misdemeanor, Phil. It increases the charge to be higher, Phil.
3, endangerment of a child when present with a sale or possession of a controlled substance. Again, a gross misdemeanor.
Oh, his kid was in the house too? Oh, man, with the drugs?
Yes, Phil. Yes. God damn it. Phil is the next one on practicing lawyer. Phil. Phil, yes. Yes, Phil. That's where the child endangerment's coming from. Yes, Nick Rekieta is going to be representing himself and his wife. Phil is winning. By the way, as much as we're making fun of Phil, Nick Rekieta's downfall is something entirely different. Nick Rekieta is on a downward slope after he shit on Phil. Like, Phil's on an up with this. Phil is so lost, he's thinking of his bankruptcy.
Oh, man.
Maxims.
You want to coke out, Nick, and kill yourself, you stupid motherfucker.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Okay, how is Chat, how do you think DSP is going to react to the randos that started, like, Zoom bombing it? How do you think Phil's going to react to that? I'm very curious. where the guy told Nick Rekieta to kill himself. I'm very excited to see how Phil's going to make his commentary on that.
Oh man,
Maxims.
You know your coke out, Nick, and kill yourself, you stupid motherfucker.
Wow.
Amazing commentary, Nick. Amazing commentary, Phil. You are a reaction master, Phil. You are the greatest reaction channel ever, Phil. It's just incredible. Like, so much to add. Riveting positive content, Phil. Oh god. Phil should get their kids and take care of them. They deserve to be raised by a genius. Yeah. Phil can take over the home duties of Nick Rekieta.
I'm going to warn everyone again. This is a court proceeding.
Wow.
Come on, Phil.
Wow.
Extrapolate.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
That's absolutely unbelievable.
What?
Why is this allowed in a court proceeding? This is a court proceeding. It should be under control. These people are supposed to be fucking professionals, and this is what they allow to happen in a court proceeding. That's fine, right? Oh, I'm going to warn you. No, don't warn. If you don't have it under control, you stop the court proceeding until you have someone competent who works for you to run it. This is a shit show. This is a joke. People can call.
Phil is the greatest businessman of all time. He knows professionalism, guys. Remember. He knows professionalism. Just remember. Yeah, just stop the hearing. Just stop the hearing. Yeah, just do it on a different day. Good job, Phil. Genius idea.
All in and say shit like that in his court proceeding?
Insane shit like that. It's just a dude telling somebody to kill themselves. Relax, Phil.
Right now, I'm not kidding you. These people should all be fired who are involved in this right now. That should be immediately, because that happened, immediately they all should be fired. Everyone involved. That's completely unprofessional. That should not be allowed to happen.
Yeah, the judge should be fired. The county clerk should be fired. The prosecutor and the defendants should be fired. Yes, Phil. Everyone needs to be fired. Like, you nailed it. You nailed it on its head. Yeah, fire the judge. Because somebody hacked it, like, got a hold of the Zoom code and posted it. Yeah, it's all the judge's fault. These courts should get with the times. I agree with that, but he's trying to say they should all be fired. Like, what the fuck?
At all.
If you were in a courtroom with me, I would remove you. So, any violation of that will be removed. Ms. Block?
Judge, I just disabled people the ability to unmute themselves, so I will work to unmute people as they need to speak to the court this morning.
All right, thank you. Aside from Mr. Rekieta and Mr. Kornahachi, no one needs to at this point. Lastly, I think I was saying that the count 3 gross misdemeanor
Phil.
has a maximum
God,
sentence of
so
364 days and or $3,000 fine. Mr. Rekieta, you understand what you've been charged with? And second question, the maximum sentences associated with each count?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, I don't mean to insult your intelligence given you are an attorney, but it's important that I know that you understand your rights here. First of all, you are presumed to be not guilty of these charges.
Phil, say
It is the state, not you, that has to prove
say something. Phil, please. Just say something. Say something. Like, it's actually aggravating me.
Alleged in the complaint with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right to trial by jury.
He got $6 in tips for this.
All members of the jury would have to agree that the state had met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt before you could be convicted. You have a right to counsel. You have a right to represent yourself, of course.
What I'm curious, so I don't know anything about what happened. I just know he got arrested. So, I'm assuming this was been found in his house.
I'm very curious where. So Phil, again, remember, Phil doesn't know anything. He never knows anything, but apparently he knows everything about, like, YouTube drama, but he hates YouTube drama, so remember that. I want to see if Phil's able to actually guess. I'm curious if Phil can guess exactly what's happening here. I really need to know.
What happened? I just know he got arrested. So,
okay.
I'm assuming this was been found in his house. They found him in possession of these. There's no way he's driving around with that many drugs on him, right? So that means that there was probable cause to enter his house and search for drugs. So what happened, right?
Okay,
this guy's
Phil.
a professional streamer, right? He streams all the time. So what gave the police the right to go in his house, look for drugs, and they found him and arrested him? I wonder what happened.
Well, he wasn't driving around with it, so they must have found it in his house. Yes, Phil. Yes, Phil. They found it in his house. Yes, Phil. You know what? He got close. I gotta give him some credit. He got like really, really close, Phil. Like really, really close.
If there's a trial, you could give your side of the story and testify but you also have the right to remain silent. Indeed, you don't have to prove anything, so you don't have to say anything. If you remain silent, the judge can't make a comment about that.
Masterful command of the language. Phil reads the dictionary every night. He knows how to articulate his words in such a way that normal people think he sounds stupid. We need to not make fun of Phil.
The prosecutor can't make a comment about that, nor can the jury take that into consideration. You have a right to confront, challenge, or cross-examine anyone who testifies against your interest.
His pastor told the cops, is this true? His pastor told the cops, allegedly. So, but how did the pastor know what he had in his house? Unless he confessed, maybe he went to confession and he told his priest, and his priest then told the cops? Huh.
You have a right to call witnesses.
Phil, this is why you shouldn't do reactions to stuff if you don't know anything, because from what is being gathered so far is that the kids already go to a school that is handled by the church, which means that one of the pastor may have saw how the kids have been acting, may have asked them, got that information, called a wellness check-in, or went in as a mandatory report. Again, we don't know, but it's like really funny that DSP just doesn't know a fucking thing and just automatically assumes, yeah, Rekieta totally implemented himself to a fucking priest.
And the power of subpoena.
By the way, this video is incredibly long. I'm not watching 15 more minutes of it. I'm just trying to figure out, like what is of interest here exactly? I don't know what happens in this arraignment. So I don't actually know.
All of the state's discovery before trial.
Phil, then why are you watching it? Why? Wait a minute. Why are you watching it? Wait.
It's incredibly long. I'm not watching 15 more minutes of it. I'm just trying to figure out, like what is of interest here exactly? I don't know what happens in this arraignment. So
what is of interest here? Phil, this guy was arrested for felony drug possession with unlocked gun in his home with magazines around, cocaine, methamphetamines, ketamine, ecstasy. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Phil? Chris sent me this. Yeah, no, verse, I got you, bro. I got you. I got you, verse. This is too funny not to talk about on Shot from the Point today. It's too funny not to send to Tommy.
I don't actually.
Hold on. If you need the timestamp verse, he starts at 9:38. 9:37 is like when it officially starts.
Actually, no.
All of the state's discovery before trial, and including exculpatory.
Phil hoped he could get some sweet clout by talking about this. Well, the thing is like people were like, yeah, DSP, the king wins again because another YouTuber fall that talks shit about him. But like, he doesn't even know what the fuck's going on. Like, this is like the worst reaction to this.
Information and evidence. And at the end of the day, if you think the court made some mistakes or a jury made some mistakes, you have a right to appeal. Any questions about those rights as I've explained them?
No, Your Honor.
This is a Rule 5 hearing. Sometimes we'll call it a bail hearing. We'll set this for a Rule 8 hearing. Under the rules, you have the right to have that hearing within 14 days of today's hearing, but you could waive that as well, given...
was Nick selling? So there was no confirmation that Nick was selling cocaine. What they did see is that he has scales in the house, and drugs were found on the scale, or at least testing the scale, right? So the thing is, and at least in New York, from what I was told, and I don't know if this is like a fucking like rumor that I was told when I was like smoking weed and shit, but if you have a certain amount of drugs and a scale, or even any sort of amount of drugs and a scale, and the police raid you, see the scale with the drugs, that is enough probable cause for them to kind of like hit you with intent to sell. That's at least what I was told when I was like 18 to like 23, but I don't know if that's like 100% accurate. So that's why they're saying intent to sell. Plus, he had 25 grams of coke with a scale. That is enough cocaine that you could parse you could parse that out and sell it to other people. Like you could if you really wanted to.
Your right to seek counsel if you so choose. Do you want this scheduled within 14 days, Rule 8?
No, Your Honor, I'd like to waive that. We can combine it into a contested omnibus hearing.
All right, so we could, for today's purposes, combine Rule 5, Rule 8?
Yes, sir.
So apparently there were 2 hearings, but he wants to combine them into one super hearing, so he doesn't have to do this again. Which, considering the fact that the guy is insanely trolled on the internet, as you can see, is happening. I guess that kind of makes sense.
Oh God, God damn it, Phil. You had to bring up the trolls. You couldn't help yourself. You couldn't help yourself. You know, this guy gets like extremely trolled. I'm starting to feel sympathetic towards him. One super hearing. Oh God. Sorry, I'm having like Medicare coughs right now. I need to stop smoking. I need to stop smoking. Yo, what's up, Ethan Ralph?
He just wants to get this over with now.
And before you ask for a speedy, you want to hear what the state is requesting as far as these conditions?
Yes, I'd like to hear what the state is requesting.
I didn't say it, but you also have the right to have me read the complaint today.
No, maybe right, sir.
All right, very well. Mr. Kornhachi, what is the state requesting as far as release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is requesting $50,000 unconditional. In the alternative, we would agree to RPR with standard drug conditions, which would include no use, random testing, no use and possession of firearms, contact probation as directed, don't leave the state without permission from the court, remain law-abiding, keep in contact with probation, and other standard conditions.
So $50,000 bond. Then he has to also stay clean. Random drug testing, cannot have a firearm. And
thank you, Phil. Thank you for describing what just happened. Thank you, Phil.
That's it. That's all they want. They're not going to give him any jail time. Is that what they're saying?
They're not giving him any jail time. Dude, it's just the procedural start of this.
Mr. Rekieta, any objection to those conditions?
I object to the $50,000 bail. I think it's unduly burdensome in violation of the Eighth Amendment.
What?
Probably another HIV positive degenerate like Mr. Medicare. Hence the coughing. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ralph.
All right, what about the condition?
It's a bail hearing, Phil. It's literally a bail hearing. I can't with Phil.
Did he say? What did he say? He's rejecting the bail. It's in violation of his 8th Amendment. Is that what he said? His microphone is terrible in this room. You can't hear what he's saying. I can't understand what he said.
Release condition.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's this thing called rewind, Phil.
Sound fine.
The release conditions sound fine.
All right, the court will set unconditionally amount of $50,000, cash or bond. Conditionally, you'll be released on your own personal recognizance. In all instances, you need to be law-abiding and show up for all your court appearances. Conditions are as follows.
Okay, there's some confusion in the other chat. I read that as this is personal recognizance bond. In other words, he doesn't need to post anything except he has to be subject to the conditions. And he did because he didn't object to the conditions. I think that's what he's doing here. So I don't think he has to post anything. That's the way I read it. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Abstain from the use of alcohol or any mood-altering chemicals not prescribed by your physician. That will be subject to random testing. So the court will order that.
So no alcohol, no drugs, random testing.
Thank you, Phil.
You meet with probation.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Riveting commentary, Phil. Incredible. The judge literally just said all of those things, and Phil's like, yeah, so he can't do those things. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, thank you, Phil. I didn't hear what the judge said at all, Phil.
Upon your release, sign their agreement and cooperate fully. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms of any nature, or be in the presence of anyone with a firearm or dangerous weapon, and do not leave the state of Minnesota without prior approval of the court. Any questions about those release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, did you say 50 or 15,000?
50,000. 50. Okay, let me ask this. Do you still want a speedy omnibus, or can it be scheduled in normal course?
Be scheduled in normal course, Your Honor.
Very well. Madam Clerk, do we have a date for that?
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm just going to interrupt. This is Katie Block, the court administrator. Do you want this next hearing to be in person or remote?
In person.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr.
Come on,
you
Phil.
said contested,
Come
right?
on. Come on.
Okay,
Come on,
so yes,
Phil.
in person.
Come on. What do you have to say about the in-person, Phil? You said something about this being trolled, filled already. That's an opportunity for you to... Phil, I'm going to teach you how to do a reaction, okay? You hear something like that, you go, okay, well, obviously, the Zoom call, they don't want more trolls to show up. But even if it's in person, there's a potentiality if it goes to public court that more trolls are going to show up to that. And in person, they don't really... It's a lose-lose situation. That's all you have to say, Phil. Just something. Add some commentary to it. Something that isn't already been said. Like, it is so easy.
All right, I'm bored. That's it. Like, I've seen enough. There's really nothing that we're seeing here. It doesn't, this didn't really add anything, right? It's kind of like, okay. So, basically, he got arrested. We don't know the truth because it's not said in this court hearing.
That's, Phil, this is where you look up the police reports that are all over Twitter right now. Maybe look up the Fox News article, Phil. Maybe, like, extrapolate further on the situation, Phil.
Right, or at least what we're watching. We don't know how it led to him being caught with all of this methamphetamine, but he had meth, a firearm, and a kid all in the house at the same time, which is a big no-no. And
he has 5 kids.
Because of that, he's in big trouble. And it sounds like he's probably going to have to pay a lot of money, and he's going to have his random testing going on for liquor and drugs moving forward. They're going to have a hearing. Like, this isn't even close to being done, correct? Like, there's going to be follow-up hearings and things. But I wonder if he's going to be, like, if there's going to be a trial or if he's going to be sentenced to any jail time. It doesn't sound like it, though, right? It sounds like those conditions are that he just has to stay clean. And as long as he stays clean and doesn't have a firearm, he's good, right? From what I can understand, maybe. But again, I don't know anything about this, you know? I don't even know. Honestly, I don't know why this was submitted because it's not like I can really add anything to it.
I don't. Why do you pay me money and submit me things that I will react to, guys? You know, I've talked about Nick Rekieta before. It's crazy that you would send this to me like it's important. It's almost like this is the thing everyone's talking about, Phil. Like, God damn it.
I'm not a legal expert or anything like that. If anything, the one thing I got out of it is that literally none of these courts are ready for anything on the internet. None of them should have it because they all just act like it's just going to be fine, and then the trolls start going in and mess it all up. Like, this is a crappy shit show. The fucking noise keeps going off. People are fucking, insulting the guy, Nick. It's like, geez. I thought this was a professional court hearing, right?
But he is
and I've had
also
some experience with
probably
it.
the only person who is immune to the magic and / solitude demon Talpa.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay? I genuinely don't believe that Phil is immune to it. I think it would actually make his life even worse if he got a hold of the Sonichu medallion. I don't believe that he would be immune to it. I think I'm maybe the one person that's only said this so far. He is not immune to the Sonichu medallion. Like, yeah, he has his own curses and shit, but, like, I don't think the Sonichu medallion curse is going to negate just because it's DSP. I don't know. Well, he's got to get a hold of one. we have to get him to have one.
It's 4 years ago myself, right?
Oh, God.
It's ridiculous.
He's making it about
okay,
himself.
so I'm being told those are his bail conditions.
Yes,
The
Phil.
court case is ongoing.
Yes,
The maximum
Phil.
sentence he can be sentenced to is 25 years for the drug charges.
Yes,
But
Phil.
Basically, the way for him to stay out of jail is for him to give those conditions, and then he's out on bail until his court proceedings. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. All right. Again, I don't know why that was really submitted. Sadly, there's not much I can really add to it.
Phil, you start looking up other things. Oh, I have no idea why that's happening. Okay, here, let me Google Nick Rekieta and see what pops up. Oh, there's a Fox article about the exact situation that happened in full breakdown of what the police saw. Maybe I should look up the police report that's currently on Twitter. Phil, you suck at this. You fucking suck. Like, oh, God. God damn it, Phil. You fucking suck. Why is he reacting to shit if he has no idea what goes on? I don't know.
To say I don't know anything about it. I wish him the best and his family. It's awful that this has happened. Obviously, and a lot of people love it when people get into awful places, right? They want to dance on the grave. They want to revel in the downfall of others. And a lot of people have said to me, Bill, aren't you happy that this has happened to him because he covered your bankruptcy and said awful things about you during your bankruptcy? No, absolutely not. I wish him the best. I hope that he recovers.
Okay, if you don't wish anything bad for him, you wouldn't cover it. You would just be like, oh, well, you know, I don't have any ill intent. Never said it in the beginning. Didn't clarify anything. Somebody said it to him and he just magically pulled it up because someone paid him to do it. You're secretly happy. You're secretly happy, Phil. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to the audience. Don't lie to the detractors and the trolls who hate you. Don't lie. Come on, Phil.
I hope that he comes back clean, sober, and that him and his family have a great life. That's what I wish for them. I don't want anything bad to happen to people. Ridiculous, right? People just want to see other people have downfalls on the internet. It's messed up. I don't support that whatsoever. But I don't cover shit like this. The only reason I'm watching this is because it was submitted, and again, I don't really know what you expected to hear from me.
Then why did you watch it, Phil? if you don't want to do negative content, don't do it. Don't watch it. Don't make a comment on it. Just move on. Like, I fucking hate Phil.
Or get out of this, because I don't want people to be hurt. I want people to have good, happy lives, you know? I really hope that he turns things around, and I wish him the best. All right? There you go. All right. That's this part of DSP versus the internet.
I'm literally going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. That was the worst reaction to the Nick Rekieta thing I've ever fucking seen in my life. Oh, God. It's so bad. Check this out. What is this? Nah, he's going to strike me. I'm not playing that game. I will maybe make a Tipster AI video of that section, but I'm not pulling up anything involving Dark Viper AU right now. I'm just not doing it. I'm just not going to do it. He pulled a Sniper Wolf. I wouldn't even say he pulled a Sniper Wolf. Like, Sniper Wolf is way worse with it than he is. Like, way worse. Way fucking worse. So, like, Phil's just bad at content creation in general. Like, Phil is dog shit at everything he does. It's just so bad. I'm sorry, Phil. I'm not doing positive content on you. It's not positive, Phil. I know. It's not positive. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, man. Here we go. This is... All right, we're done with the Rekieta segment, okay? We're done with the Rekieta segment, okay? We need to talk about this. Now, I'm going to get a water first. I'm going to go grab a water, and then I'll literally be right back. Yeah, just give me a second. I'm just going to be right back. Woo! Okay, you guys are just fucking writing 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. Okay, bro. Okay. So, I kind of need to explain this situation a little bit to you guys, because I don't know how many of you are aware of this situation. Now, how I found out about it is that Brandon Buckingham put out a tweet, okay? This tweet is in concert with a content creator known as In Praise of Shadows. Now, from what I understand, that they are a horror content creator, much in the Wendigoon sphere of things, but not really, because Wendigoon's like actually a good content creator, and he's actually entertaining, versus this guy who fucking sucks, okay? Like, this dude... I've seen the clips of this guy. This guy is like if Noah Samson was made in some form of what's the word I'm looking for? If Noah Samson was cloned, this would be like the retarded, like the kid that failed the cloning process. And then in LA, they just drained him out of the vat and threw him into the streets. Like, this is like the most retarded Noah Samson clone you will ever experience in your life. I'm warning you now. So Brandon Buckingham puts out this tweet. In a desperate attempt to make Wedigoon look bad for being friends with me, this overweight loser described me as a gun YouTuber who's been accused of threatening rape, which is just wrong. It is full-blown false. The information that is in that section is unequivocally a lie.
Show us the results of your sunbathing. How much longer will stream go for?
I don't know.
Loving it.
We're just going. We're just going until I feel like stopping. But like this is a straight lie. He repeats a lie, if you don't know, about what SteelToe said about Brandon Buckingham. Brandon and SteelToe were in a beef, and SteelToe accused Brandon of saying he was going to rape his girlfriend. It was a complete lie. Utter lie. And SteelToe perpetuated said lie. And then this idiot repeated the said lie. There's also parts in this video of just complete falsehoods about Wendigoon and other content creators. This guy wants politics to be a part of the horror genre community that Wendigoon kind of like populates in so bad. He is a jealous, vindictive, broke bitch that is mad that other people that don't believe the same things that he believes creates a toxic sphere in the horror community, which I never hear anything bad from the horror community. I really don't. In context to like the Wendigoon people that just keep to themselves, the only person that I know is like bad is like Plagued Moth. But that's like gore horror, whatever the fuck that's called. I wouldn't even put Plagued Moth in the same level of like Wendigoon and others. So like the horror community is the most, in my opinion, one of the more less problematic communities on the platform. Everyone just exists in concert with each other and leave each other alone. So this guy wants to be and wants it to be more politically aligned with what he wants. He wants more of a liberal horror community, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. You are going to make the horror community political? For what reason? For what reason? What is the point of that? Who cares about politics in the horror community? Who cares? Nick just did an update. Where? Is it on Twitter that Rekieta said something? Please tell me no. I don't see it. I'll deal with it later. But this is the thing, okay? This guy is a full-blown malicious actor. I genuinely believe that, and I am stating that. I believe, for me and my opinion of this individual, they are a full-blown bad faith actor. And they are somebody that wants to mold a community to what they think it should be so they don't get made fun of and lose money. This dude complains that he only makes $500 an upload. Get a job. Get a fucking job and do content creation on the side until the channel becomes profitable again. Get a job. It's pathetic.
As a member of the horror community, off with him.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, he knows, lol. He cut out the section out of the video. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Thank God Bo Blacks gave me the original raw cut. So we're going to go through this video. We're going to skip around a little bit because some parts are completely bullshit. But we'll see what it is. He uploads once a month, Tamer. Once a month, and he only made $500 off of residual views and a recent upload. That is terrible. That is terrible revenue. I hate this fucking intro.
You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. And if you wish to stay...
You only need the Bo Blacks cut and the part where he yells at commenters that tell him he's wrong, LMAO. I want to see the whole thing. Like, genuinely, Verse. I want to watch the whole thing. I want to see where the build-up goes to. Because I heard that the video was, like, kind of interesting, and then it went into complete craziness. That's what I heard.
Stay here under my jurisdiction. You will toe the line as I see fit, for your sake as well as mine. You have a very evil mind, Aunt Phoebe.
I will admit, I like the editing so far.
Over the weekend, February 16th through the 18th, I traveled to Concord, North Carolina to attend this year's Mad Monster Party, which was far and away the most redneck and unprofessional convention that I'd ever been to in my life. There was...
He starts off the video being like, yeah, I went to a horror convention. It fucking sucked. Everyone who put it together sucked. Which other creators have done that, where they've gone to conventions and they think it's shitty. But the problem is why he's going... So the problem is he's going to explain why it's shitty. Okay? Why it's shitty. And you're going to sit there and go, what the fuck are you talking about?
Operating at this level of scale. The only thing that I could really compare it to for you is that it felt like something that was being run by that guy at your local small-town comic book store that had somehow gotten out of hand. The reason for my visit was due to a large amount of negative attention.
Fuck. All right, so this is bad. I need to download this. Download anyways. Oh, I thought I could do this without doing this. No. It seems like it's going to be a problem. How's the download doing? 2 minutes? Fuck. I messed up. I thought this would work because I just left it open the entire time. I literally left it open the entire time hoping that it would just autofill and like be allowed to be played. I left it on for hours. Yeah, I should have downloaded it. That was my fault. My fault. My fault, chat. My fault. Oh, well. We're just going to have to wait a minute. It's 3 hours. It's 3 hours. This whole video is 3 fucking hours. Of pure AIDS. Boo this man? Yeah, boo me. I don't care. Throw tomatoes. I get it. I should have downloaded it before. I thought the player would work because I left it up all day. But I guess not. I guess not. I took a gamble and failed, chat. It's only 54 seconds left. See, this is how you should do a reaction, Phil, if you ever watch me. Here's the Rekieta update. All right, while we're waiting, we'll do a Rekieta update. Oh. A new live chat. Hey, old chat is old. Here's a new one because I probably buried the old one. Lady R and I are doing okay at the moment. Thanks for the well wishes. There's a lot being said and a lot being said that should be addressed at some point. Let me say this. Stories will always make more complicated.
The Breadtuber being classist is the most Breadtube thing ever.
True. Complicated as they sound, life is always more complex than it looks. Online chatters must, however, take a backseat to my current legal matters. Thank you for all believing in me, or at least supporting while you watch this unfold. I will be doing a stream soon, but it probably won't be today. I'll try and keep posting updates and when appropriate. Again, see you soon. He's gonna do a live stream about this? Oh, we're stream sniping the shit out of that. We are stream sniping the shit out of that.
Was well over half a mile away from the event.
Okay.
It was well over half a mile away from the event.
Yeah, he posted that on locals. Okay, so now we have the video. We're ready. We're ready now. We're ready, chat.
And that they had arranged no shuttle services whatsoever, meaning that I had to walk down a dirt trail that had large rocks in it in the February cold to get back to their main building, which, you know, was fine for me. I'm in relatively good health, but you can't expect all guests who want to attend your public event to be able to physically do that. At night, I then had to walk the same trail back to my car in pitch black darkness, which is just a lawsuit waiting to happen. I'm not someone to ever actually make a complaint about something like that, but the reality of the situation is that not providing shuttle services to guests who can't walk when you make them park so far away immediately makes you seem totally unprofessional. When I finally...
That's such a weird criticism. Yeah, they made us park really far away, so the whole event was dog shit. Like, yeah, the whole event was dog shit because I had to walk far. This is going great already.
I got inside to purchase a weekend ticket at the front desk. They tried to put a paper wristband on me. I tried to clarify saying that I didn't want a day pass, I wanted the weekend pass. And they said that that was the weekend pass. I asked if they didn't have any security badges, which are the norm for essentially any con of this size, and they said no. They instead expected me to wear this paper wristband at all times for 3 days straight. By the second day, it was falling apart because I had taken a shower and it became very soggy and uncomfortable to wear.
If they gave you a okay, this is me nitpicking. I'm already nitpicking. If you've been to any concerts, events, anything, right? and they give you a paper wristband, don't go in the shower with it. Stick your arm out and keep it dry. It's not really hard. I feel like you're just retarded, but you know, I feel like you're autistic as shit. But I that's me nitpicking. I've just been to enough concerts. I've been to enough festivals. I've been to enough of that shit to like know if they give you a paper wristband, just don't get it wet. And if it's raining outside, try your hardest. But like, come on.
There were no posted schedules of the events anywhere in the building. I asked the front desk if they had any printed flyers or brochures of when the Q&A events were going to be held, and they told me no. They had nothing printed, and that the only way to find out what time things were happening was to go to the Mad Monster website and find their schedule there. At their Q&A events, the first 10 rows of the auditorium were reserved for VIP ticket holders only. The problem with that is that next to nobody purchased the VIP tickets, which resulted in the celebrities being separated from the audience by 10 mostly empty rows, really killing any kind of ability for the guests to build any kind of energy with the crowd, resulting in the panels being painfully awkward at times. Also because the guests were not actually really that famous, which we're gonna get to. The audience often
The actual fuck does this section have to do with Wendigoon? We're getting to that. We're getting to that. We need to like, we need to build up to that, okay? We need to see what his position is and how it leads into Brandon Buckingham, Wendigoon, or some ordinary gamers and the rest of them. We need to see the schizophrenia develop in real time, Mr. Gamer. We need to see the schizophrenia develop in real time.
didn't have any questions for them because they didn't know who they were. So most of the Q&As only lasted for about 20 minutes or so, even though they had all been scheduled for an hour. I didn't eat before I got there the first day and expected to buy a snack at some point while
That's your fault. Hold on. You're going to complain about snacks? That's your fault. You should have ate before going there. Who the hell doesn't eat when they go to a con or a concert? Why would you spend the extra money at the food there? Have you never been to a convention? Why would you buy the food there? It is marked up higher. What is the point? Eat when you're... Don't eat at the con. This sounds like a child. Yeah, I didn't eat food, and I was very upset that they didn't have good food. Eat the food before you go.
I was there, and was very upset to learn that there was only an alcohol stand in the convention floor, and no food whatsoever. So I didn't end up eating until about 10 p.m. later that night.
That's your fault. Walk out of the convention center, go find a McDonald's, and get some goddamn food.
The next day, I did actually learn that there was a food area for the con set up in the lobby of the hotel next to the convention center, but there were no signs telling you of this, and it was very much hidden. Luckily, the first night after having a late dinner, I could relax in the indoor pool that my hotel was advertised as having, which was just magnificent. Although, I guess I can't blame that on Mad Monster. Now, okay, first off, the argument should be made that even if the past 10 years of his life had not happened, should Kevin Spacey himself be the headlining guest at a horror convention in the first place?
Wait a minute. He was complaining about the event, complaining about the event, doesn't even transition well into it, and just goes... Should Kevin Spacey be allowed here? And it's like, whoa, what the fuck? There's no build-up. It's just, yeah, this convention sucks. How do you feel about Kevin Spacey? It's like, you should go to the convention in Google Maps and look at nearby food. Like, how do you... This is a terrible transition. This is the worst transition into another topic.
Most people, if you ask them what horror movie Spacey had been in, would probably space on an answer, which that answer being is that he has been in exactly one horror film, Seven, which was the primary visual theme of the convention, as they really emphasized that they had gotten Spacey as a guest by having all of the staff at the convention being marked by having these bright red shirts on them that read, "What's in the box?" The photo ops with him were a staged event with a desert backdrop, where you could get on your knees in front of Kevin Spacey, with your head through a hole that they had cut in a cardboard box that he was holding. You can't actually make that up. People were lined up for hours over the course of 3 days to pay Kevin Spacey, whose assets are estimated to be worth between 16 and 20 million. 300...
What? Why does that even matter? People paid money to go meet Kevin Spacey. Wait a minute. He's known for the movie Seven in the horror community. He goes to an event that he gets paid to go to, and people pay money to go meet him and to do a bit where he holds a box with your head in it. And people paid money for that, and then you move into his net worth. What does that have to do with the event? It sounds like you're just trying to shame these people for paying Kevin Spacey or paying the event to meet Kevin Spacey. Oh, he has a net worth of like $20 million. Okay. And there's a bunch of people that do that. There are left-leaning like super leftoid actors like Mark Ruffalo that does that shit. So I don't get why you brought that up, but I forgot. You're a lefty. You're like a communist freak. I forgot that.
Each to get on their knees in front of him after the announcement in January of his inclusion at the convention. Mad Monster, as most people sadly do when they are being publicly criticized, refused to cancel Spacey's appearance, instead deciding to double down and buckle up for a rough ride. They stopped posting on their Twitter and locked all of their comments, instead deciding to focus their promotion on the more pedestrian and less socially vocal social media platforms, like Facebook and Instagram. On those platforms, they reportedly began to block anyone who said something negative about their decision or the convention, one of which was the drag queen Naomi Monroe, according to WCCB Charlotte. One fan of the convention who had been going for years named Will Kinsler, who you may know as being involved with sports video games, was blocked by the Mad Monster page for expressing his concerns, and would later tell reporters, "I was dumbfounded, right? Shocked. I was disappointed immediately. It doesn't make me interested in attending this time or ever again. To invite somebody..."
Okay, so what? If they blocked him because he was being annoying, so what? To invite somebody with all sorts of sexual allegations of sexual misconduct surrounding them. So allegations, or was he convicted on those? Because if he was convicted on those, little bit of a different situation.
New donation from the Gavin Witch.
But if it's just allegations and there's no definitive situation happening, come on. Come on. Bro, if this dude heard of Blue Ridge Fest 2023, he'd have a heart attack where people legitimately got scammed and people were passing out from the lack of water in the heat on the concert grounds. Yeah, he definitely would. Thank you for the $5 tip, Gaming Witch. Appreciate you. I'm confused. He said the name of horror movie he's been in off the top of your head.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
You said to name a horror movie he has been in off the top of your head, to which he then shifts to Kevin Spacey only have been in say 7N, which is famous.
Yes, exactly. He's trying to downplay it. He's like, well, Kevin Spacey's not a horror actor. That's the argumentation he's going with. He's like, this event brought Kevin Spacey. For me, personally, he's not a horror actor or been in enough horror movies to fit my definition as somebody that could go to a horror con. That's the argument he's making. But Kevin Spacey's in a famous fucking horror movie. So it kind of just defeats the purpose. What is Diorio talking about? What did you send me, Gaji? What?
End your mewing streak for...
Okay. Okay. I'm not pulling that up. What the fuck? Allegations are evidence. Mama Max, Flamenco, Mama Max, bunch of people. The entire video is online left political preaching. If you're trying to figure out his idiot words, start there. Yeah, no, I know where it's going, verse, but I'm trying to argue the schizophrenia. I'm going to argue against the schizophrenia because I am a masochist and I like to make fun of schizophrenics.
With these sorts of allegations of sexual misconduct surrounding them into what feels like our home of our community. You know, it was really concerning. It feels like a bit of a betrayal, right? I just wanted to tell them I don't think this is right and I don't like it. And now they've kind of taken my voice away from me. I'd hate for people to see...
Taken my voice away from me. They blocked you.
Whoa! Allegations are evidence. Mama Max.
They blocked you. Took your voice away? Were you like being handled on a civil rights level, or r/YouTube drama is targeting Muda's company? What? One Up, Shady Moisturizer, owned by Gamer from Mars, Oompaville, Call Me Carl, Some Morning Gamers. Is it a scam? Fake review uncovered. You've got to be shitting me. You got to be fucking shitting me. They're trying to go after a company that multiple YouTubers own and operate because they just don't like Muda. Are you fucking joking? You know what? What did I expect from people like this? What did I expect from the people that defended Keffels? What do I expect from the people that are totally pro this retard? Like, what did I expect? What did I expect? Should I expect fair play? No. I should always expect underhanded bullshit.
This, that don't know and feel like we're a different kind of community than we are, and that we would welcome somebody in our community that's accused of doing these things that he's doing is disappointing for me. That somebody might find that that is a reflection on us, and I want people to know that that's not the case at all. They would also delete any negative comments on their posts so that it looked like everyone universally supported what they've been doing. They posted a clip from House of Cards onto their Facebook page, where Frank Underwood confronts a homeless man who has been accused by the police and is suffering from a psychotic episode where he tells him, "Nobody can hear you. Nobody cares about you. Nothing will come from this." They also posted on their Instagram...
It's kind of based from the convention center.
...story an image of Spacey with the text, "Nobody cares about you." One major convention manager of a different event, who will go unnamed here, criticized their decision by saying, "As convention organizers, it's so important that we look at the big picture. People watch us. They watch what we're doing and who we put our dollar behind. Hiring on performers and celebrities is an endorsement, not just of them."
It's not an endorsement. It's not an endorsement. It's literally hiring a guy to do an appearance. An endorsement is going, yeah, Kevin Spacey groping that gay dude's crotch, we're totally for. That's an endorsement. Okay? That's an endorsement. That's you being okay with what he is being alleged of. Bringing him on to sign things and take photos is not an endorsement. Shut up.
But of what they've done over their lives. Another convention called Days of the Dead posted on their social media a great little piece announcing that Ian Wyatt would be at their event in January, saying that he was going to be the only Predator.
Oh my god, what is this? What is this? Even after deleting the Wedigoon segment of his video and making a Twitter thread apologizing, he didn't apologize! We're gonna go over the Twitter thread later, but he didn't apologize. He kept taking shots at people in the Twitter thread. I hate this fucking subreddit. If any of you retards, if I find any of my fucking community engaging on this subreddit in the way that they do and are like agreeing with anyone in there, you're being insta-banned. I will put your fucking handle like out there. I'll be like, Dicksucker69 is a part of the YouTube drama subreddit. Like, I'm kidding. I won't do that. Yeah, no, these people are schizophrenically retarded.
At Days of the Dead.
Hi, everybody. It's Kevin Spacey here, your mad monster, coming to Concord, North Carolina, February 16th through the 18th. That's right, all 3 days, and I'm looking forward to getting there. Also, while I got you, I just want to take a moment and thank all my fans for all your support through all these years. It's meant so much to me, and I hope you can make it, because it'd be nice to meet in person.
And the thing about all of this is that for security reasons, Spacey was never once actually seen on the convention floor itself. He did not have a table, he did not take selfies, he did not do a Q&A. It was like he wasn't even there. They just had him locked in the back like he was the fucking Wizard of Oz, for staged photographs, because anything else could have exposed him to uncomfortable questions. And to that...
I feel like you're just reading into it. They kept him off the floor because he's still considered like an A-list celebrity, first. Second, with these allegations out, if somebody tries to do something on the convention floor, like attack him, that's probably why he wasn't on the convention floor. You are really trying to make it out like this convention covered up for Kevin Spacey and completely endorses everything he's ever done. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. Wow. He just automatically assumes that they just don't want people to ask Kevin Spacey very difficult questions. What if somebody attacks Kevin Spacey? Wouldn't they do that with any A-list celebrity? That they would have security or maybe say, hey, you shouldn't really be on the floor just in case? Like, what the fuck?
I just gotta ask, if he isn't even going to be participating in the convention itself, why ruin your own reputation and name?
If he's not... You literally just showed a photo of him participating in the convention. Taking photos with fans. He's participating. What are you talking about? He's participating.
By having him there. Why choose to die on this hill? Because despite him not physically being seen, just him being in the building for 3 days lingered over the event like a haunting spirit. The vibes of this place were truly awful. Because they booked him, it resulted in many reputable vendors or guests refusing to even show up, by either not booking the convention or canceling their reservation. And this drastically hurt the overall tone and the experience of the convention itself. The atmosphere was genuinely depressing. I'm not trying to be an asshole when I say this, but one of the biggest guests that they could book was Tim Capello, the featured extra from the Lost Boys that plays the saxophone that is only on screen for a few seconds. One of their other major guests was Michael Lerner, who was not Michael Myers in Halloween 6, but instead was that guy's stunt double that was only used in a few shots in the film. I've talked to both of those guys and they're really nice, and I genuinely mean no disrespect to either of them, but even they would probably agree that they are not horror A-listers. They do not draw in crowds. Because they decided to back Spacey, they really had to scrape the bottom of the horror barrel to get anyone to come to this thing. And despite what they would say about having record numbers, the attendance felt completely dead. It really felt like they were...
How do you... Wait a minute. If this is your first time going to the event, how do you know that the event was bad? Like, this is... Okay, here's, like, my argument, right? How do you know that the convention did not have record numbers if you've never been to said convention before? You're just going off of your own preconceived notions. So it's better to have a Predator suit guy than Kevin Spacey, but bad to have a sax guy. Yeah, apparently. I don't know. It's just... I don't... This is fucking terrible already. We haven't even gotten to the Brandon Buckingham and Wedigoon part yet, and I'm already annoyed.
About half as many people as there should have been there on a normal year. I mean, we're talking about a convention that not too long ago had Art the Clown and Captain Spaulding in the same room doing a joint clown photo op. They used to have legitimate guests, and by comparison, this thing was a total joke. They only had 23 guests at the show, including Spacey. 5 of them were old retired wrestlers who had nothing to do with horror. One was Taryn Manning, who basically has nothing to do with horror. They had 2 of the Dukes of Hazzard boys. You had Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville. You had Chaz Palminteri from The Usual Suspects, who was there because of Spacey. You had Tom Cavanaugh from The Flash. There were only a couple of people who actually had anything to do with horror at all, like Shannon Elizabeth.
They just got guests for a convention. That they got guests. Dude, do you think that people that like go to any con or bro, Comic-Con has people from like movies that have nothing to do with comics. Like what the fuck are you talking about? If you go to Comic-Con, you're going to run into actors that have never been in a Marvel movie or have anything to do with comics, and they're still guests. Like, what? People are focusing on the Wendigoon stuff, and the entire video is worth laughing at. No, that's why I'm doing this. That's why we're gonna sit through this fucking video.
People are focusing on the Wendigoon stuff.
Thank you for the 5.
Video is worth laughing at.
Yeah, no, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going.
Only other big names they got were Lou Diamond Phillips, who has nothing to do with horror, and Kiefer Sutherland, who was only there for a few hours on one day. And even though I do love them, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, Felicia Rose and Kane Hodder were both also there, which I'd say this in the nicest way possible, but they're basically at every single one of these things, so them being present is neither here nor there. So you can see that by booking Spacey, they totally ruined the show that they were throwing, even being about horror, because they couldn't get anyone with any major clout who was both respectable and majorly relevant besides those that I've mentioned within the genre to actually show up. Fellow horror YouTuber Cody Leach was actually also at the convention and made his own videos on his experiences with it. He's a guy that I have not historically agreed with on most things. He listed Midsommar and The Lighthouse on his worst of list of 2019, complaining that horror shouldn't be this pretentious and snooty. His work.
Fair enough. If that's his opinion, that's his opinion. He's like, horror shouldn't be snooty. Okay, that's his opinion. That's totally fine. The reason, and you can have your opinion, but the problem is that your opinion is mired in your own political fucking bullshit. I don't know anything about that movie, so you can tell me all day long it's based or whatever. But he's allowed to have that opinion, but he's making it a point to say, I don't like this guy because he didn't rank the movies that I like in the same tier.
Words, not mine, and should focus instead on being entertaining and not trying to be cute by using art house aspect ratios. Again, his words, not mine.
Horror shouldn't be snooty. He forgot about Alfred Hitchcock. I wouldn't even call like Hitchcock to be snooty. Maybe like the camera angle, maybe the way that it's directed can be considered like snooty because Hitchcock was like a complete and utter like OCD riddled old like man, right? But like I wouldn't call those snooty. I would say that they were more intriguing than anything, but I don't know. I'm not somebody that does movie reviews. I'm not somebody that sits there and analyzes a movie. I'm the kind of guy that goes, dude, that movie was awesome. Like if I'm watching like an auteur style movie like a Wes Anderson or a Hitchcock or anything like that, I don't really think of those as snooty. I just think of them as, is the movie entertaining? Is the movie good? Does the movie make me feel something? That's it. I wouldn't consider Hitchcock snooty.
Also did not appreciate the homoerotic basis of the movie.
Okay, now he's mad. Now here we go. He didn't like the homoerotic nature of the movie. Okay, he didn't like the homoerotic nature of the movie. Are you going to call him anti-LGBT? I'm very curious.
Complained that it was just weird for weird's sake, and to me just didn't try to appreciate the film on its level.
But that's his prerogative. If he didn't enjoy it, he didn't enjoy it.
Personal opinion, he is a deeply unserious critic and can actually be to an extent a symbol of what I want the message of this video to be about. Because if you watched his video about Mad Monster Con, you would think it was a great time, a wonderful convention. There is a clear dichotomy between our two experiences, and I think there's something interesting in that. And this ties into this theory that I've had for a long time that is kind of the thesis of this video, and that I think there's actually not one, but 2 distinct horror communities that do not overlap. One that is more concerned with writing and thinking about how our own experiences and world are reflected through art. A group that overall is less concerned with how much a movie makes at the box office and more with what it is trying to say as a work of art and how it relates to ourselves and culture as people. And then you have another that is more conservative and traditionally capital A American. And
This is your problem. If you made the argument, there are two ways for critics to look at things. One is based on subjective nature. One is based on what the story is trying to convey. One is based upon the idea of what the movie was trying to get out, okay? If you argued that and it said, well, there's also another genre that doesn't really care about any of that, and they're just kind of like whatever's popular is popular, whatever's a thriller is more popular. If you stuck to that argumentation, you probably would have been fine. But then you brought up conservative and America first, and you immediately lost me. Because you're trying to position that your way of thinking cares more about the art than the America conservative people. This is great. You literally could have argued this way better instead of bringing politics into it, but you couldn't help yourself. You couldn't help yourself. You might have had a good video here if you did an argumentation that there are two versions of the horror community. One cares about thrills, and one cares about specific things that aren't based in what you consider to be art. And then there's the art level. There's the subjective. There is what we consider to be movies that don't do very well, but are a lot more in depth. If you did that, you might have had a great video. But instead you made it about politics. And calling Brandon Buckingham a gun YouTuber. And trying to say that Wedigoon is trying to push Christianity on people.
Is based more in basic consumerism and viewing movies strictly as entertainment and nothing else. A group that
r/YouTube drama is not shitting on catfools because Demon Mama criticized her laughing mask so the subreddit needs to be burned. Yes, it needs to die.
Often gets angry at the very notion of subtext existing within a work of fiction, and views art not as a means to express what it means to exist, but instead that sees the value of creation just within the context of how fun and experience that product is. And product is the right word here, as this side of horror is obsessed with money and defending companies, and even when putting on a mask of pretending to be left-leaning, everything that they do is in the service of capital and big business.
Oh my fucking god. Put on a mask and be left-leaning? You are politically brain-rotted. You live your life in the saddest way possible. Your life is nothing but left and right. That is pathetic. I could not imagine living my life like yours, where I have to see everything in some form of political lens. You're depressing. No wonder you're broke as shit.
I hate to put it in terms like this, but I think deep within the heart of horror at the moment, and the country as a whole, there's a problem of anti-intellectualism raging at people who want art to be more, or to stand for something important. A group of people yelling, just let people enjoy things, while the other side argues that we can do better, we can be more.
Just let people enjoy shit. Like, what is wrong? Chat, am I crazy to say that? What is wrong with just saying people should just enjoy what they want? If you don't like it, don't watch it. What is wrong with that statement? What is wrong with that? How is that a problem to push for that? And say, if you want something and you enjoy it, enjoy it. If you don't like it, don't watch it. What's wrong with that? I don't see an issue with that. If you like a certain content or a creator or anything, and you watch that person, great. If you don't like that person, you don't have to watch. Like, I don't understand this. And you're trying to connect this to capitalism and defending corporations. The baseline is if you enjoy something, it doesn't matter what company watches this. It doesn't matter. Can you pop that full vid? Yeah, verse. I got you. Where is this? Bubblex is the one that sent it to me. Bubblex, Google Drive. There you go, Versed. There you go. That's the Google Drive that I was sent by Smaggle and Bubblex, so. Not Versed, of course. I'm willing to help out you and Tommy. You know that.
Which is something we are going to get to soon, so just bear with me here. I know this is a long video. In his 33 minutes of talking about the convention and everything that happened around it, Leach fails to mention Kevin Spacey outside of a single joke about the situation over 20 minutes into the video.
Kiefer Sutherland was outside in the actual hallway with his own isolated room. That's star power right there. The only other person that had that was Kevin Spacey. He was on a different floor for completely different reasons.
Okay, so he's criticizing this guy for not bringing up Kevin Spacey enough. What if Kevin Spacey didn't matter to him? What if it was the convention in of itself and the experience that he had there that matters? He didn't care. He doesn't care that Kevin Spacey is there. Who gives a shit? You're the only one that seems to give a fuck. And like random people on the internet. This guy just had a great time at the convention. You're trying to shame him for it.
Not only that, if we look at this footage that I shot, compared to the footage that he shot, you can see that he has clearly framed his angle standing roughly at the exact same spot I was, so as to not show the giant Kevin Spacey banner hanging over the lobby.
What if he just shot it there? Hold on. What if he just shot it? I didn't think about that. You are making assumptions about this guy.
At another point, he includes a table with some photographs of Spacey near the very end. But outside of that, you wouldn't even know that he had been there based on his video. And you know, I think that people who are in my line of work have a certain level of responsibility to appropriately cover the things that we choose to talk about. So in my opinion, making a glowing half-hour-long video about how cool Mad Monster is in the wake of them trying to publicly rehabilitate Spacey's image into a right-wing personality at a convention held in the South, which...
You are politically fucking brain rot. Your brain is literally just worms eating itself. Your brain is nothing but like dirt with maggots writhing in it. Like, you aren't a human being. Like, bro, he liked the event and wanted to put a video together that he enjoyed. He's not an active journalist. Like, bro, he's a dude that just liked the convention.
Happened within weeks after he appeared on Tucker Carlson's show is not a very responsible use of your platform. And, you know, he did have his complaints about the convention, including talking about the outrageous parking situation in the footage where he actually walks...
So then he complained about something that he didn't like. He just didn't give it... He didn't give it the ultimate dick-sucking review then. He added criticism.
Pretty close to my car. He talked about the layout of...
Why would you point to that?
The convention being not very professional, about the lines being disorderly, but never once does he have a single word of criticism about Mad Monster as an organization for their attempted rehabilitation of Kevin Spacey as a public figure.
So what if he doesn't care? What if he just doesn't give a shit? Did you think about that? What if he doesn't care? He's like, oh, Kevin Spacey's there, that's cool. Yeah, this event was really awesome. Why does he have to have some sort of moral obligation to talk about how the event is bad just because Kevin Spacey's there? Why does he have to do that?
Or the fact that he is greatly profiting off this appearance from people who are probably struggling, and honestly, probably can't or at least shouldn't afford the $300 fee that it costs to get in the room with him for maybe 10 seconds. He then goes on to say that he looks forward to going to Mad Monster Con again next year.
Okay.
But even if you look at some of his footage within his own video, you can just see how dead this place was. Most of my footage was taken from the busiest times of the day, but the majority of the con before noon and after 2 p.m. just felt totally empty. And the depressing visuals that he's showing in his video do not match with his glowing review. I don't want to make presumptions about Leach. I had the opportunity to talk with him then.
You can't show up without moral fagging Spacey. That's all I'm getting out of this section. He's like, this guy didn't do enough to denounce Kevin Spacey in the event. So ergo, he was totally cool with everything Kevin Spacey has ever done, especially groping that gay guy's dick. That's what I'm getting out of this section, is that he's saying that other creator is totally cool with that. Like,
I saw him walking around a few times, but decided against it. So we've never actually met. But in his video, there are a couple of red flags that really scream out at me.
Jan and Elizabeth were the objects of my youth. If you like really crass comedies from the 2000s before everything got all sensitive, definitely check out Sorority Boys.
So to me, he is one and the same with Mad Monster, both spinning content for money while ignoring the potential harm that the event itself might cause. And I'm really not trying to harm Leach's image by comparing his experience to mine. Again, I don't know the man. And to be honest,
okay, hold on. He just goes, I'm trying to not hurt his image, while simultaneously saying he put out a disingenuous review of this location and didn't do enough to denounce Kevin Spacey being a right-winger. Bullshit. You're not trying to frame him in a bad light. You know what you're doing. No hate, but he's totally cool with Kevin Spacey being a right-winger. This is bullshit. This is total bullshit. This dude is lying through his teeth right now.
actually really think that he would be that bad of a guy. Just painfully centrist, seemingly leaning a little towards liberal. Like, he tweets pro-LGBT stuff, anti-racist stuff, but then he says things like, said it before and I'll say it again. Right or left, the extreme political people are fucking nut jobs.
He's what? Oh, he's kind of like left-leaning centrist. He says pro-black people and pro-gay people stuff, but he doesn't like the overly SJW writing in movies. So he's just a bull-faced liar. Like, that's literally what I just witnessed right now. But that's true. Like, the over-representation and this fucking necessary need to shoehorn things in that are unnecessary instead of just enjoying a story is a problem. This is so annoying.
And I despise a review being a political statement. And
yes!
I have no clue why politics has to work its way into literally everything, but I despise the fact that it does. So,
this dude is based as shit! This dude is based. Noah Sampson knockoff number 572. How are you going to make it sound bad?
You know, a bit of a mixed bag there to me. I don't want this whole section of the video to just be about him. He's a small example of a greater problem that I think is an issue within horror, which is that the existence of centrist and liberal views, mixed with a love of genre, acts as a shield and breeding ground for right-wing harm within our community. Because...
Okay, he's saying that he's allowing right-wing harm. No way. No way. No way, bro. No way. He's allowing right-wingers to populate in the community. I can't believe that's the angle he's going with.
As we will see time and time again throughout this, people who hold these liberal stances will side with conservatives over progressives at every single given opportunity, and will not...
I'm gonna be real. Progressives suck. Like, full-blown, like, Frogan progressives suck. They are terrible. They are the worst people. Same thing with super right-leaning people. The alt-right, the over-extremes are bad. It is... I'm going to shock you by saying this, chat. I'm going to shock you by saying this. Liberals and conservatives can agree on things. Oh my God! You can agree with something that a conservative says and still be a liberal. That's crazy. And you can be conservative and agree with some things that liberals say. Wow! Crazy! It's insane! No way! I'm blowing your mind, guys. Heresy. Like, how do you live your life? Okay, I picture this guy. This is what I picture, Verse, and everybody in chat. This is what I picture, okay? This is what I picture. Friend, he's at a bar. Friend of his goes, man, I don't really like Joe Biden. He's made, things pretty expensive, and I don't like what he's doing with the economy. I believe in, let businesses not be taxed as much so we can have more stimulation in the economy. And his friend's a liberal. He looks at his friend and goes, you're aligned with conservative values and we're no longer friends. That is literally the kind of conversation I expect this guy to have in public and to his friends. I swear to fuck, he must have done that once. I will put money that he did that to one person at the bar or a party or something. I will put money on that.
Not criticize horror unless it is art house, and also will not stand for other people to criticize horror. I myself have never once in my life described a woman as an object. I think that he should put more thought into the words that he says publicly, and how he uses his platform. But also, he genuinely seems like an alright guy, which is the issue here. The slow creep of conservatism within all forms of art, and every aspect of life, is marched down a road that is paved by smiling friendly liberals. A centrist view of this event didn't even think that it was worth mentioning the act of harm that was being done here, because...
You're such a loser. Oh my God, you're actually a fucking loser. Yeah, this guy that just enjoyed the convention, he doesn't understand the harm that he's doing to overall society by allowing conservatives to enjoy things. There's no fucking way this guy's a real person.
because we were just all there to have a good time after all, right? It is a mindset of consume the product and ask no questions about how the product was actually made, or who was harmed in the making of this product.
I'm in here, and if I see him, I will be very happy to see him, but at the same time, I understand the allegations against him, and it's kind of weird. But Mad Monster is an amazing thing that I'm glad I'm at. And whether or not he's here doesn't stop how awesome this convention is.
That guy's like, he acknowledged your issue. Are you trying to hold the fuck on? Is he about to use this guy who said, I'm not a big, I'm happy to see Kevin Spacey. He's got a lot of allegations against him, but I'm not going to let that ruin my time at this convention that I have enjoyed for years. There's no way this guy is about to frame this as the reason why society's on a downhill spiral. There's no way I'm about to see this.
Again, I mean the man no ill will. Genuine. I do not wish to harm his livelihood whatsoever by including him here. Please, do not go say mean things to or about him. I will not stand for anyone who is mentioned here to be harassed in any way. Do not do that. I think as a culture, we need to learn where to actually direct our anger in constructive ways based around unity that will result in actual tangible good. Which is something I shouldn't have to outright say, but after my Halloween video last year, a lot of people sent Sean death threats and threats of violence, which is absolutely 100% genuinely unacceptable.
You have a problem with your community if people are doing that. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you are in charge of your community, right? But if this is like a recurring issue, the people that watch you are fucking crazy, okay? Like, rarely do I ever hear of other creators that have a significant issue with their audience sending death threats. I'm not saying it's your fault whatsoever. Okay, I will never say that because no creator is beholden to their audience unless they demand for people to go after somebody. Maybe you should like take an introspective look at what you do. You know what this reminds me of? I'm curious, Verse. What does it remind you of? I'm curious, Verse. What does this remind you of? Oh no. Oh, God.
Is behavior that I would never under any circumstances condone or encourage, and I'm deeply ashamed of any person who did that on my behalf. It should not be our way,
fair,
and the real problem in this situation is clearly those actually facilitating Mad Monster as an organization. The companies
Wait? What?
Who did that on my behalf. It should not be our way, and the real problem in this situation is clearly those actually facilitating Mad Monster as an organization.
Mad Monster is just a con. They just invited Kevin Spacey to be there. Like,
The companies themselves are almost always the problem here. People like Leech are merely side effects of the real issue. The day after the convention ended, Mad Monster posted on their Facebook, "Thank you all who joined us for a record-setting show. Your support always means a lot, but this time it really hit home. The overwhelming amount of you that took the time to express your love and appreciation made this easily our favorite party that we've ever hosted. We will continue to throw Mad Monster Party for you, not for random autograph collectors on the sidelines, basing their attendance on the current guest lineup, not for hypocritical virtue-signaling keyboard warriors, many of which still showed up. We threw this party for the Mad Monster family that have grown with us over the years, who get their tickets and hotels before the first guest is even announced. We know you're here for each other as much as for the guest and the vendors."
You DM'd it to me? Okay, Verse. I'm curious. Sweep around the Williams brothers. Okay, bro. Jesus. Okay. Okay, bro. The fuck?
Samantha Osborne, who worked the convention and has been employed by Mad Monster for the past 2 years, said on her Facebook page, "This weekend, Mad Monster hosted Kevin Spacey's first ever convention appearance. Despite varied opinions going in, there were no protests, and Spacey was received warmly. As a guest, he was nothing but gracious. That's all I have to say on the matter." Witchy Woman on Twitter said, "A lot of vendors are pulling out of Mad Monster Con in NC because of Kevin Spacey being on the guest list. It sucks because a lot of greats will be there." She then tagged several of the prominent guests, including John Glover, who played Riddler on Batman the Animated Series, who said, "No one pulled out. It was a lovely weekend. I don't appreciate tags in this nonsense. There are real dangers in the world. The Mad Monster guest list is not one of them."
Bro, that guy is right. Like, Kevin Spacey didn't rape anyone there, or allegedly do, whatever the fuck this guy's trying to say.
She responded by saying, "I know a few vendors personally, but please tell me more," to which he didn't respond. The Daily Wire in this time ran a piece defending the convention and their booking of Spacey. And just my opinion here, but no horror event should ever fumble the bag so badly that you get the Nazi news force coming to bat for you. That's like a shining example of how badly you have failed your community.
The Nazi... Oh my god, I get it. You don't like that publication. But then you would get pissed off if Alex Jones calls CNN the pedophile pro fucking whatever. Like, you are frustrating to me. You are frustrating to me. The guy who runs that publication is Jewish. A conservative Jew. You're gonna call a Jewish person a Nazi. Like, just, bro, you frustrate the shit out of me. How much you want to bet Mad Monster's getting harassed by this dude's fans? I don't know. I'm not gonna blame this guy for that. I'm not. Like, it's not fair. Like, just because he has a mad fucking crazy community, like, he may, I don't know if he, like, purposely cultivated it or whatever, but it's still just not. This dude comes across as a fucking, like, this is literally what the red pill guys do. They do an attachment of something that makes no fucking sense. They blow it out of proportion and say, they're against us. And then, boom, there's like a explosion of retards that buy into it. This is, both sides do the exact same thing. It's really conveniently funny.
In the week after the convention, Kevin Spacey tweeted a video, which is
bet Mad Monster is getting harassed by this dude's fans.
something that he almost never does. In fact, since his fall from grace in October of 2017, he has only tweeted 5 times. This was his 5th tweet, a video thanking Mad Monster for welcoming him back into public life, saying that he had a wonderful weekend and how grateful he was for the opportunity.
That's okay. He said, I had a wonderful time at a convention.
Ending by saying that he was looking forward to appearing at the next Mad Monster event. He has since announced that he is working again in Paul Schrader's next film, and little by little, he is attempting through events like Mad Monster Con to establish a base within American culture.
You know, he's been doing that the entire time. Just because Mad Monster did it does not mean Mad Monster is directly responsible for Kevin Spacey getting a career again. It's not. You are attributing way too much to people.
Hey everybody, I'm just back from an incredible weekend I spent in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Mad Monster Convention. It was just so much fun, and I'm so grateful to all the fans who came out to say hello. Your kind words meant so much to me. And you know, people brought things also that I've never seen before. Posters I've never seen, and memorabilia, but in particular, it was the new stuff. This amazing clay guy.
This is for
my
you, sir.
This is awesome.
I signed a number all. You have number 1.
First of all, what is your name?
I'm Barry.
Barry, thank you, Barry. This is incredible. And second, how long have you been doing it?
All my life. I've been in business for 30 years.
It takes them about a week or so to put it together, so it was really kind of them to bring it to me as a gift. I also had a chance to see old friends like Chess Palminteri, who is just a wonderful actor, but he's an even better person in real life. He was Agent Kuyon in Usual Suspects, and he was also in a film we did together called Hurley Burley, which he's great in. And so it was.
He's just saying nice things about the people that were there.
Jack's top tips. If they have a 70s style mustache and were not from the 70s, for God's sake avoid at all cost.
That's incredibly true, Jack. Incredibly true. Any content creator that has a 70s mustache, it's, let's say, said 70s mustache is on a guy that has left-leaning ideology, avoid them. Avoid them at all costs.
Great to catch up with him. I saw John Glover. I saw Lou Diamond Phillips, Kiefer Sutherland. A lot of people I just haven't seen in a long time. But also the people who run Mad Monster. They did such a great job. I mean, right from the people.
How is this a bad
for
thing?
A long time, all the way down to the volunteers. So many people came by to say hello, and I felt so welcomed. So I'm looking forward to seeing you at the next one, and we'll have an announcement soon about when that's going to be. So take care of yourselves. I'll see you later.
How is this a bad thing? How is that a bad thing? He doesn't even extrapolate why that's bad. He just goes, yeah, Kevin Spacey did a tweet. It was his 5th one since 2017. It's like, okay, he said something nice about the event. Oh my God. The horror that Kevin Spacey had a nice time. All right, hold up. What am I doing? I promise I'll love it. Oh my God. Are you serious? Is this fucking retard's haircut? What is this? I finally decided to cut off my quarantine hair. He looks like a character from fucking Cyberpunk, bro. What is this? Oh, Anissa Joma just went live on Twitch. I wonder if I'm still banned from her chat.
I'd like to talk to you about the worst week of my life. So, January of 2022, okay? I made a video about The Hills Have Eyes that went very badly. And I've never really spoken about this or even really addressed that it was a thing, except for...
Oh, I heard about the Hills Have Eyes thing. From what I understand, wasn't he trying to say the Hills Have Eyes was racist? He tried to state that it was, like, based on Native Americans and, like, how it's like, horrible Native American stereotypes or whatever. Like, I think I watched the Hills Have Eyes 2. I don't think I've ever watched the original one. But, like, isn't that... I might be entirely off base, but I wouldn't be shocked if that was the premise that he went with.
Maybe just a couple of times on Twitter. I guess when it happened, I just hoped that it would eventually disappear, but it never has. And I think that we should start...
No, it's worse than that. What do you mean? Yeah, it also made him see pro-rape and pro-cannibalism. No, he said the family deserved to be brutalized in SA because the husband was a cop? Meowster, you have to be fucking with me. There is no way he said something like that. No way! No, he tried to claim the white people were just as bad as the cannibals. What?!
Hereby addressing the elephant in the room far too long after he arrived. So, this is a brief reanalysis of Wes Craven, The Hills Have Eyes, and the internet's general response to some pretty basic things that I said about him and his work about 2 years ago. In the time since making that video, very often it is the case that when conservatives want to criticize me, they will go back to that and use it as a weapon, by twisting my words in very bad faith to make it look like I said something that I obviously did not intend if you had watched the video. Usually in an attempt to make me either look crazy, or cartoonish, or racist, or that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm unqualified to have this job. A recent example of this happened in this past January, when Mark After Dark on Twitter said, IPOS himself has said some really racist shit towards Native First Nations people in his Hills Have Eyes video too. He's not one to talk. In fact, Mark After Dark has been slandering me pretty consistently now for years in relation—
Oh my god. He also said that the Hill people were allegedly for black and or Native Americans. Are you what the fuck are you talking about? You know what, I'm gonna make Verse a mod so he can bully specific people in chat. If people get too retarded, Verse has control now.
To The Hills Have Eyes. Often—
Verse, you definitely know what I'm talking about.
Getting hundreds of likes every single time by either saying lies about me or really taking my words in completely bad faith. And every time that he does this, it hurts my reputation just a little bit more. These things do have a very real effect, because if people say things enough times, then other people will believe it. It doesn't matter if it's actually true. He was the first that I could tell to actually tweet something negative about me in the fallout from that video's release, when he said, YouTube film essayist, the cannibals in The Hills Have Eyes are actually the good guys, because they're poor, and the family is everything wrong about America. They're middle class and one is a retired cop. Cuts to footage of January 6th storming the Capitol, which I hope you'll be able to see is taking my basic argument and contorting it to appear as ridiculous as possible, even though it did make sense within the context of the actual video.
What are you talking about? How does that make sense? Wait, I need to listen to that again. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The first that I could tell to actually tweet something negative about me in the fallout from that video's release, when he said, YouTube film essayist, the cannibals in The Hills Have Eyes are actually the good guys, because they're poor, and the family is everything wrong about America. They're middle class and one is a retired cop. Cuts to footage of January 6th storming the Capitol.
Okay, that sounds crazy. That sounds insane. That sounds like an insane thing for somebody to say. I need to listen to his response again.
Which I hope you'll be able to see is taking my basic argument and contorting it to appear as ridiculous as possible, even though it did make sense within the context of the actual video. I mean, that video is an hour and 25 minutes. Reducing what I was trying to get across down to a single one-sentence tweet, of course, is going to make me look like an insane person. You can literally do that—
Bro, you're doing Hassan Piker shit right now.
—with anything that anyone says, but it isn't being done in the fair spirit of argument. It isn't an actual response to what I was saying. It is lashing out like a toddler. He got 370 likes with that one. Another time, to 867 likes, he said, I like—
Wait a minute. Is he calculating out the likes? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He's reading the...
That coat he's wearing makes me single. He's going out to singles night at a gay bar after this.
So true, KTV. Wait a minute. He's counting the likes. And he put it in the video. Yeah, he got like 300 and something likes. What the
IPOS videos for the most part, but this man has brainworms. His Hills Have Eyes video is the most schizophrenic far leftist ramblings I've ever heard. He said the family deserved to be raped and killed because they represented colonial USA and the Hill people are native. By my count, he has tweeted at least 10 times over the past 2 years about this, and that is without me actually even looking very hard. I'm sure it has happened even more than that. I have never once before now interacted with him or even acknowledged his existence. And he's often really condescending with this too. In one tweet saying that I must have forgotten my meds that day. Essentially, every single—
That guy's funny. That guy's funny. He forgot his meds. Get ready for later. He's going to read off negative comments under his Hills Have Eyes video. No, he's not. He's doing what Mama Max did. He's literally going to do what Mama Max did. We're about to witness another Mama Max video. where he complained about the comments.
Time implying that I think rape, violence, and cannibalism is literally a good thing, and that I'm also a racist. Around that same time in January, an account going by Crackhead Clyde said to me, I don't get how you can show more sympathy.
Wait, why are you paying attention to a random Twitter account?
For the violent cannibals in The Hills Have Eyes than a kid who is defending himself during a riot, or a competing YouTuber who has different opinions from you, which we're gonna get to all this in a little bit, but the kid that he was talking about defending himself was Kyle Rittenhouse. The Hills Have Eyes is their favorite thing to use against me because it is really all they've got.
A simple Google search turned up that The Hills Have Eyes is partially based on a story of a cannibalistic Scottish clan. He is just wrong on what the cannibals represent.
That's great. Notice how he crops off the Twitter stats of the tweet? Yep, I noticed that. He doesn't have a date on there. That's interesting.
And not that we should be really taking the opinions of Crackhead Clyde extremely seriously, but the issue is the army of Crackhead Clydes that will read a single tweet about you and then assume that it is true, and hold that against you for years. Literally, there has not been a single week that has gone by in over 2 years that I didn't have somebody saying something shitty to me about that video. And I don't think that most of them have actually even watched it. And I kind of want to look at this, because posting that video was a huge negative turning point in my life. And
this video is definitely a way worse negative turning point in your life. This destroyed you. It's over, kid. It's over, bro. It's done. It's done. There's nothing left for you. This video is your death song. This video is your death song. It's over.
The way that one video was received has really impacted everything around me. Before that, I was relatively comfortable financially. I could make the kinds of videos that I wanted to, and have honestly struggled very badly ever since then. If you want to know why I make so many franchise videos now, it's because I still need to eat, and those are the only things that ever gain any traction now. Everything else I do dies as soon as it's released. For transparency, this is a graph of my total lifetime views on my channel, and this is the point where I posted The Hills Have Eyes. There is a clear delineation before and after me making that, and at least—
Yes, because you made a bad video and your audience thinks it's shit. Like, is he a... Wait! Is he gonna blame all of the outside people that criticized him on his channel dying? That's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. He's about to blame everyone around him instead of recognizing I put out a bad video and my audience now no longer watches me because said video was terrible. Get a job. Get a job. He's like, I still have to eat. That's why I'm putting out so many videos I don't like. Get a job. Go to work. But Chris, is all Wendigoon's fault. I will never understand the Wedigoon 8. I'll never understand it. Wow, he's a Christian. So? Does he put it in all of his videos that, of his religious beliefs in the context of you better convert? Or you're going to go to hell? Has he said anything negative about gay people in his videos to the degree that they shouldn't exist? Like, what's the issue with Wedigoon? I don't see an issue with him. He's like a really genuinely nice guy from what I can tell. There's no real reason to hate him. It's just because he likes guns and a Christian. That's it. That's it. That's it. I don't get why people hate Wedigoon. I really don't. He's also rich and more successful. Yeah, I guess. I've literally seen people try to claim he's racist and want to kill African Americans because he posted himself in Rhode Island. Okay, wow. That's
from my perspective. I'm not really sure if that response was entirely fair or justified. I don't think that as a person I deserve that based on my performance in that one single video. I understand that I am not entitled to your time whatsoever or anything like that. I'm just a guy on the internet. But if you stopped watching me over the public reception to that one work...
He is going to blame everyone around him. Maybe... Okay, bro, maybe your regular audience that just genuinely enjoyed your content saw you do a terrible video and decided, you know what? I don't want to deal with this shit anymore, and left. It happens all the time. Content creators make a bad fucking video, it turns their audience off, and then they go and sparse out to other audiences. It happens all the time. It is not unique to you. And it's not just random Twitter tards talking about you that cause this. Because there are YouTube channels, like Mr. Beast, that constantly gets shit, or PewDiePie that constantly gets shit for no reason, and they're perfectly fine. Other YouTube channels that get shit on Twitter still operate just fine. JonTron, who got mega canceled in heavy quotations, also is doing just fine. So what is the problem here?
Then I kind of want to talk about that a little bit here, because there's not an insignificant amount of people who frequently say untrue things about me, and in the long term, it has kind of ruined my ability to make a living doing what I want to do with my own work. And all of this has been built on a misconstrued idea of what I was actually talking about. But before we get to that, let's take a look at some other movies made by Wes Craven, so that we have proper context to actually talk about The Hills Have Eyes. Because Wes Craven was undeniably an extremely left-leaning filmmaker, who infused that into practically all of his work. He is probably about the most leftist mainstream horror filmmaker that was ever working at his level. The dude...
Why does the political leaning of a director fucking matter? This is where you already lost me. Who cares that he's a left-leaning director? Who cares? Like, I don't give a shit. If a director is good and they are able to put out a very good product, I don't give a shit what their politics are. Your life sucks.
Genuinely hated most things that modern America stood for, including corporate culture, the decline and failure of our systems, the harm and uselessness of the police, the damage that white culture has done to non-white cultures both within the physical boundaries of the United States but also on a global scale.
Shut up, white boy. Like, genuinely. Shut up, white boy. And that's a white guy telling you that. Shut up. You trying to do this whole, like, oh, the white culture killed everything, bro. Like... These self-hating white people, bro. Like, I imagine your life being like this, where you constantly just like shit on yourself for something that you can't control. Oh God. Oh.
You can find this subtext throughout every single one of his films. It's just an objective fact. Take Nightmare on Elm Street, a movie about a child killer who the government let go on a technicality, where the system failed them so badly that the parents of the victims have to band together to form some sort of frontier justice lynch mob, because the government is so useless that they have let him slip through the cracks. So, Nancy's mother, Marge, says at one point in relation to Krueger being able to walk free, well, the lawyers got fat and the judge got famous, but somebody forgot to sign a search warrant in the right place and Krueger was free just like that. In the end, a teenage girl has to take down the rapist herself while the cops stand right outside on the front lawn listening to her screams, watching and going, oh gosh, oh gee, whatever are we gonna do, which is something that is still happening in real life. And in that light, a running theme throughout every single one of Craven's Scream films is how the cops are incompetent, and never once in any of the movies do they actually catch the killer. And that's not even to mention the criticisms of Harvey Weinstein in Scream 3. If you look at his 1981...
Oh my God, he brought up Harvey Weinstein! Yes, it's almost like it's a... Hold on, wait. Wait. It's almost like it's a plot device. Why would the cops be efficient? The movie would be over. If the cops were efficient in a horror movie, in a killer movie, the movie would end very quickly. That's just a common horror trope throughout, like, every fucking movie. That's just a trope. The cops are not good at their job. And if they were amazing at their job and arrested the guy, the movie would be over. It'd be like a 20-minute movie. Oh my God, there's crazy things happening. We have evidence that this guy's the killer. Cops, go arrest the guy. Okay, no more movie. No more movie. Like, where's the entertainment value?
One follow-up to The Hills Have Eyes, Deadly Blessing. It too has a strong message on the ineffectiveness of the police, as when one of our main women protagonists is basically begging the sheriff to do something about a dangerous man, instead of just sitting by and watching as bad things happen to innocent people, he says to her, if something happens, I won't be here in time for nothing but cleanup. Vampire in Brooklyn is kind of a strange movie, one that dares to ask the question, what if we cast Eddie Murphy and Angela Bassett to play love interest, and then gave them the same haircut? And also in that it kind of doesn't really have a protagonist, which is unusual for a horror film. Whoever the protagonist is really is determined by what part of the movie that you're at. But we start with Julius, who is struggling, works a bad job, and has a deep distrust of the police, who weirdly have German Shepherds. You know, it seems like...
Wait, what? Weirdly have German Shepherds? I'm gonna look something up real quick. What is the main type of dog used by police in America? But it's weird that they use German Shepherds. It's very coincidental that they use German Shepherds in the movie. The police use German Shepherds all the time. Like, there is no fucking way this guy put this video together. I don't believe it. This has to be a troll. I don't believe this guy's a real human being. I literally just Googled it. I just Googled it. The police have been using German Shepherds for decades. I can't. I fucking can't, dude.
Wes Craven liked to use German Shepherds as a visual code for racist cops.
Did Wes Craven ever say that? Is it written? Did Wes Craven in any interviews, books, anything ever directly say that? Pick up the call now, Leon. God damn it. What? 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 Speak! You see this? He's just sitting here. He's just sitting here, not saying anything. I'm gonna hang up. I'm gonna hang up now.
Anyways, he has an older relative who is sucking him dry by overcharging him and other young people to live in the apartment building that he owns, while he gets rich and does basically nothing, where they later literally try to eat their landlord before instead forcing him to be their servant and drive them around in a stolen limo. Another instance of Craven using a cannibalism metaphor in relation to wealth and power.
Oh my god. Yes.
You saw my setting. You saw me type that, bitch. Now you can fucking hear me.
How do you feel about this white guy?
I want white people eradicated from
Okay.
my fucking I want them gone off my YouTube platform.
Okay.
If this is what
I thought you were going a different
if this is what you motherfuckers produce, you don't deserve to have cameras, microphones, editing equipment. You already got that one gay dude who takes 19 hours to edit 3 dudes yelling at each other. You motherfuckers are terrible.
Listen, but
No,
Leon,
the black community welcomes PewDiePie and Markiplier and MadPat.
But hold on.
The rest of you can suck it.
Wait, but hold on. This guy is saying that German Shepherds are a symbol for racist cops. How do you feel about that?
Sure, because when I
What do you
see
mean?
dogs, I think nigger.
Whoa! God damn it!
When I see dogs, that's what I think.
God damn it, Leon! I disavow. We're 4
You
hours
can't-
in. We're 4 hours
That's
in.
my
anyway.
word. That's my word.
Leon,
I reclaimed it. Fuck white people.
Leon is a black content creator. YouTube.
I'm a white guy.
No, he's black.
I'm pretty.
YouTube, please. He's black. He can say it.
Pretty sperm donorish.
You're fucking killing me. The chat's siding with you on that one. Fuck.
Hitler also brings.
They have to. You know why they have to? Because the alternative is siding with a guy who said that. And I did get sent whatever thread he fucking posted.
I'm going over
He posted
that
a
later.
thread?
Yeah, he posted a thread. I'm going over it later.
Can I spoil it for everybody? What
No.
a waste of fucking time.
That was a long ass thread for no reason.
What a threat. I haven't watched any of it. I'm watching this along with everybody in the chat.
Are you enjoying it so far?
Never in a million years could I possibly fathom somebody who is so content brain. It's so clear based on his fucking ugly ass pedo mustache. He's a leftist. It has never been so fucking clear why I hate a vast majority of fucking people.
I can see it. I see the hate. I don't even. I can't even argue with you about it because it's. I hate this guy too. It's just like He doesn't give you like anything to work with. I would rather listen to the quartering talk than this guy.
German Shepherd, gun to your head right now. Pick one. Gun to your head right now. This guy, the quartering, tipster, or synthetic man. You wait. Before you answer, you gotta listen to them talk for 20 hours straight about whichever specific topic they love talking about the most.
Synthetic man would be funnier because he would just talk about food of cock porn the whole time, and I would just laugh at it.
You know what? Fair game. I thought you would have gave it to the quartering.
No, I'm gonna give it because I would laugh at synthetic man. You didn't say I'm not. You didn't say I wasn't allowed to laugh, so of course I'm gonna choose the guy that's addicted to food of cock porn. I don't want to listen to Tipster. He's fucking boring.
What do you mean? You get the soundboard. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, shit.
I can't deal with soundboards. The only person I give any sort of like leeway to with soundboards is King. Everyone else can fucking kill themselves.
Wow. Oh, wow. YouTube, I disavow. He's white.
Okay.
You know what? That's what they do. Sorry.
No, I don't want to sit and listen to Tipster defend Lolly and Keffels. Like, I'd rather kill myself.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Gaji, Synthetic Man is like highly addicted to food of porn. You can literally find multiple videos about him talking about getting food of dick up his ass. Like, he just straight up loves it. Like, that's not a joke. That's like real.
I gotta get famous enough to the point where somebody with the BBL just allows me to touch it, just so I can see if it feels real.
What the fuck? Get out. What are you talking about?
The fuck just told me get out.
Get out.
What do you mean? Well, clearly this is a subject worthy of my attention. Apparently German Shepherds are code for killing blacks.
True.
Clearly we need the Negro's expertise.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna bring you in. They were talking about black people. Leon's the resident black guy.
Sure, I'm the only one you know.
Oh, shut up. I know more.
Power Dynamics, a movie that
Hey,
also
Obama
includes a
doesn't
scene where a
count,
white
buddy.
woman holds
Shut the fuck up.
the black man hostage in a park with pepper spray up to his eyes, telling him that she hates to do this because she understands what capitalism has done to black culture, but that she just doesn't feel safe seeing him in the park after dark. A total parody on the hypocritical mindset that liberals have held for decades now. It is also not the only movie that he made that primarily features an all-black cast, and is based around issues that affect black people. The Serpent and the Rainbow is about an all-white imperialist American pharmaceutical company, who sends a tall, white, light-haired, handsome man to try and incorporate himself into the culture of Haiti, to learn their tricks of how they create Haitian zombies, to then steal their old folk medicines so that they can market them and capitalize off of them. Midway through the movie, at the dinner scene at the CEO's house, where they are planning and celebrating this, genuinely having a conversation about violence that they plan to enact against poor black people. Everyone who is at the table is white, and the butler who serves them is black. And because he's there to steal from them, the protagonist is never able to actually immerse himself in their culture, and never attempts to understand the Haitians on a spiritual level. He is a cultural leech. And just because he is the protagonist does not mean that Craven is trying to paint him as a good person, just like with the family in The Hills Have Eyes. In fact, just like The Hills Have Eyes, Craven is using Serpent and the Rainbow to show a very complicated situation, where both sides have strong issues going on, as the black political antagonists of the film are using excessive violence and fear to politically control their people through police force. Everyone is painted in shades of gray, but Craven clearly does not think that our protagonist is actually a good person. The People Under the Stairs follows a...
That's like a normal thing. If you write a protagonist, you can write the main character of the story to be a dick. That's not like a new thing.
Is Mahler dead?
Yeah, Mahler died.
I'm gonna need like all the movie review-esque content creators to like just put a hit out on this motherfucker.
we need Mahler. Oh my god, it's real. What's real, Gaji? What is this? Oh yeah, I told you it's real, Gaji. I told you.
A black child who's being evicted because
What's
his family
real?
cannot pay their rent and his...
Synthetic Man going on a rant about how much he loves Fudacock.
I thought you finally got your nudes leaked, pretty boy.
No, you're such a retard.
Mother is dying of cancer, which results in an adventure that leads him to learning that their white landlords are secretly BDSM, racist, serial killing, incestuous siblings who got into the landlord business to be able to still inflict pain in their non-killing hours. It is not a stretch to suggest that the man who made a movie about landlords being evil, racist monsters who are going to be killed by their community would have some other things to say about the systematic economic problems in America and how it relates to racial history.
Yes, it's a complete fucking stretch. That is a massive stretch. It's a huge stretch. It's just a plot device. Hey, you moved into this house that this couple is able to access at any time, and they're BDSM murderers. Like, I don't think it's that deep. You read into things way too deep. Yeah, this is about the socioeconomic climate of how landlords handle their tenants. How? Do landlords murder and rape their fucking tenants all the time? Where the fuck is that coming from?
The news.
And clearly based on his other works. If he has a protagonist in a story that is an old white cop, like in The Hills Have Eyes, he is not going to write him as if he is a good person. I'm not saying my opinions here. I am literally telling you factual information about what happens in these movies. There is this thing that the internet does, where one person says something that is false but sounds believable and is tangentially related to what actually happened, and then other people start to repeat it out of context, and morph it, and slowly escalate it, until it just becomes general belief, even though it is detached from reality. And this is what I think happened here in my situation, where people somehow got the notion that I was a racist...
Sure. This white guy's talking about racism right now.
Does he not? And now I know you're gonna be like, "Whoa, that's
all right, just fucking say it."
You're gonna be like, "You
just say it."
He looks like a pedophile. I'm sorry. He looks like somebody who has kids in a van and he fucks them. I'm sorry. He's unwell. I'm tired of white people looking disheveled, getting on camera. He looks like a hipster pedophile. I'm sorry. He does not look normal here. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Like, look at him. Objectively, look at him.
No, we're not.
This is not a normal look. No, fuck that. He looks like not trustworthy. Like, no. And I'll say it. I don't give a fuck. Come, please, come find me. What are you going to do? Cry, bitch? Go on Twitter? Please. Like you see the guy on the screen at the bottom right corner? He's not saying any of this. This is not his stance. My name is Tipster. I go live on Twitch damn near every other day. I will debate you. I will fucking argue with you about how you're not helpful to the leftist community. And you know what? I'll even give you one of my famous oh shits.
My name is Tipster. That's fucking great.
His ability to go from A to 3 is truly impressive.
It is. I just don't get where the fuck he's coming from, man. It's just so confusing.
Hashtag Tipster News in the chat, everybody. Tipster's back, and he's black.
Pro-cannibal, pro-rape, and sexual assault weirdo. Which...
Wait, what? Hold on.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait, we missed something.
Other people start to repeat it out of context, and morph it, and slowly escalate it, until it just becomes general belief, even though it is detached from reality. And this is what I think happened here in my situation, where people somehow got the notion that I was a racist, pro-cannibal, pro-rape, and sexual assault weirdo, which, you know, I find genuinely insulting.
Now, according to the chat, before you say you mean, according to the chat, he put out a video stating that it was okay for the Hills Have Eyes villains to rape and murder because it was a white family, and that the guys who play the characters in the Hills Have Eyes, the villains, are the Native Americans. Apparently, that's what it was. I haven't seen it yet.
The Hills Have Eyes is a commentary.
Are you going to watch that, sir?
I'm going 3 hours right now, but he's saying
4.
Yeah, he's saying that is what people are criticizing him about, and he says that it's fake. But the thing is that a lot of fucking people that are like not even remotely tangentially related with one another or have an axe to grind with this guy know that in this video he said something along those lines, or he directly said that. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just going with the flow on this one. I am not accusing him of that, but he's saying my whole career ended because of this terrible video. I'm inclined to believe that he may have said that because he's like complaining that his career fell off because of that video. So
I mean, here's the thing. Anybody's career could fall off once you say something so fucking dumb,
yes.
Try to defend it, and then automatically think, oh, maybe you all had a point.
Yes, exactly.
And saying motherfuckers deserve to be raped because they're white? I don't know, buddy.
I don't know.
And then you know what makes it the cherry on top? He's white.
All right, hold on. The Hills of Eye clips on Connor's video about this guy if you don't want to watch the whole thing. Okay, so let's pull up Connor's video. I want to see this. I'm like genuinely interested in what Connor has to say about that. All right, hold on. We're gonna skip ahead. Gotta switch the screen for Leon real quick.
Change that screen for me, Pookie.
All right. this looks like it was in the original video. Wait.
People who come to your defense are Nazis.
What?
What a great spot.
What a great spot to go on. Where's the Hills Have Eyes part? What timestamp is that? Because I have no idea. I don't want to ruin, like, the actual video. Because I know this is in the Wendigoon video. I mean, that's the video we're reacting to right now. It's another video. Back? You just went past it? Give me a direct timestamp.
The footage of January.
Oh, here. Okay.
Anything that you want them to be, really.
Yourself so you can see what he has to say.
The Hill people can be representative of anything that you want them to be, really. They can be Native Americans, and the Hills themselves can be allegorical of them being forced back onto reservations. They can be Black Americans that have for hundreds of years been forced to live within a dehumanizing system that has balances in place that assure that they never get ahead. They can be anyone who has been a victim of hundreds of years of horrifically violent, white, wealthy, educated progress.
And so, yeah, 2 years ago.
That doesn't sound like white people deserve to be raped.
It doesn't sound like it, but he is comparing them to... He's trying to be like, well, you can say that they're like Native Americans or black people. But in the movie, there's a very graphic rape scene. Keep going. I don't want to watch the whole Connor video. I feel like that's a little fucking crazy to say there is more. But, like, it's not in this section. I'm not seeing it anywhere here. I'm just seeing the Wedigoon parts and Wedigoon, Brandon Buckingham, him complaining about Mudahar. This whole section here.
Ton of backlash from this, and justifiably so, because this is absolutely an absurd takeaway from this film. And his comment section was flooded with criticism for it, and he got backlash on Twitter and shit. But he did respond to this in his Bad Conservative Movies video, so why don't we let him explain to us all?
Yeah, the cannibals are literally based off a legend of Cannibal Scotland. All right, whatever. I want to watch the original video. Leave me be.
It's like some people had never heard of the concept of a metaphor before. So if we...
I personally believe that's a little crazy when the movie in of itself is about racist... When it's about rapist fucking redneck people, to compare them to Native Americans and that white people, like it's about white people like being fucked up or something. Like I that to me kind of like I see where you guys are going with that.
Go back to my original video, okay? My basic argument was that the Hill people in The Hills Have Eyes are a stand-in for any type of person who has been marginalized by the American imperial machine. Native Americans, any non-white people really, queer people, poor people, any...
I don't know how you could do that when it's a bunch of redneck inbred hillbillies that are trying to murder and rape a group of a family that is just camping out there. I feel like no other demographic really fits that mold. But okay.
Anyone who would stand in opposition to the family, whose father is a police officer, whose background is upper...
Boy, I'm pretty certain Palestine loves this.
Okay, bro. Okay.
...standing and hostile, who also have a German Shepherd as their chosen pet. They are a family made up...
You've got to be shitting me.
Put the screen back up, Jew!
Back to my original video.
Hold on.
The cannibals are literally based on a legend of a cannibal clan in Scotland.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I gotta hear this back again.
Okay? My basic argument was that the Hill people in The Hills Have Eyes are a stand-in for any type of person who has been marginalized by the American imperial machine. Native Americans, any non-white people really, queer people, poor people, anyone who would stand in opposition to the family, whose father is a police officer, whose background is upper middle class, who are openly racist, demanding, and hostile, who also have a German Shepherd as their chosen pet.
He can't get off the German Shepherd point. He can't do it.
They are a family made up of racist red flags. And I discussed how the movie is about a conflict when those ideologies come into contact. When a group who has had everything taken away from them, and another who reaps the benefit of the taking, are suddenly placed on the same level and are told to duke it out for survival. About how at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, we are all capable of great violence against one another. I do not think that that is an outrageous reading of that film.
It is. It's incredibly outrageous. It's a group of hillbillies hillbilly rapists that are incestuous go and try and murder a family. I feel like you definitely made a stretch and read too much into it to compare that group of people to Native Americans, black people, and gay people. I feel like that's fucking crazy to do.
It isn't even really subtext. It's just the plot of the movie. People got extremely mad at me for recapping the plot of The Hills Have Eyes, because genuinely...
But you didn't recap it. You said you could make these a stand-in for any disenfranchised group.
If you go back and watch that video, that is all I am doing. It is a very basic reading on Wes Craven's intended message of that film based on his own words and what he put on the screen. I'm not even saying that I agree with everything going on in the movie. I also certainly did not write the movie. And truth be told, I also think that Wes Craven is a little overrated, and I'm somewhat mixed on his filmography as a whole. Thematically, I think he's great, but on a basic filmmaking level, he was at times fairly weak. I was literally just talking about what Craven was trying to do in his script and how he saw the movie. That's all. Still, I started to receive comments like this. I can't imagine watching this film and coming away with the conclusion that the cannibals are secretly the good guys, and the biggest tragedy is that they didn't eat the people passing through. He stabs him in the heart not to kill him, but to remind him of his place. Or maybe it was just to kill the cannibal who attacked him and his...
Is that a direct line? He stabs him in the heart, not to kill him, but to remind him of his place. In context, to one of the family members trying to kill the cannibal trying to murder them. If that is legitimately the line that he said in that video, he's fucking crazy. Or maybe it was just to kill the cannibal who attacked him and his family. I don't know. Maybe it's just my interpretation.
Anyway, I don't know. Just my interpretation. It's edgy takes for the sake of engagement. Love this channel, but I don't think it was actually fine that these cannibals killed, raped, and ate people who just crashed their car in the wrong spot because capitalism is bad. And actually, they're...
Good comment.
The good guys is the take that I would have gone with. You can defend your home without eating people. You have an extremely warped moral compass. Class this, class that, blah blah blah. I like your videos, but the commie talk is distracting and arrogant. We side with the vacationing family because they are a down on their luck group, trying to get unstuck until they're hunted by opportunistic murderers who want to eat them. They're not inherently sympathetic because they're white or rich. They're sympathetic because they're the victims in the movie, not just the victims in your metatextual want for what you think the movie should be. The Carters win because good should triumph over evil.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. These comments are just criticizing him, saying that he's reading too much into it in the dumbest fucking way possible. Leon, I have to pee for like 2 seconds. Entertain the chat, please. I have to go. I have to go to the bathroom.
It's time for the slur.
No slurs. No slurs. Give me 1 second, guys. Don't let Leon do anything stupid.
One. What is this ugly ass fucking background you got? What the fuck? Why did it just? Ew, why does it fade? What the fuck? Ew. Shit. Ugh. What the fuck? Ew. This was terrible. That was a terrible transition. Oh man. Ugh, why does it just automatically go back? Ugh. Good. I like how you motherfuckers are all clocking Chris because he said give him 1 second. I hate when you people do that. Give me 1 second and then 30 minutes go by. Like, fuck yourselves. Hey Leon, how's it going? I'm sad. But who cares? The value of one's emotions doesn't really pan out, does it? It's Men's Mental Health Month next month. Get ready for the suicide topics, baby. Bing, 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 bing. Why you sad? Because I'm hungry. Once I get food, I'm like a whore. Once I get food, I'll be fine. Thoughts on Halo? Never played it. Thinks it sucks. I think Halo sucks. Macaulay. Any of you motherfuckers play X Defiant? Chris, do you play X Defiant? Download X Defiant.
No, not now.
It's free. It's free.
Okay, not now.
Jesus, Wes is spinning in his grave for an hour and 25 minutes.
Daddy,
Woke
do it now.
Overthinking presents a woke critique of a B-movie lacking any intellectual heft. If I had a nickel...
Stop calling me that. I'm trying to watch
for every time a horror channel assumes something in a film is an allegory
Shut
or a
up.
metaphor, I'd be rich by now. So tired. I think this dude is gay or something. He can't go a video without mentioning disrespect towards them folks. Also, the hillbillies are cannibals. How are you going to sympathize with them? Had to stop watching at 15 minutes. I think you're viewing the film through a modern woke lens, and you're really stretching the themes to fit your personal bias. Really hard to take you seriously now. Just because you're a communist doesn't mean that every movie movie is about class struggle or social inequality. Holy cow, you make it sound like the cannibal rapists are the good guys. Gross, dude. Typical liberal garbage. Every time I think I like this channel, this guy spews some overthought lefty garbage that takes me right out of it. So what I have gathered from this video is people who commit tragedies such as mass shootings are justified because they have been wronged by society, and society should expect innocents to suffer because of that.
Jesus Christ.
Oof. The overinterpretation of capitalism bad by making the literal raped, murdered, and eaten victims into the bad guys of the movie was my cue to unsub. Sorry, bud. You lost me. You went way too off the mark. I've enjoyed several of your videos, but damn, you seem to be a bit lost in this one. Your stances just seem a bit warped. And why inject politics into a movie anatomy? Social justice? I was rolling my eyes.
I'm not gonna lie, these comments are cooking the shit out of him. They're cooking him. He has so many in this one section. Jesus.
It's throughout. I mean, come on, man. LOL,
That was a cope laugh. That sounded like a cope laugh, but maybe it's just me.
Watched a few other videos of his and didn't notice his political leanings, and here's the thing, I don't actually care what they are. It's just pretty silly to inject social justice into a review of The Hills Have Eyes, LOL. Yeah, I can't help but disagree with this video. This might be your worst yet.
Dude, you literally said this video, like, destroyed your career. And you're, like, giggling at these people that are telling you why they're unsubbing. That sounds like a cope laugh. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Maybe.
I despise your political analysis of this film. Calling police officers, people who put their lives on the line for a job, a symbol of oppression, shows a huge bias on your end. People are a lot more than their political affiliation, but I don't think you showcasing yours is very much appreciated.
So the tweet he claimed is taking his video out of context, describing this video was accurate and on point. This is not out of context. We're doing whole context.
Appreciated by your audience. Would really appreciate it if you tried to be more impartial. 18 minutes in, and I had to stop because it really is an unwatchable video. Incredibly sad because I enjoyed a lot of the In Defense of Nicolas Cage. It really feels like night and day in terms of quality of the essay. While everyone is free to think what they want, and I really appreciate and enjoyed some of your other videos, here you're basically justifying that people should be assaulted, raped, cannibalized, based on their socioeconomic status and, dare I say, skin color. Would you have reacted the same way if the family was black, or came from another racial background, or is it only okay because the rich family was white? You are such a talented writer, with an impressive ability to digest a movie, but unfortunately, as so often these days, your politics tend to ruin some parts of your videos whenever you put your post-
Wait a minute. So before, he never really interlaced his politics into his videos. At least that's what the comments saying. And then he decided to take a shift and start adding political commentary to his videos. That's maybe why nobody likes you, bud.
Modern lens on. Sadly, you seem to be lost in a pretty bad. Sadly, you seem to be in a pretty bad place right now. Your so-called anatomy is full of hate and cynicism. I hope you'll get better soon. Buddy, maybe leave out the half-baked race baiting and focus on the movie.
He is still going at these. This is a long section.
Yeesh. I thought I was going to watch a movie retrospective, not be morally grandstanded at LMAO. This was honestly exhausting. You know, you do this long enough and you kind of develop this weird, broken, detached mental thing that I'm convinced that everyone who works long-term on the internet has. And I know that that was a lot of hateful comments to read back to back to back, but I'm just trying to communicate what it is like having the never-ending barrage of the internet saying bad things to you on a daily basis that are not founded in reality. What was really distressing to me, though, in this time, is that I slowly started to watch it leave my comment section, and just became an accepted idea about me outside on the internet at large.
People saw the video, they thought you were crazy, and they talk about how crazy you are and how your positions on things are insane. I watched this whole section about the Kevin Spacey shit, and I almost lost my mind. And I watched it with full context. It was ass. You sounded crazy. It doesn't just leave your comment section. People can watch it and then tweet about it and go, this guy's a terrible fucking content creator. AKA the thing that happened with Brandon Buckingham.
Someone on Reddit in this time said, I like In Praise of Shadows a...
Oh my god, stop. He is not about to look up Reddit comments.
Decent bit for horror analysis. But his video on Hills Have Eyes is such a wild case of tunnel vision that even his normally receptive audience calls him out on it across the comment section. He digs into this interpretation of the first film as a critique of modern society, where the incestuous cannibals are the real heroes, and we're tricked into rooting for the empty consumers trespassing on their land because they look like us. And it's just very weird, especially in how much he refuses to address the amount of sexual assault the cannibals perpetrate. I'm all for wild interpretations of the thematic meanings of art, within reason. This goes well beyond reason. And you know, these things are half-truths. It removes all nuance regarding the use of metaphor in the film. And I know I'm including a lot of examples in this section, but I'm just trying to communicate exactly how in this situation I said one thing, and then it got misconstrued as another that slowly eroded people's view in my writing and their trust in me, which has made the past 2 years a very dark time in my life. And on the notion of
past 2 years, a very dark time in my life. I got mean comments. People don't like me. I went into a 2-year depression. Stop. Okay, hold on. Chef, no. Even though he accidentally left the door open, does not mean you get to walk outside, buddy.
Now, I could be drunk, but the whole people have misconstrued me. Is that not what the fuck he's doing in his Twitter thread?
What?
Is that not what he's doing in his Twitter thread? Oh,
Yeah.
people are misconstruing
Yes.
my things.
That's exactly what's happening at this current moment.
How does it fucking feel? That's fucking crazy.
Refusing to address something. That is something that gets said a lot about critics and YouTubers in general, that if something wasn't directly mentioned, then it must be obviously a refusal to mention it, or a massive oversight that must be pointed out by the commenter.
Wait a minute, that's what you did? Wait! Whoa, 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 whoa! Chat, isn't that what he did to the guy that made that video on the convention? Is that not what he just did? He's trying to criticize the comments for doing what he just did to the guy at the convention. So commenters can't do it, but you can do it. No! How did you not watch this? How did you edit this video and go, yeah, that sounds good. That I won't look like a total hypocrite within 40 minutes of my video.
Neither of which are true in this instance or in most instances that assertion is ever made. You don't work on a project for 100 hours and then just accidentally forget to include something. I assure you that thought was put into the words that I was saying. I incorporate.
That is so funny with what comes later. The Wendigoon and Brandon Buckingham part. Him saying what he just said right now destroys his entire video when we get to the Brandon Buckingham and Wedigoon part. This is gonna be great.
All forms of violence into one for that video because the metaphor of
the arrogance this guy has is going. It's just gonna be delicious.
The movie is about aggression and revenge, whether that be sexual, outright physical, or even eating the victims. All of them to the Hill people are expressions of forms of revenge, one and the same. It literally makes no sense to talk about them as if they were three different things within that context, because as far as the movie is concerned, all of the violence falls under the same blanket of metaphorical rage. It would only take up time to not actually end up saying anything that I hadn't already said. And if I went down a list and addressed every single act of violence individually, that just would be pointless. And also, it isn't me saying that I think that these things are good in real life. Obviously. We are talking about fiction here. The Hills Have Eyes never happened. Wes Craven made that up. These are not real people. And I know I normally don't have to go.
But it's based around a Scottish lore of cannibals. It's a story about cannibals from Scotland. So it was based around something in reality. Good job.
That basic with what I'm saying. But in this instance, I guess it does have to be said. Because near weekly for over 2 years, at least one person has insinuated to me that I supposedly think people's flesh should literally be eaten off their bodies because they can afford a camper. And I won't name names. But the thing that really hit me the hardest is that when I decided to stop reading comments and just tried to distract myself by scrolling on Twitter, and on my For You page, I found a
Leon.
I hate white people.
He said I stopped reading comments, and then to cope with it, I went on Twitter instead. What are you doing? That's actually worse than going in the comments section of a YouTube video. No way. He's like, I can't handle the toxicity of the comments section. But I can go on, I'm gonna go doom scroll on Twitter. Oh my god, stop.
thread of mutuals openly making fun of me for my failure of the video amongst themselves. Just openly in public. Some of them using words like idiot and stupid, many of which I could tell had not actually watched the video based on what they were saying. They were genuinely just calling me dumb without trying to meet me on my level of what I was trying to say.
God, people called me stupid. It's horrible. It's slander.
Instead, just believing what other people were saying about me. And that was so hurtful that I can't even fully communicate it to you. To see this notion escape the comment section, which, you know, it's YouTube, sometimes it can be a little bit out there, into the more real digital life on the internet and Twitter and beyond, to where even people who knew me were making fun of me in posts that the algorithm recommended to me, was the lowest point in my career. Again, I won't say who they are. I don't.
This is the lowest point in your career. This video right here. You think the Hills Have Eye video was your lowest point? This is. You've hit the bottom, buddy. It's never been more over. You hit the bottom.
Want people to get mad at them for this, but I still remember, and to be honest, I will always see those people differently from now on. And if I met them in person, I would never be more than just cordial. I would never be their friend, and I'm usually not like that. I decided.
People that criticize me, I'll never be their friend. Okay, that's totally your prerogative. You should not have said that in a YouTube video. You look like a whitey cunt. That's great.
Then that I was never going to acknowledge that this was happening. I was just going to go on about my life, keep making videos, and hope that things would be fine. But they weren't. they never really were again after that for me. Like I said, this never actually stopped happening. It is still going on to this day. It keeps happening, continuing to mutate and escalate to where now people are openly making fun of me about The Hills Have Eyes to my face, in spite of being totally detached from the reality of what was even said in that video. They don't even treat me like a person. Recently, I said something related to the Cherokee on Twitter near where I live, which is something we are going to get to here in a little bit.
Shut up.
And somebody said to me, "Hi, I live in Oklahoma and am a Native American. Go fuck yourself." Like, what do I even do with that? I've never once in my life said something.
What do I even do with that? Don't read it. Mute the guy and move on. Like, what the fuck? What am I even supposed to do with that?
Negative about Native Americans. But there are a whole group of people who treat me with open hostility over a perceived belief that I said something awful, when all I did was talk about something that somebody else had said. Another example for you is when one woman last year said, "He is up his ass and has been for several videos now, and he apologized rape in media as art." What do you expect of someone who calls himself an artist on every video? And now, I normally have a rule for myself of refusing to engage in purposefully combative comments, but this one made...
Then why are you doing this whole section, bro? Like, why is this?
Because he has to illustrate how good he is at understanding criticism.
It's not even that. He's just saying that he's being constantly slandered by comment sections and Twitter accounts. Like, bro, people don't like you. You had a bad take and people think you're crazy for it. That's it.
Slander.
Ignore it.
Slander.
Stop. It's not slander. Stop.
It's so totally slander, can't you tell?
I watched Smiley Friends. You're only 47 minutes in. Yes, I do very long reactions verse.
Me really mad. And I said back to them, "I can assure you that I have never done that. That accusation is disgusting to me, and putting those words in my mouth is in extremely bad faith." To which she said, "I wouldn't make that accusation if it wasn't something you have done. Either way, you sadly became full of yourself, mourning over your poor artist soul and drowning in self-pity." And slowly, some people got the idea that I was just some crazy person with outrageous fringe views who shouldn't be...
You are.
You are, though. Like, you literally are.
taken seriously by this
I don't look at you and
unjustifiable
think you're
snowball of
normal.
a reaction to me saying that maybe Wes Craven liked to write horror in metaphors and enjoyed using visual shorthand symbols within his work, which is what most people who write horror do. And that,
well, yeah, but they also don't try to say that rapist, hillbilly, incestuous monsters go and murder people because the dad's a cop, and it shows a level they're fighting against oppression. I feel like most critics don't say that. You know, like,
Can I read something?
Sure.
I did not do my diligence when looking into allegations against you. To be honest, I saw pictures of you with Turkey Tom, with Donut Operator, with Wedigoon, with Brandon Harrier, and often with a gun in your hand. I wrote you off. I did not feel you were worth my time, and that was the result of the company you keep. Ultimately, that is a failing on me, though, in how I presented that.
No way he said that about Brandon Buckingham. No shot.
You using homophobic language to me, though, in calling me a low testosterone freak, does not change my opinions about you.
How is that homophobic?
My base thoughts remain the same, even though I should have said them differently and not let that cloud my writing.
Wait, how is that homophobic to call him a low T freak?
To end it off, to Mudahar, your thumbnail art was transphobic. I have nothing else to say.
Oh my god, I fucking hate this guy.
maybe he used Native American visual codes as his narrative symbols, which was very heavy-handed but also was commonplace in the 1970s. I said nothing that was either groundbreaking or new or outrageous or even original there. If anything, I was doing a basic recap of the history of criticism that has already been said 1,000 times before me, just to get past the first movie so that I could talk about the sequels, which is what I do in basically every single franchise video. That is the format. If you go back and look at all of those videos, they start with a basic overview of the first movie followed by a more in-depth coverage of the less talked about sequels. That is why I make those videos. You can't say anything new about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre that hasn't already been said, but you could probably have a few new original ideas about the third and fourth movies. I used to hit 200 to 400,000 views per video, and now I'm hitting 50 to 100,000 most of the time, saying the exact same message that I used to say back then.
He's so upset that he fell off. That's what this whole video is. He fell off. That's all you did. You fell off. You had a bad take. Your audience rejected it and stopped watching you. And you're boring. Like,
But now I think with more skill than I used to have, with higher production values. And now, every time I make a video, the comments are often swamped with people still living off that meme of an idea, who only show up to say mean things about me and leave that all started with The Hills Have Eyes. I used to not have that happen. If you go look, literally there is a hostile comment on every single video now within maybe 2 to 3 minutes of posting a new video. Say if you were to go back and look at my...
It's so bad. I get a hostile comment. Dude, everybody gets those. Everyone gets a hostile comment pretty quickly. If you look at the Synthetic Man video that I put out, there is a fuck ton of hostile comments, but you don't see me making a video about it. The video's performing great.
Welcome to the club, British cigarette.
I'm making money off of these fucking idiots. Why are you complaining?
A recent video on blood tea and red string. Within a minute of the video coming out, a man had posted, "I'm just here to see how long it takes him to whine about the racist patriarchy."
You're getting trolled. Get over it. You're getting trolled.
Which someone else said, "If you dislike his videos so much, why do you watch and comment on them instead of watching something you actually enjoy?" To which he said in return, "Because I'm a dick." This me.
That dude's just honest. I respect that guy way more than most YouTube commenters. That guy's awesome. He was just honest. He's like, I hate this guy. I just want to watch him because I'm an asshole. Like, okay. That's a view. You got a view. Like, you got somebody to watch it. You have a hate watcher.
Theme of an idea has directly impacted my work, my sense of self, and the videos that I'm able to make. And I don't really think that that's fair. There was a month last year where I only made $500 in ad revenue. I can't live off that. The amount of times that I've almost had to stop making videos since then has been almost monthly.
Get a job. Get a fucking job. Go work. If you within 2 to 3 months are not making what you're making and it's starting to hit you financially pretty difficult, get a job. You can still do YouTube and have a job. It's not difficult. Like, if anything, getting a job might help you.
But Chris, you know, if I could come on in here and be a little bit of a devil's advocate.
What?
Working's hard.
That's not devil's advocate. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
The capitalist society, like, I'm just envisioning what this dipshit says when people tell him get a job.
But the thing is
I
that
can't work.
Wait, but the thing is that he's doing a capitalist thing. He's providing a product. Said product brings entertainment or joy to people. He makes money off of that entertainment and joy through a major corporation. He's a part of the fucking capitalistic wheel.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Because he's doing a service.
Is that
He's
not
providing great, eloquent content that deserves all the money. This is the thing, and all jokes to the side, this sounds like a guy who had it all, but because he didn't know how to smell his own shit, he's now lost a good majority of it and is wording it like it's everyone else's fucking fault.
Yeah, that's kind of
And that's fucking pathetic.
That's exactly what's happening.
I've barely been able to keep it
pathetic.
afloat. I've paid my rent late most months for the past year.
Get a job! You've been paying your rent late for a whole year. Go work.
Wait, did he say rent or light?
Rent. He's been paying his rent late for a year. Get a job.
True things that you say about another.
I don't wish this shit on nobody.
Why would you ever tell anyone this publicly?
This doesn't make you look sympathetic. It makes you look money hungry.
It makes you look like a pathetic loser that just wants to sit at home and edit videos and make money. Everyone wants to do that.
And hey, bro, maybe, you know, if you're looking for a job that requires 19 hours, I might know somebody.
Person do in fact have direct impacts on them and the way that people culturally see them. It's why I've pushed my Patreon so much in the past year, even though I know it's annoying as fuck to do, because it is literally the only resource that is keeping this thing going after what happened.
I heard that.
I'll say it. Okay. Get a job.
Well, hold on. Do you want to know how much he makes on Patreon? From what I understand.
Can I take a guess?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna go monthly. 3,000 a month.
1.2. 1,200.
That's not too bad.
That's not bad. But he's not making enough on ad revenue. So 1,200, you could afford rent if you're not like living in a crazy fucking place like LA, which I guarantee this guy does. He looks like an LA guy. So he's making 1,200 off of that shit. And he makes $500 in ad revenue. So that's per month, what, like 1,007? And then you also getting fucked on taxes. He's from North Carolina. How the fuck can he afford rent? You can find a cheap house for probably like $500 a month. The fuck is he spending his money on?
And you could say there's other contributing factors that led to the decline over time. It is true that views have gone down for everyone. But if you look at the hard data,
views have gone down for everyone.
Really is a clear line here with The Hills Have Eyes. I had just come off of one of my biggest hits ever with In Defense of Nicolas Cage, and then my next video after Hills still to this day only has 73,000 views. And I just personally believe that there has to be something that caused that kind of shift. And you know, I know that people have the right to say whatever they want about me, and that maybe it is foolish for a creator to try and fight back against a public response. I have said many times that once you release something, that it is public and no longer fully yours, and I still believe that. But at the same time, I do think that a conversation around a work or topic can be wrong or even misguided, which I obviously think happened here. I think it is within my right to talk about this on my own channel, and if you have said these things about me or to me, that is totally within your right to do. But I do want to ask you to consider why you're actually still saying them to me still 2 years later. What point are you trying?
Because you suck. People don't like you. You just suck. For 2 whole years, people kept shitting on Def Noodles and other creators that have done dumb shit and kept getting shit on for it.
Suicide.
I did not drive him to anything. I worked it out with him. Me and him were cool. Me and him were cool. I hope he's doing better.
To make besides baseless general cruelty? Are these your own genuine original thoughts and criticisms that you have based on my actual words and things that I have done? Or maybe did you read something about me 2 years ago?
I'm literally watching you right now, not knowing who you are, and you are living up to all those things the comment section is telling me. That you
Can I read another one?
Hold on. He just read out these comments, and he's like, oh, well, do you actually feel that way about me? Are you listening to the words I'm saying? Yes, I'm watching your entire fucking video, and every single comment that I've seen so far has been completely accurate on how you act.
Can I read another one?
Sure.
I will always believe in trying to do the right thing and standing up to things that I do not believe in.
Oh my God.
I was overcome with anger because I think it's incredibly dangerous that there is a man in horror that you cannot criticize without being called an F-slur for days on end. I think that it's a very serious issue. But I did let that anger at this affect my overall quality in the presentation of these events. I still think that it is dangerous. I still think it should be talked about, but I should have worked at this to make my thoughts more clear and professional.
Maybe they said you could criticize Wedigoon. Nobody's having an issue with criticism of Wedigoon. The issue is when the criticism is solely about him being a Christian and having a traditional marriage with a woman, and he likes guns, and you saying he's a horrible person just for those things is not criticism. You're attacking him for something that isn't remotely based in his content.
I read one more.
No shit, you're getting called the F-slur.
I'll read one more, then I'm done.
Sure.
I had no idea you were homosexual. I was calling you a low testosterone freak for being a miserable, moody asshole who's baselessly slandered me in an attempt to demonize a close friend of mine. You literally said Wendigoon should be banned from public spaces.
Dude, Brandon Buckingham just fucking raped him. Just raped him.
That you thought was funny and that was not actually true, and have latched onto a meme that was not based in fact, that said that I'd become some kind of racist, pro-rape, pro-cannibalist extremist. I have always and will always speak on the idea that horror is about love, and that this is all about love. If you somehow...
How is horror movies about love?
You know what, Chris? I was very much in love with the last Friday the 13th movie, or like the one before the last one, where Michael Myers is walking down 2 black people in a car, and one of the black people tries to pull out a gun, and Michael Myers just kicks the shit out of the door, and the gun ricochets to her face, and she shoots herself in the fucking head. That was all about the love there, buddy.
Yeah, horror's all about love. Horror's all about love. You know, I really love that scene of The Hills Have Eyes. True love is watching somebody scream and yell while they're being raped on a fucking table. That's love. Horror is about love.
Horror is about comedy. Because there's nothing more. I don't know if any of you have fucking watched the last fucking Michael Myers movies. Please go find that fucking scene. She literally points the gun and Michael Myers kicks that fucking door and it ricochets and she shoots herself in the fucking face. The funniest fucking horror movie scene of all time.
Oh my God.
took away that I actually think that it's a good idea for people to be eaten alive, then I don't know what to tell you. We are just operating in totally different realities.
Dude, you literally said that this guy, that in this whole Kevin Spacey section, you tried to criticize a guy for having like a fun time at a con, and you said that he's contributing to toxicity and fucking conservatives entering into the horror space. Stop it.
We don't speak the same language. I would argue that maybe you are the one who has changed in their values, and not myself. Or that maybe you haven't thought critically about what you were reading online, about other people. People often say to me when talking about my Hills Have Eyes videos, that I used to not be like that, and that they liked my older work before that, often citing my Return to Oz one, which is always very funny to me, because I talk about Gilded Age capitalist rot, and the benefits of communism, and the tragedy of the genocide of the Native Americans in that video. In fact, I feel like whether it was my video on witches or the treatment of women historically, my video on Lovecraft and queerness, Beksinski and the Holocaust, horror comics and government censorship, and
God, your fucking videos sound like they suck. Man, just talking about all this political shit. God, it just sounds like you suck. I would hate watching your content.
See, this is the thing.
You know why I like Wendigoon's videos? It's because he talks about the subject matter and the concept and the fun things about it, not the fucking depressing political aspects of it. I fucking rather kill myself than watch that shit.
Here's the thing. This is like that weird space of politics that's boring as fuck that makes everyone want to slit their throats. It's boring. Like, oh my God, the political landscape. Oh, I was just fucking accused about. Like, that's gay. Like, go hang out with Ben Shapiro, please. We gotta get the fun shit where we got fucking YouTubers on cocaine trying to touch children.
Okay.
Attitudes towards sexism, racism, and violence in the 1950s that my views have never
now,
actually
hold on,
changed,
wait a minute,
which I think is the
complete side note. I was talking to King about this, and you know, I'll bring you in on it too. We gotta start placing bets on YouTubers based on their noses and how much cocaine they probably do smoke. Because this motherfucker, what's his name?
Rekieta?
Whatever.
Nick Rekieta.
This motherfucker had a schnoz on him. I'm like, God damn, of course he do cocaine. Look at him.
He was just shoving whole rocks up there.
Right.
Just whole rocks.
Necessary thing needed to be a good critic. Perspective. You have to be able to clearly articulate your personal perspective and values in life and in art to do this job. And on that front, I have not changed since I started doing this. I've gotten better at expressing those ideas, but the core has always remained intact. All of my most popular videos back then were just as leftist as the type of content that I do now. The only thing that has changed is the conversation and culture around them, where now I get comments like, yeah, this channel is really good, but the wokeness is all over most recent videos, and really is super distracting and yes, disappointing.
I like that the pendulum's switching back. That we're just like, bro, stop talking about political shit. I just want to enjoy shit. I love this. We're going. The pendulum's shifting.
Can you make anything without going on and on about irrelevant modern social justice shit? These videos have always been the same. If you say these things about me, then please revisit the older ones that you liked before. You'll find that they say the exact...
As a bisexual dude, we do not claim this troglodyte. Based bluzzy.
same things as the new ones that you hate now. I was sitting in a doctor's office 2 years ago now, mentally dealing with everything that was going on.
Stop. Bad, mean comments made you go to the doctor. Stop.
Believing that my career was over. Reading comments about what people were saying.
Bisexual dude, we do not claim
they got that motherfucker on 25 grams?
Stop. Yeah, they got him on 25 grams, yeah.
Bro, did I tell you? Did I not tell you how much was in them fucking edibles I had?
A lot.
There was 100 in each one. I took all 4.
Yeah, see, that's weed, not cocaine.
Thing about me, and just generally,
see, but fuck.
Oh, well, let's stop. There was also a gun that wasn't locked in a lock safe, and it was just underneath their bed with like full ammunition clips and a spent shell underneath the bed. So
complete side note.
Kind of doesn't help.
Based tipster and Stardust. He's still gay, but
stop.
Feeling pretty bad about myself.
We're not talking about tipster right now.
When I read something by a Reddit user going by the name John Latour, who made me so happy that I actually cried sitting there in public reading that, because I felt like it was the first time that someone
I cried in public
had publicly seen and understood the situation that I was in, and saying that they understood what I was going for and that my treatment had not been fair. One person had said about me, he really is amazing when he can keep from white knighting for women and minorities. When he does that, he starts misinterpreting shit just to shoehorn things into whatever agenda he is trying to push. I lost it when he was trying to defend the mutants from the Hills Have Eyes as representative of the minority underclass, and that we should actually sympathize with the horrific rapist monsters. Like, I highly doubt that was the point of those movies at all. To which John calmly responded, if you want to watch horror movies for what they are on the surface level of tension, scares, and kills, that's totally fine. But tons of horror movies are deserving.
It's still going. All this fucking whining about the
of a more contextual analysis, and many had filmmakers who went into those films with those intentions. And there's nothing wrong if you don't want to subscribe to a director.
Yeah.
When the fuck do we start talking about the conservative horror movies? I haven't seen any of that yet.
Up right here. We're just gonna skip ahead. Fuck these comments.
I saw his thumbnail that had Ben Shapiro in it. I'm like, God damn, bro. When you go, this shit is 2 hours?
It's 3. It's 3 whole
Man,
hours.
dick.
Hold on.
Bye.
Do you see
Bye,
this?
bye.
Hold on. He's got fucking. All right, Leon's gone. But like, you see, he's got painted fingernails, bro. Like, come on.
In March of this year, Late Night with the Devil was released to theaters, which came with a fair share of controversy. Normally, this would be a film that would make some buzz and then be quickly forgotten about by most non-horror people. But Late Night with the Devil ended up with several major articles written about it in the trades because of its use of supposedly free AI-generated title cards that appeared both in the trailer as well as in the film itself. The number 3 has been thrown around a lot, and I don't know if it's ever actually been confirmed. As far as I can tell, that number was stated by one of the directors in an interview, and it seems as if the production team may have been trying to minimize the actual extent that AI was used in their process. This was the narrative that they started, once people got mad at them. And I myself have gone through the film and would argue that there's closer to an upwards of maybe 10 or so questionable images throughout the movie.
Who cares? Wait a minute. Who cares? Who cares if a movie used AI art?
But for the purpose of this, we will just say that it was 3 pictures. As you can well imagine, there were a lot of people within the horror community who pretended that this was either not a very big deal or wasn't unprecedented behavior, and had many excuses as to why this wasn't good, but also why we should still reward their behavior with our money. BJ Colangelo said, based on the style, the AI was clearly experimented with around the time everyone was sharing their AI profile pics, before we had the widespread, hey, this is bad convo. And they should have replaced it in the years since. I hope.
Who cares? They just used AI art in an indie movie for a maximum of apparently 3 images. Who gives a shit?
They do the right thing and swap those shots. But I've not seen the movie, so I have no idea how easily, quickly they'd be able to do that in an edit. And unlike a multi-billion-dollar company using AI for title cards, I have no idea if they have the money to do so. Richard Newby said, seems highly unnecessary, and I don't like AI, especially when artists are looking for work. But also, I'm not going to boycott an indie movie and the work of everyone else for what amounts to 20 seconds of AI title cards, because that doesn't help artists either. Sorry. To this, Barbara Crampton said, agreed. Brett Gallman said, AI-generated imagery, it's not art, is a scourge to creativity that has the potential to harm the film industry. But I'm not comfortable with dismissing all the work people put into Late Night with the Devil otherwise, especially those who had nothing to do with the decision. It is deeply disappointing that they went this route and didn't course correct during the past year, but I can't abide the logic of a boycott on behalf of artists that would ultimately just harm the artist anyways. Feels like a live and learn situation. Remember those? And if anyone does think a boycott is more productive, then more power to them. I can respect having a hard line stance on this issue, so long as it doesn't come with a heavy dose of self-righteousness and condensation. Jamie Jirac said, this sucks, but I want to add to the course of people explaining that it was made 2 years ago, before a lot of us realized that AI art is bad.
How is AI art bad? There's still always going to be a market for actual talented artists. If somebody just wants to use AI to help build art, it's not that bad. Wait a minute. What is this? What's Anissa saying?
I'm glad there's a couple people like Willie Mac Show taking the piss out of the more heinous channels out there.
Man, I'm not a fan of that guy.
Yeah.
No way! No way. No fucking shot. No way.
Whoa! Damn, Noah Samson really fell off.
Willie's like the nicest guy in the commentary community. What is Anissa talking about? Willie's like the nicest guy out of everybody. Everyone else is a total dick. Willie's like the one last bastion of like a nice commentator. And you're just gonna shit on him for no reason?
Forward, I think projects that use AI should be boycotted, but this indie horror deserves a little grace due to the timeline. The real Matt C said, still going to watch the Satanic Talk Show movie. Sorry, it's been recommended by friends who've seen it way too much. It looks awesome, and to be honest, yeah, AI sucks, but I'm not against low-budget projects using it in small doses like this. Last example I'll use right here, but there were many others. Salem Alexandria actually got shamed into apologizing for suggesting that people shouldn't go see the film when she tweeted, maturity is accepting wrong, after having people educate me on the timing in my DMs, while I'm still against AI in the creative space when it comes to creatives being replaced. They did this at a time time when everyone was having fun with AI, and with it being an indie film, having to pay the talent they did have. An all-out boycott of the film is a bit extreme. Okay, so first of all, that era that Colangelo and others is referring to really is in the DALL-E mini days, and by the time that more complex images like this were being created, it was pretty well established that this was very wrong behavior. The Wild West period of AI was really only generously a few weeks there, maybe, but in actuality, probably actually more like just a few days. That the argument that AI was just a fun little thing that existed before people started to seriously talk about it, and these images were made well beyond that, as you all probably well know. Saying otherwise is revisionist history, and if you really believe and think that this usage is okay, because everyone was supposedly doing it, then that speaks more on you than anything else.
But here's my argument. Who gives a fuck if somebody uses it for one frame of art? If the whole movie isn't AI generated and all the artwork is not just AI generated, who gives a fuck? Who cares? Like, genuinely, who gives a shit?
Because it shows that you were not listening to artists who were essentially quite vocal about the situation near immediately.
Who gives a fuck what the artists think?
This was pure and simple, a way to cut corners and test the waters on how much audiences would tolerate the slow removal of creative people in the creative process, in the making of films on all levels. There is no other way to look at this that is ethical. And in the weeks following, other companies started to do the same, such as A24 and their horrible Civil War posters. Now, for full transparency, I myself did post one single tweet that was positive about AI, which was clearly when it was still in the DALL-E mini phase, when it was just a strange curiosity. And when in the days following I listened to the conversation and realized how harmful this thing was, I never did that again, and have never excused a large company using it to not.
Did he just say, oh, guys, I know, I sinned by saying something nice about AI art, but I never said anything about letting companies get away with it, so I am better than everyone else. Who gives a shit? Here's an example. AI art exists. I have two artists that I use all the time, Michi and Kat. They are some of the greatest fucking artists I have ever worked with. Two of the best artists that I know. And I always commission them for work because I love not only their style, I love the work that they put in, and I respect them as people. Nobody is going to replace full-blown artists just because of AI. It's just, I don't believe that.
Pay people. It really is that easy. Secondly, of course they had the money to pay for real title cards. They just decided not to. What do you think this is? How much do you think art actually costs? Anyone who thinks this can genuinely only have that idea because they don't know any visual artists themselves. This narrative is insane, and probably disingenuous on their part. Critic Rebecca Johnson said, "It is disappointing that they used AI artwork, and a shame that they didn't hire an artist." That being said, I would be more disappointed if it were a big movie with an unlimited budget. This is an indie flick with a limited budget. People are acting like this was one of the...
What's up? Launch you out. Get your key. You left the door open. Yeah, that's all right. All right. Sorry about that. Gonna keep going.
Those fake movies that gets made for $500 and then dumped onto Amazon Prime. They could have paid for those assets for the same amount of money or less than they would have for a single advertisement for the film. The movie was produced by Roy Lee, who also produced movies like The Grudge, The Ring, The Departed, The Strangers, the Lego Batman movie, It Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Barbarian, Bates Motel, The Exorcist TV show, Dr. Sleep, Godzilla vs. Kong, and Godzilla Kong the New Empire, among like 50 other things that you've heard of. It was distributed to movie theaters around the entire country. Do you genuinely think that they would not be able to come up with a couple $100 extra in the proposed budget if that was what was needed to complete the movie? Like, he can find the finances for this level of CGI destruction, but a JPEG is going to break the bank? To imply that you think they couldn't spare a few hundred on additional art is either purposefully dishonest or is willingly ignorant.
But who gives a shit? It's just AI art. Like, how much more bullshit argumentation points are you doing? Wait, what the fuck? Do I really need to keep watching this fucking dumb shit? I'm gonna be honest. What? I need to find the Brandon Buckingham part. Like, it's actually starting to aggravate me, like, how fucking stupid this movie is. I mean, this fucking video is. Okay. Are we finally at the Wendigoon part? Yeah, we're coming up on the Wendigoon
common for the
part.
horror genre, especially popcorn PG-13 horror films, which are very dominated by women protagonists, which is Blumhouse's bread and butter. I did actually recently see a study that said that in his life, despite hiring numbers plummet to almost for women. Come at one point, people, but that the movie that was their interview, that I think demonstrably shows how his centrism allows passage for Shapiro's fascism. The Hunt is about how the country is so polarized. You know, I did a lot of
Okay, here we go. Here we go. The rest of this video just seems so... I can't handle the rest of it. It's just like, oh, complaining about AI art, complaining about women not getting roles, complaining about this, complaining about that. You are a depressing fuck. Let's just get to the Wedigoon part.
If you're not aware, Wedigoon is a horror conspiracy theorist YouTuber with several million subscribers that, as you will hopefully come to see, should not be seen as the wholesome, southern-friendly dad persona that he has publicly constructed around himself in the past several years. And that, like many people who talk about being Christians as much as he does, has a dark past with deep ties to far-right extremism.
What?
On a base level, his work has never been of personal interest to me. We share a similar focus on topics that we like to write about, but our similarities basically end there. I have no need or desire to hear 5 hours of opinions on Blood Meridian from a 21-year-old millionaire who got famous around the age of 19. And I know that is probably the most boomer thing that I've ever said. Apologies for that.
I don't care to watch Wendigoon at all because he became famous early and he's a millionaire. Okay, then don't watch him.
But I say that to argue that I really do think that there are some works that are really not intended to hit the right way until we are older. There are some works that fundamentally will not be understood by you if you are wealthy and have always been upper class your entire life. And this may all sound condescending, but that doesn't stop.
It makes you sound like a condescending asshole. Yeah, Wendigoon was born into a rich family, which means he won't understand certain plot devices in movies. What? Dude, I didn't grow up in the poorest parts of fucking Chicago or anything else, but I fucking loved the movie Training Day. I fucking love... I'm not a police officer that's ever in my life had to deal with a dirty cop, but I love that movie. I've never been a gangster that rose through the ranks of the mafia like a Goodfellas. What does that even mean?
Stop it from being somewhat true. I don't mean that to think that you shouldn't be able to say or publish whatever you like at any point in your life. You're obviously free to do so. And I also don't want it to be seen as if I'm talking down to young people, because I'm not.
Yeah, it's not even, though. His dad and grandfather lost millions of dollars. So this just shows that he doesn't know shit about Wendigoon.
Politically, they are frequently the most with it, and their voices should be heard on issues that pertain to them. They are looked down upon too often in our culture. What I'm talking about here pertains to the very act of writing itself, and with that, perspective. And I don't know if you can actually really truly be a good cultural critic with a voice that has a definitive perspective without several years of genuine independent lived experience away from the home that you were raised in. And in his case, he became exceptionally wealthy by the time that he was 19 or 20. And so if you leave the home and immediately become famous and rich without having to ever actually truly struggle, can you be considered to have ever actually had lived experience at all that would qualify you to give criticism on works of art about the experience of average and poor people? I would argue not. And if that is the case, why would your perspective matter as a critic? Not to mention the fact that Wedigoon was raised in a very wealthy family, and with that comes from a wealthy perspective. He himself has inadvertently admitted that his family at one point had millions of dollars. When he said once on stream, "Would you believe me that when my dad was young, he used to be in an organized crime gang and is now a Sunday school teacher." Very wild life that guy's lived. He was in an organized crime gang that my grandfather ran. A lot of bad things went down. They got investigated by the FBI. My grandpa went to jail. My dad had to testify and tried to take up the business. The business fell apart, and he ended up losing millions of dollars to the state. Lost everything. Found God, became a Christian, and is now both the best man and the best Christian I've ever met.
How is this a bad thing? He's lived through something crazy. Wendigoon's grandfather was a fucking crime lord. The dad tried to pick it up. Dad had to testify. Dad lost the business. Millions of dollars lost. They lost everything. That is a crazy story to live. His father used to run in a gang and then turned to God and became a better person. How doesn't Wedigoon have perspective of a downtrodden person? What the fuck?
But also, I'm not even here to criticize his body of work. I think his videos are very uninteresting. But ultimately, that is
yours are dog shit. Like, I don't watch Wedigoon all the time. I'll watch him depending on, like, if I'm intrigued by the topic. But he's always just a nice guy. Like, I've seen him interact with people. I've talked to people that know him. They all say the nicest shit about him. I have yet to hear anything bad about Wedigoon behind the scenes. Ever. In my life. You don't like his content? Okay. Cool. Why bring the millionaire aspect into it? Why?
secondary to what makes him worth talking about. The first of which are the very strong beliefs that he seems to hold as important, that are in my opinion the antithesis of what horror should be about. There are many things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership.
The bizarre gun ownership. Is it against, like, moral code to own a gun? Is it against, like, the moral code to own a gun? What? Hold on.
To criticize his body of work. I think his videos are very uninteresting, but ultimately that is secondary to what makes him worth talking about. The first of which are the very strong beliefs that he seems to hold as important, that are in my opinion the antithesis of what horror should be about. There are many things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership, the flagrant use from my perspective, of his religion as a shield from criticism, to the
I don't think I've ever seen him, like, turn around and use his religion as a shield. He talks, he's a Christian, which is okay, cool. But I don't think I've ever seen him say, I am a Christian, you can't criticize me, or my Christian beliefs are fundamentally different, which you're not allowed to criticize. I don't think I've ever seen him do that. I think what he's done is turn around and go, well, you know, as a Christian, I'm going to turn the other cheek. Is that deflecting criticism? I don't think that's what it is. The Kyle Rittenhouse. Who cares that he follows Kyle Rittenhouse? Kyle Kalinske follows Kyle Rittenhouse, probably. Like, who gives a shit? It's a follow on Twitter.
Belief that he at one point followed many far-right accounts on Twitter, from Kyle Rittenhouse to Parler, the social media website where the January 6th insurrection was in part.
He follows the Parler website, so that means, ergo, he's pro, like, he's pro January 6th. Is that what we're doing right now? You're trying to equate a follow to endorsement. You've got to be shitting me.
Plan. People said, oh, he only followed them. But that doesn't mean that he agrees with them. But there are screenshots of tweets that may have been deleted. They clearly, in my mind, show us
the moment announcement not guilty on all counts. Okay, that's true. He was found guilty on all counts. Not guilty on all counts. That's a factual statement.
Support to Rittenhouse. Although, since I did not take...
How is that support? It's the truth. It was announced not guilty on all counts. And he put up a fucking meme. Wow, so fucking crazy.
These screenshots, they do have to be taken with a grain of salt. But in relation to everything else that we're going to talk about here, to me it seems to fall in line with his general beliefs. These have been widespread across the internet, and to my knowledge, I can find no examples of him directly saying that these are not real. So he may or may not have actually followed these accounts or supported them. But I do not believe that he has ever outright said that this did not happen, so take that as you will.
Who gives a shit if he followed them?
We could talk about his past and supposedly being a founding member in an online conspiracy theory group that, according to him, snowballed out of control into being a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization called
None of that's true.
Called the Boogaloo Boys. His online username at the time was Boogaloo Boy, and he claims to be the first to have started using it, but that he left the group and became Wendigoon after things started to get out of hand. And this is not a conspiracy theory in itself. Shockingly, he literally has said so in writing. As you'll see, he was just like, oh geez, sorry guys, about starting a violent hate group guys. Sorry that people got killed. I totally didn't mean to do all that. My bad. I'll do better next time. Also, it should be noted.
Are you not going to show anything that Wedigoon said? Are you not going to show any clips, any sort of statement, written statement? Are you just going to say it? And believe it? What is going on?
Organization called the Boogaloo Boys. His online username at the time was Boogaloo Boy, and he claimed...
Okay. How Wedigoon spends Wedigoon's Southern come out. Why is Wedigoon being canceled? Wedigoon being deliberate. Uncancelable. Wedigoon apology video. Bro, what the fuck? But like, even, okay, so let's play the hypothetical game. Even if he was a part of a group, and then it started becoming more and more and more, like, let's say, really radical, and he turns around and goes, you know what? This isn't for me. You guys are getting too radical. I don't have a problem with that. It's not something to be upset about. He did the right thing. He walked away. Like, even if it is true. Like, what the fuck?
do all that. My bad. I'll do better next time. Also, it should be noted that the Boogaloo Boys are known for wearing Hawaiian shirts. And guess who else always has on a Hawaiian shirt?
Dude, that's his... This is like a guy that has like a pin board of like a bunch of different things that are all interconnecting and interlaced together. And he's like, Wendigoon used to be a part of this group, but he left that group. And then he started wearing Hawaiian shirts. But the Boogaloo Boys also wear Hawaiian shirts, so that means he still supports the Boogaloo Boys. And you are also wearing a Hawaiian shirt right now. Oh my god, there's so many people that wear Hawaiian shirts. You're a fucking retard.
Whoa! This glue eater just said that Wendigoon left after the Boogaloo Boys when they started became more radical, then changed it to he started this white supremacist group.
Yes!
Dude's changing the story.
He literally is. He literally is changing the story.
Despite the fact that he publicly totally does not share in their beliefs, guys. I'm just saying that if at the very least I, in any way whatsoever, somehow accidentally...
Using Boogaloo, Che Guevara, code word, always been prominent, divine rights, self-independence, look at the board, go to mainstream, everything was broken, always yet, blah, blah, blah.
Inadvertently started a hate group. I wouldn't continue to still dress like them if it were me. It would make me look like I still believed in their cause, and that I just couldn't talk about it because people would publicly get mad at me.
Who gives a shit? He's just dressed in a Hawaiian shirt!
If I accidentally started a hate terrorist organization, I wouldn't rebrand as a horror YouTuber the next year, and instead would try and fight that ideology as much as I could. And if I didn't do that, then it would probably be fair for people to assume that I still agreed with their actions. At one point, he posted on his subreddit and wrote, "Someone asked me about my old Boogaloo..."
Small sign decided to make a meme page using the name no one has done yet. I give you the idea. The name is Boogaloony. Several have pointed out to me being original, starting the Hawaiian shirt thing. I've always just worn those shirts. However, as the term became mainstream, more ideas being coming to the group. Everything from Antifa members to fascists wanted in on it. It became muddied and broken. I always meant it as for the people thing, yet it quickly became something else. To give you an idea, watch the same news station called Fall Leftist.
I guess by his logic, Quagmire is a Boogaloo boy now.
Yes.
Meaning Seth MacFarlane is a white supremacist LMFAO.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to get at. Wedigoon was something I acknowledge we're not part of anymore. He literally says, yeah, this thing got out of control. It was supposed to be a meme page, and then people took it seriously, and then I walked away because it became too serious. This whole part is incredibly pointless. He literally already said it was a meme page, it wasn't meant to be serious, and then people took it seriously, and I walked away from it. There's nothing bad with that. He didn't support it. He didn't continue to support it. He didn't say, yeah, the Boogaloo Boys are a good thing.
Boy persona. So I made my response and thought I'd share it to set the record straight. Again, I hate being political, but I wanted to clear this up. Love y'all. Thanks. The statement that he included with this read. Alright, so I'll go ahead and make my official statement here, because better to come straight from me. Over 2 years ago, I was among the first to begin using the term Boogaloo. Originally, it was a rendition of Che Guevara's, not that he was a good person by any means, code word for revolution, and I have always been a proponent of freedom and liberty. I believe in the divine rights of every human, and therefore, aspects of self-independence are important to me. So I began using the word in small settings, and then decided to make a meme page using the name as no one had yet done so. To give you an idea, my name was Boogaloo Boy, and several have pointed to me as being the original and started the Hawaiian shirt thing, as I've always just worn those shirts. However, as the term became mainstream, more ideas began to come into the group. Everything from Antifa members to fascists wanted in on it, and the original idea became muddled and broken. I always meant it as a for the people thing, yet it quickly became something else. To give you an idea, I watched the same news station call it a far leftist movement and a far right movement in the same day. It became something I didn't want to be a part of, and so I left. I dropped the name, took a break, and decided to talk about things I enjoyed like conspiracies and movies, under the new title, Wendigoon. It was something I acknowledge, but am not a part of anymore for what it became. Some of my current followers and friends were with me then, but I'm not a part of that anymore. So,
how are you going to make this his problem now? He walked away when it became crazy. He's like, fuck, man, this meme page got out of control. I don't want anything to do with it anymore. I actually pivoted everything to being a lot more positive and not supporting this crazy group.
Do you remember when armed men were arrested a few years ago for planning the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmire? That was the Boogaloos. Do you remember when white people showed up at the George Floyd protests and called...
Okay, but was Wedigoon in charge of all that? Did Wedigoon do any of that? Did Wedigoon call for any of that? Did Wedigoon say, go out into the streets and do these things? Did Wedigoon have any control over these things? No? Then what the fuck are you doing?
caused property damage and violence in the hopes that black people would be blamed for that. That was the Boogaloos. A great deal of their members were spotted in the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection. In 2020, they killed several police officers in a drive-by shooting in Oakland, hoping that black people would be blamed for the violence, in an attempt to create racial tension. The reason they use the word Boogaloo is in reference to a meme that says Civil War II Electric Boogaloo. Obviously...
That's actually kind of funny. That was actually kind of funny. It wasn't even the Boogaloo Boys that did that, laughing my ass off. It's not even true. That's even better. That's even better. That's even better. It's just completely fake. Or he got it totally wrong. Even if they did do it, how is it Wedigoon's fault? How is it Wedigoon's fault? All right, let's pull this up. Boogaloo. Boogaloo, genre of Latin American dance was popular in the United States. History. Latino Boogaloo. The Boogaloo faded. Popular in 1969. It's like... That's great.
In reference to the 1984 film, Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo. Okay, so let's take a closer look at some of the phrasing of his...
Revolution 2, Electric Boogaloo is actually the funniest shit I've ever heard. It's literally a music dance genre. That's fucking great. Boogaloo. Dance of the 1960s. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. So he's just like emphatically wrong. He's just like emphatically wrong.
Statement. First off, I have tried and failed to find any connection to the word Boogaloo to Che Guevara. In fact, when you Google Che Guevara Boogaloo, you just get things related to Wedigoon. When you type in Che Guevara word for revolution, you get things related to Wedigoon. Che Guevara died in 1967, and the earliest example of the word Boogaloo that I can find was in 1966.
Wasn't it revealed that the governor kidnapping was encouraged by FBI plants in the group?
Potentially, I don't know enough about that.
In relation to the musical style. So I would wager that that is more than likely a lie, to cover his actual intentions and sympathies that he held as a seemingly radicalized teenager. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the word Boogaloo began to appear in online forums related to hate content on 4chan somewhere between 2010 and 2012, when, Wedigoon would have been about 10 to 12 years old. Specifically, I have seen multiple times that it is believed to have been born on gun-related forums. I can find no evidence that within their organizational structure, that they have any allusion to their values starting or being connected to Che Guevara in any capacity. So claiming he was the first to start using it, or among the first, is not true.
The FBI thing was a plot by the FBI that infiltrated a group of LARPers. Bunch of guys got off. It's all about 4chan. Everything's 4chan. Yeah, 4chan is the devil, according to these people. Like, I think that was FBI informants. That's even funnier.
And is frankly a bizarre claim to make. By the time he would have made his Boogaloo Boy username, the word would have already had a near decade of being entrenched into the deepest layers of alt-right internet radicalized extreme racism.
But what if he didn't know that? What if he was just like, lol, the word Boogaloo is kind of funny?
He wants to simultaneously be seen as distant from the organization, but still dresses like them on a daily basis.
He does... Wait, dresses... Bro, he wears a Hawaiian shirt. You're wearing one right now. So does that mean that you're pro Boogaloo Boys? Is that how it works?
And fully takes responsibility in claiming that he started their movement that was already in motion at least 7 or so years before his involvement, which to me just kind of seems like he enjoys taking the credit for that. As historically, he already had an out that he was in middle school when it truly actually began. And if he's lying about these things, it just makes me wonder, what else is he lying about? And the difficulty in seeing the lies and between the things that are true is always the point with these kinds of people.
Dude, this whole section is just a fucking jealousy thing. I'm going to be real. Like, I'm not trying to glaze for Wendigoon throughout this. This just seems like blatant falsehood, lies, and misinterpretations that verify what he believes to be is the truth. It's just pathetic. It's like genuinely pathetic. Just to be clear, you're not... Hold on. You're not into the white supremacy shit that the Boogaloo guys are accused of being about, because that's a problem. I hope... Not because I love your content, dude. Correct. So he goes, yes, I'm not a part of white supremacy. I don't support white supremacy. And he's using this as a background to say that Wendigoon is lying?
Say, for instance, that they do not believe in far-right hate, while doing something else at the same time, such as wearing a distinctly coded Hawaiian shirt that would be understood by the initiated. As Jared Thompson puts it, who works with the Transnational Threats Project that focuses on the evolution of digital terrorist networks, Boogaloo memes and slang are often deployed in similar formats, and using similar language to more mainstream internet discourse, creating a challenge in parsing the difference between complex inside jokes and memes that are used as a tool of Boogaloo extremism. Then Wedigoon would go on to say that the organization was corrupted by the left and the right equally, but I can find no evidence that the left ever tried to co-opt an organization that...
Oh my god. Wedigoon's like, hey, I noticed that there's 2 news stations doing left and right things about this. He takes it seriously, and now it's like, well, my team never, from what I can tell, my team never tried co-opting it. Like, are you fucking serious right now? You're fucking killing me.
Actively desire.
Yeah, the left are pure saints always. They never do anything wrong.
There's a race war within America. Just on the surface, that makes no sense. And on top of this, people who are centrist, or on the left, do not use the phrasing Antifa members. The only people who say that are the ones that see Antifa as some sort of homogenous radical left-wing activist group.
Is that not what Antifa is? I'm like a liberal centrist, and I straight up believe Antifa is that. I believe they are some rogue fucking retarded group of dipshits that bike lock people when they don't agree with them. Like, am I crazy thinking that? Isn't that what Antifa is? Like, is Antifa not that? When was that not ever used? Like, that's confusing to me. Antifa's goal is to dismantle the state, so, well, you know.
As opposed to a general term for anti-fascist movements. He is kind of telling on himself by saying Antifa members, as if they are a part of an organized political militia.
They are, though. They took over didn't they take over a whole section of Seattle?
Whoa! Chris is a Ooga boy for wearing a flannel shirt.
Didn't they take over, like, whole sections of Seattle and created independent, like, districts with, like, fences and fucking walls and shit? Like, what? To me, that seems pretty fascist of them.
Like many
I'm playing the fucking retarded game of calling things fascist.
Right groups are, such as the Boogaloos, and saying that there was harm and violence perpetrated on both sides.
That's not what he said. Wedigoon never conflated Boogaloo as related to Che Guevara. He used the Che Guevara history as a comparison to the guy twisting his narrative. It's driving me nuts. Yeah, that's what it comes across as.
Sides is the kind of language that other fascists, like Trump, say to disorient people into not seeing far-right extremism for what it is. He makes the bizarre false claim that he invented the use of the word Boogaloo as a for-the-people kind of thing, and he doesn't believe in what that group did with his idealization of anti-government ideals, and also wants it to be very clear that he is not a political person. But to my ears, this is all conservative doublespeak. And I hope that this is becoming obvious to you as well. In my opinion, there is a regular pattern of behavior there, from supporting Rittenhouse to having multiple ties to other far-right extremist figures.
How is Turkey Tom far-right? How is Donut Operator far-right? I just think Donut Operator likes to shoot guns. Maybe he is conservative, like, who gives a shit? And then there's Brandon Buckingham, the guy who fought the Red Pill people. I don't even think Donut Operator is, like, far right. Yeah, I thought he was libertarian. Who gives a shit?
That I think a clear picture is painted that he does not mean this as a communist kind of thing, and seemingly more so means people as a very select group. Wendigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. They have been seen together on multiple occasions, and I've seen online mentions that Tom was either at his wedding or at the very least was invited. Tom has been
Dude, he's doing the D'Angelo Wallace shit. Oh, no. Yeah, Turkey Tom said the N-word one time when he was a minor. He said it a bunch of times. He said the N-word as a minor in DMs that one time. He's horrible. He says the N-word. So that makes him a far-right Nazi. Wow. What the fuck? I'm so confused how this guy is arguing this shit. This is stupid. Oh my god.
Accused of using the N-word multiple times in private conversations, including these screenshots of text that are alleged to be real.
I think they are real, and nobody gives a fuck. Because it was a minor saying edgy shit. He wasn't like in his he wasn't an adult. He was a kid. Who gives a fuck?
And he's also been accused of saying that the upper tiers of his Patreon were intended for...
So when do we get into conservative movies?
I don't know. Apparently that whole section we skipped was about conservative movies, but I couldn't sit through it.
Jews with deep pockets. Wendigoon.
This guy hates Wendigoon more than Mama Max hates Blackula. Think about that.
True.
These screenshots of text that are alleged to be real. And he's also been accused of saying that the upper tiers of his Patreon were intended for Jews with deep pockets.
That's a good joke. Guys, nobody show him the U.S. Liberty clip that Tom did for that sponsorship video. Nobody show him the USS Liberty thing. I swear to God, this guy's gonna think Tom is a full-blown anti-Semite.
Wendigoon is publicly connected to the Internet Historian, and is even...
Stop. Stop it. Stop it. What is with you bread-tubing little fuckers that have, like, this perpetual hate boner for the Internet Historian? I won't allow this Internet Historian slander to go on anymore. No more. No more. The Internet Historian is not a problematic person. Get over it. He did a video where he, like, he basically, as shitty as it sounds, he took an article, made a video based on said article. Wow. Such a horrible fucking thing.
Appeared in his videos. The Internet Historian publicly said that his birthday was April 20th. It is not. And has only said that as a joke because that is Hitler's birthday.
That's funny! Like, what the fuck? How does that make him right-leaning? Hey, what's your birthday? Well, I'm not comfortable with giving my birthday out, so, 420. Like, who gives a shit? Like, who cares?
Wedigoon is publicly friends with Donut Operator, and even retweeted a photograph of the two of them hugging. Donut Operator is a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers.
A very far-right? Very far-right.
This guy definitely got blacked by Blackula.
How is he far-right? Because he's talked to people in the conservative sphere who like guns? Like, I'm just scrolling through his Twitter right now. And it's like he's just pro-military. He's pro-cops. Like, wow, that's so fucking terrible. Purple Heart, like, I don't see any issues with this. Isn't he more libertarian anyways? Like, who gives a shit?
Whose career consists of him reviewing footage of police officers shooting and killing people. He was once a cop.
Really funny that you say that, because the head of the online left, Hassan, likes to watch videos of cops getting shot. Or, you know, like, he likes to review body cam footage of cops doing things. So, like, are you going to criticize Hassan for that too, buddy, or what?
Himself before he made more money making YouTube videos and retired. His content is very pro-state, pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death to people who don't share his beliefs. Propaganda.
Pro-death? State propaganda? What? He talks about police body cam footage, and God, he's pro-cops and pro-guns? How is that pro-death? The video is about a guy who molested his stepdaughter, and he held his wife hostage. Even the wife said he was evil after the police shot him. Yeah, I want that guy dead too! If he raped a child, raped a wife, and was shot by the police, good! Good! Die! Die, 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 die. Like, what the fuck?
For example, one of his videos is titled Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face, and features a picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to an image of a terrified man about to be executed by cops. With
What? The title is Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face! How can you find anything wrong with this? How could you find anything wrong with this? This is a predator. Somebody who abused a child. I bet you're one of those people that would defend maps, don't you? You're like, pedophiles need to be reformed, not ostracized. You're definitely one of those fucking assholes that do that shit. I swear to God, you're one of those people. You are one of those people. I can fucking smell it on you. You seem like the kind of guy that would be like, oh, well, pedophiles deserve a second chance. No. You give off the vibe of somebody that would do that.
the text that reads, head removal.
Hi everyone, Donut here. We got a couple of shootings for you today. The main shooting just warms my heart.
And you know, for someone who supposedly
He totally cuts out the whole context of that.
is so very anti-government, Wedigoon seems very comfortable with a man who makes his living worshipping violence committed by the state. He's a man of no conviction, claiming to be very against the government and for the rights of the people, while at the same time giving a warm embrace to one of the biggest fascist bootlickers on the internet. And the only thing that one could reasonably...
Fascist bootlickers on the internet? Donut Operator is a fascist bootlicker? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That sounds like a crazy thing.
gather from this picture of them hugging is that he too is a fascist bootlicker himself. He has collaborated with Nick Crowley, who constantly makes money through the most morbid and shameful true crime content of showcasing the last minutes of people before they are suddenly and unexpectedly killed. Crowley is similar to Wendigoon, in that on the surface they seem fairly edgy but clean enough. But then you notice that he follows less than 200 people on Twitter, and among them are the same circle with names like Wendigoon, Plagued Moth, Turkey Tom, Mr. Ballin, and Donut Operator. Wendigoon has collaborated with Plagued Moth, a completely
Okay, hold on. You can't hold Wendigoon for the Plagued Moth shit. Just because he collaborated with at one point does not mean that Wendigoon is like pro fucking Plagued Moth. That's not the case. Stop it. Stop.
Full content creator who reviewed snuff films on his Patreon before it was taken down, and has been accused of showing genuine gore content to minors on Discord, and whose main YouTube channel consists of him reviewing censored videos of horrible acts of real-life violence and death. He is publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist.
Who cares that he's friends with Shoe? Shoe on Head is a conservative... Wait. Shoe on Head is a conservative masquerading as a leftist. That doesn't make him guilty of shit. Like, wow. He's friends with Shoe on Head. Do you realize that the person that you said that Mudahar used in their thumbnail as transphobic is also friends with Shoe on Head? Keffels is friendly with Shoe on Head. So is Keffels also alt-right. Buddy. Come on.
Who has built a career off of lazy anti-woke content, complaining about SJWs, who says stuff like, Karl Marx rising from the grave finding out his movement has been taken over by fat, ugly, mentally ill losers. He is friends with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape. He is friends...
Just hearing that baseless claim. Dude, that baseless claim, he said it so confidently. A gun YouTuber that's been accused of rape. That is the most insane fucking thing. Especially with the amount of shit that has been that came out to defend Brandon and him defending himself. What the actual fuck are you doing? And Oompaville is so fucking unproblematic. How are you trying to lump Oompaville into this shit? Oompaville is so unproblematic, it's funny.
With Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator that has taken advantage of Nikocado Avocado's mental decline.
You do know Nikocado Avocado is a character, right? Nikocado he's a character. The real life Nick is not like this guy. Like this, he's self-aware. Nikocado is self-aware. Like I had to learn that the hard way that Nikocado was self-aware. I'm blocked by Tipster. I can't pull it up on my account, and I don't have my alt set up right now. But like, what is happening? Took advantage of Oompaville.
For fame and...
took advantage of Nikocado? What?
For money. And on top of that, has made content with the human trafficker, Andrew Tate.
Okay, he interviewed Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate didn't like him. Did you know that part?
He is friends with Mudahar, who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites, and has recently showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
Transphobia? Where? Where was the transphobia? in his video on somebody that scammed $100,000, supported a DIY HRT website, to mail hormones and drugs to children. Somebody that has doxed, lied, cheated, scammed. Where's the transphobia?
As a pro-gun progressive, am I now alt-right?
Yes, QTV. Where's the transphobia? The thumbnail? Wow, God forbid that somebody draws a trans person ugly, just like all the other artwork that Worm has done. You are the most aggravating content creator I have ever witnessed in my life.
He has publicly interacted in a friendly way with the account Rock Solid on multiple occasions, and with just a quick look at their profile, I saw them liking anti-trans posts and neo-Nazi content. He interacts positively with Disclose.tv, a far-right propaganda website that uses hate speech, engages in Holocaust denialism, and platforms neo-Nazis. He has appeared in content with Mr. Gunzengear, whose Twitter bio reads, dedicated to restoring the civil rights of Americans. But despite that, he's tweeted negatively about trans people many times.
So what? I'm sorry. Who cares? If Wedigoon does not believe in transphobia, if Wedigoon is somebody that respects trans people, he can hang out with people that don't. It's literally not that big of a fucking deal. I'm sorry. I hang out with people that are super conservative or super liberal or super left-leaning. I'm still friends with these people even though we fundamentally disagree on a lot of shit. Oh my God, the horror.
He has interacted positively with Garant Thumb, who has said, the traditional family should be encouraged and strengthened. I see little to no support from the government or big media.
I don't really see that as an issue. Okay, traditional family should be a thing. And?
He has said anti-trans statements. He has called people degenerates, and has said that non-traditional sexual interactions are a disgusting, hedonistic lifestyle.
See, that's not good, but it doesn't matter. It's not Wedigoon that's doing these things. It's these people. Yes, is that bad for him to say, oh, you know, gays are degenerates? Yeah. But that's his bag. Not Wedigoon's bag. That's his, not Wedigoon's.
Is the breakdown of the family unit. Wedigoon is publicly friends with Brandon Herrera, who has made jokes that implied that he was sympathetic with public shooters who killed leftists, and collaborated with Kyle Rittenhouse, who has posted images of himself with an MP40, which is a gun used by the Nazis, that he described as the original ghetto blaster. I've also seen people insinuate that Herrera was with Wedigoon in the days of being part of the Boogaloo movement, but I cannot find substantial proof on if this is true or not.
Then why'd you put it in the video? Yeah, this whole section is just guilt by association. Wedigoon's cool with these people, so he is just as guilty of these things.
I've seen several comments saying this, so online it is at least culturally believed to be true. He has appeared in gun-related content with Haley Luan, an influencer whose content is based entirely around making the United States military appear fun and bizarrely sexually appealing, which again, for some...
She is, I will say this, that girl is 100% a fucking, like, plant by the U.S. government to get people to sign up thinking that there's hot women like her in the military. Okay? Okay? He was talking about swingers, not gays. Oh, then yeah, I agree with him. If he wasn't talking about gay people, he's talking about swinging, yeah, fuck him. Like, it is degenerate. Look what happened to Nick Rekieta.
Someone who is supposedly anti-government. He sure does seem to have a lot of wealthy white friends who actively work to uphold the values of the American empire. Or we could talk about the time that he stole art to use in promotional material for his videos, and then blamed it on his editorial team instead of...
Who cares if he did AIR in the first place?
Of just taking the responsibility. Then, of course, there is his username. To the Algonquin people, the Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol that is to be avoided and whose name is to never even be said out loud or written down. So I know there's a bit of a hypocrisy there on my part, but we kind of do have to say it for academic purposes, so apologies for that. Starting with Algernon Blackwood's horror short story called The Wendigo. People have for hundreds of years taken the creature and used it for their own means, including Wedigoon in his very name, which is something that indigenous people have been very critical with him now for years. This next thing that I'm trying to argue is not to discredit his feelings regarding to his own personal history. But what I will say is that Americans who are white or partially white in rural areas love to claim a percentage of native heritage for bizarre conservative reasons, relating to, like, reverence for the land and fascistic nostalgia for a time that never existed and stuff like that. He has attempted to deflect from criticism over the use of the name by saying that his grandfather was Native American, and that he learned these things culturally through him. But I personally have to look at it from the hypothetical perspective, where, say I had a black or mixed grandfather in this situation, and black people were telling me that I was doing something that was racist or offensive to them. I would then listen to what they were saying instead of claiming that I had the right to do it, because I had some melanin in me. Especially...
His grandfather was Native American. He has direct lineage to Native Americans, and yeah, he uses the name Wedigoon. So what? So what? So what? So what? So what? So what? I don't...
Especially if I were more or less raised within a primarily white cultural area, like the Appalachian Mountains are. And also on top of that, just, frequently associated myself with white supremacists. There are...
You are such a fucking bitch. And Wedigoon is not the N-word. No, it's not. It's just really funny. This is great. This is great.
26 million people in this region, and well over 80% of them are white, with the majority of the others being Latinos. And if I had no cultural connection around me to that non-white percentage of my history, then what really would give me the right to dictate whether or not what I was doing was appropriate? I really would have no ground to stand on. The other thing that I would add to this is that Wendigoon and I are practically neighbors, and I know this area very well. Okay, so I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and between that and the reservation...
But you aren't him. You didn't live in his life. You didn't live his life. You don't know his grandfather. You don't know his dad. You don't know anything. Just because you grew up in the same area doesn't mean that you can create a narrative in your head that you know what Wendigoon's like and how he grew up with Native American teachings to him. You aren't allowed to do that. Like...
You have the community of Lake Junaluska, which isn't actually even a real town. You can walk across the whole thing in a matter of minutes. You got Waynesville, you have Maggie Valley, and a few other small drive-by communities. And beyond that is the Cherokee Reservation. Wendigoon lives somewhere just on the other side of the reservation. That is not me doxing him. He has said many times publicly that he lives in East Tennessee. And I'm not even saying what town he lives in. According to the latest census, there are only 23 black people who live in Maggie Valley. There are 15 Native Americans despite it touching the reservation. Most of this area used to be sundown towns. It is about as white as you could possibly get. Deep Appalachia is very white country, and for the most part, is exceptionally racist. Genuinely in this part of the country, you have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise.
What the fuck? Just assume everyone's racist all the time. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh my god. So if you go to this town, you have to assume every person is a racist. Unless they prove to you otherwise. That sounds racist. You're putting a group of people in making an assumption based on them. Is that not racist?
Almost all of these little towns are well over 90% white. But if you were to drive through Maggie Valley, you would find antique stores selling busts of Native American braves, carved wooden eagles, vintage paintings of buffalo, super racist generalizations that idealize the idea of the noble, good kind of Native American. And then you'll drive...
These guys' arguments about Wendigoon is dumb. People around the world love using Japanese names and online names, Japanese aesthetic. Does that mean everyone's offending them? Yeah. According to this guy, if you use any sort of other cultural name, deity, anything as like an online handle, you're being a racist.
Onto the reservation, and it's just run down and poor as shit except for the casino. He has said,
yeah, if you're Mexican, you can't have if you're not Mexican, you can't have Mexican food. If you're German, you're not allowed to drink beer or have a fucking lederhosens in your house or eat sausages. If you aren't Irish, you can't eat potatoes. Like what is this? This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
That the Wedigoon name came from his cultural connection to native lore through his grandfather's side. But I can assure you that unless you were on the reservation itself, that actual native culture has no aspect in the general lives of the people around here. Other than...
How do you know that? How do you know what his grandfather taught him and what he didn't teach him? How do you know that?
Than the racist trinkets that depict them. And as I said a moment ago, the Wendigo is Algonquin, who are nowhere close to the vicinity of the Cherokee, who are in the southern Appalachia region and throughout the lower sections of Middle America. The Algonquin people are Canadian and a little bit Northern American. To insinuate that he can use the Wendigo name by citing local cultural native customs is completely absurd to a person.
It's literally just natives. He didn't have to go and specifically talk about the specific native group
who lives in the same general vicinity as he does. It is obvious that he just thought Wendigos were cool and has come up with some seemingly strange backstory lie that is easily proven to not be true, unless, his grandfather is Algonquin and just moved to Tennessee. But if that were the case, I don't know why he wouldn't just come out and say that by now. And
why does he have to? Why does he have to? Why does he have to? Why does he have to acknowledge assholes like you? Why? He says it comes from a Native American background, But it's not the Native American background that you're trying to prove it to be. So you're calling it an easily provable lie, but he is just not acknowledging that. Like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? So what? So what? If he says it's a Native American background and his grandfather's Algonquin, why does he have to acknowledge that part of it? He just says Native American background. Who cares? Think Wedigoon comment under his video? Yeah, I know Wendigoon did.
Reason why he doesn't is because it isn't true. There's a lot of bizarre religious-like...
So you're just straight up saying he's a liar. You went from, oh, it's like an easily provable thing, to, no, he's a straight up liar. Now you're doing this.
Mythologizing around his past that I particularly hate. Like it always being said that his interest in cryptids and horror began with oral folk tales in Appalachia that are passed down and told to children. I assure you, as someone who lives near him and has for most of my life, this is total bullshit. And is some weird false...
No, you're a white boy. You didn't have a Native American granddaddy. You were a white boy. Your situation is vastly different than Wedigoon's, and it shows.
Cultural imaginative idealization of the American South that is not actually true to the real Appalachia. We aren't sitting around at night talking about the goddamn Mothman and shit. I even came from a poor family, and he didn't. When I was a kid, I have seen people riding into towns on horseback. He admits to being raised by millionaires who got their money from crime.
And then he talks about how he lost it all. Did you forget that part?
Just likes spooky stories, which is fine. So do I, obviously. But to come up with some weird folksy reason as to why he became a folklore YouTuber that somehow culminated with the destiny of local oral tradition is the kind of language that is used by members of a cult of personality. They might as well claim that he was born on a fucking mountaintop. Nobody talks about it. But don't you think it is extremely weird and off-putting that all of his fans call him Dad? Isn't that really strange? What follows is an exchange between two anonymous indigenous people about how they feel about him and his behaviors. I've been watching a YouTuber named Wendigoon for a long time, and I noticed that his username always made me feel weird. He often uses Wendigo imagery in his merch, and made it a part of his brand. He says that his grandfather is Cherokee, and taught him the legend, and I'm not going to make assumptions on if he is lying or not. But I feel really weird still.
Okay, that's their problem.
It feels really disrespectful to me to use that name. I'm not sure if I'm being a baby about it, or if there's something wrong here.
You are being a baby about it.
He has also said some shit about cultural appropriation that put up some serious red flags for me. The Wendigo comes from the Algonquin people. I don't think Cherokees come from that group. Plus, he's presenting the white people concept of a Wendigo. You can call him out, but he has 3.5 million subs. His community will probably hunt you down before you ever get him to shut down. What follows is the comment that they were referring to about cultural appropriation, where a native person called out Wedigoon for his use of their spiritual symbol, to which he said to them, I'm actually going to make a video on this in order to make a direct response, but for now, cultural appropriation is a good way to alienate one group of people from the other. Whenever a society makes advancements in art and literature, and then another society gatekeeps others from interacting with it, it makes the creator seem inhuman and odd. The easiest way to create prejudice is to convince others that a group of people should not be interacted with.
That's kind of fair.
I have spoken to several natives who love the concept, yet only those who have no value in its existence say I shouldn't talk about it, inciting an indoctrinated superiority. Furthermore, when we stop talking about cultures, they die. This is especially applicable to Native Americans, who use spoken word to pass down their stories.
That's actually a good point to make. And it's actually true. Native American cultures are through word of mouth. Most of it wasn't written down. It was all verbal. It is really hard for these stories to be passed down because most of it wasn't written down. It's good for people to tell these stories regardless of the race, religion, or creed that they have so that these stories continue on and they still fit within the mold of the Native American story. That's a good thing.
And if we do not continue to...
This guy would hate an anthropologist.
...speak their stories, their culture dies before we do. Lastly, I was raised in Appalachia, and my entire life has been filled with stories of the mountains and creatures that lurk in the dark. My culture is as American as any, and I recognize the importance in keeping the fire alive. I in no way mean this to attack, or to be direct. Just a simple reply. If we develop the idea that we can't speak of certain people, then we're no better than those who silence them. He's basically using the I have a few black friends excuse to tell indigenous people to fuck off.
What the... Where did you get that?
And to not bother him, so that he can continue without criticism to make a lot of money by selling plushies of a monster that was invented by a white British man that is ultimately making fun of their culture, as well as plastic figurines, posters, shirts, and other merchandise that depicts Wendigos. I don't know if he fully realizes the irony of being a rich and famous person taking a symbolic figure from a smaller native group of people that he is not connected to in any way, that is at least in part to them.
He's not connected to in any way. This is fucking AIDS. Yes, I'm still alive. This Wedigoon video is like actually making me angry, confusing.
Originally used as a metaphor for colonialism. The reason that this comment is publicly still available is because Wedigoon archived it by posting a screenshot of it early in his channel's life to his Reddit page, as a clarification of his official position on why he should be able to use the name, saying, "Hey everyone, so I hate getting political, but this keeps coming up. I'm showing this comment reply now, so my opinions can be made known going forward. I've also blocked out the original commenter, and please do not show hate if you see it on the video. Also, I'm at 50k. I love you all so much. Also, I have received comments from natives who advise me not to use the term Wendigo, as it is a bad omen and is dangerous. That is entirely different from not talking about a group of people altogether. They genuinely believe the legend and want me to be safe. They're cool. Thumbs up emoji. It has become a more common thing for people to call him out on his beliefs, his behaviors, and at the continued use of the Wendigo in his name and the merchandise that he makes a lot of money off of. It became so much of a conversation that he even put out a statement, trying to shut this down, saying, "Some rude and slanderous things have been said about my character, and I just want to clarify that I am not right-wing or bigoted or anything, besides thankful for my opportunity to make goofy YouTube. The only thing I believe in is loving God and my wife." Donut operator. You know, the ex-cop who makes death content. The Wedigoon shared a picture of the two of them hugging not long after this. Can be found in the comments of this post asking if Wedigoon wants him to start killing people who said that he was right-wing.
Are you serious? Are you actually taking that seriously? He's taking that seriously. He's literally he's taking that seriously. It's a meme, and it's from the Waterboy movie. I doubt Donut Operator is actually saying, "I'm going to kill all these people," and that Wedigoon pay me to kill these people. Like, what the fuck? This dude needs to take his meds. This is a schizophrenic video.
I think that this is an all-time bad public statement that says absolutely nothing substantial, and that's the point.
What are you talking about? He's literally acknowledging people saying, "I am not all right and bigoted. I love God and my wife." How does that say nothing? How does that say nothing?
I quote tweeted this and said, "Not that I have a stake in this whatsoever, but this is such a non-statement that doesn't even address any of the issues that folks are criticizing him for. Someone using..."
You literally did a whole section of him being alt-right and potentially bigoted. How is that not addressing it?
Their religion as a shield in the same breath as claiming that they believe in nothing politically is a red flag. "Oh, I'm just a goofy, wholesome boy. Please don't ask me why I follow less than 500 people and one of them was Kyle Rittenhouse. Don't ask me about all the guns that I post pictures of. I promise I have no strong beliefs. Apolitical, really. Why are you slandering me?"
It's just gun photos and he follows someone on Twitter. Like, who cares, bro?
I really only care about this because if you have that large of a platform and make your money from being a public persona, then you are no longer fully...
I'm an anthropologist. Hey, I studied that. He's gutless, aimless cloud chaser, and feels entitled to money for his unremarkable essays. Yes, that is exactly what I am getting at. That entire section talking about, like, cultural appropriation and saying that, like, Wendigoon's taking advantage of it is total bullshit. Me and you both know I am not a full-blown anthropologist, but I studied it. I respect the craft. Native American religion and Native American folklore is very hard to be able to parse out and get the right information because so much of it has been lost due to oral history and the Native Americans being wiped out. A lot of them don't even know the oral history. So anything that is left should be shared so that that religion and those stories continue throughout the generations. Like, this dude doesn't get it.
A private person, and your political beliefs do in fact matter and are a fair topic of debate. You can't get mad if people call you unquestionable things that are said or done if you are making money off of them. And what resulted from some good faith criticism of his use of language was days upon days of people calling me a faggot.
Okay, that's all them. That's not Wedigoon.
Amongst other things, but that was their go-to word. And to be honest, if you're a public figure who is being criticized publicly, and the only people who come to your...
Plus, nobody knows that you're gay until you said it to Brandon Buckingham. Like, how the fuck was anyone supposed to know?
Defense are Nazis, then that can only be read as two ways. Either that you're sympathetic to their views, or that you're perfectly fine making money from them, and are comfortable with that ideology being the backbone of your base.
He's a gutless, aimless, clout chaser that feels entitled to money for his unremarkable essays.
It's just aggravating. It's just incredibly aggravating that this is the situation that we're in.
And this did go on for like at least a week, where every single time I said anything, my mentions were just filled with the most vile far-right rhetoric from Wendigoon fans. And if anyone ever criticized me, and people's reaction to it was to immediately start using hate speech, I would shut that shit down so fast. I think that most decent people who work online would do the exact same. And if...
Bro, if people are calling you retarded, you're just... people just think you're retarded. There's no way to control that. What are you supposed to do? Don't bully this guy. Don't bully this guy. Don't bully him. Don't bully him. Don't bully him.
They don't want to be seen as a big group of Nazis. Then let's see how they react to this video's existence, because I am certain they will be very level-headed about all of this.
You straight up lied about Brandon Buckingham. You said Wedigoon isn't actually able to handle, like, take part in his Native American heritage. You criticized the guy for not being enough of a Kevin Spacey hater. You went on a diatribe about AI art. You called Donut Operator a far-right weirdo. Like, you called Turkey Tom a member of the far right. Of course everyone's going to shit on you, because none of that's based in factual reality.
Right in the midst of this going on, a very funny thing happened, and that Wedigoon followed me on Twitter. I was not following him at the time. He never publicly told people to stop calling me a friend. He never once reached out to me privately, but he did follow me, which means in my eyes that he 100% knew what was happening, because I did tweet about it several times.
Maybe the guy just liked your content. Maybe Wendigoon just liked your content and didn't know that the audience was shitting on you. Maybe he just liked your content. Maybe he liked one video of yours and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna follow that guy. I've done that before.
And then followed me to let me know that he knew, and that he was watching, and that he intended to do nothing to stop it.
Guys, he followed me. He knew that I was getting bullied by people, so he did it to mock me. Stop. The schizophrenia is kicking in. The schizophrenia is kicking in. He didn't take his meds.
Why else would he follow me in that exact moment? He has never interacted with a single one of my posts. Not one like, not one comment.
So what?
We are not friends. But he does follow me. He follows next to nobody on Twitter. What other motivation could he have had there to follow me in that specific moment?
He liked a video that you did, and he liked you on. He followed you on Twitter because he liked your content. Maybe that's it.
Last SC tonight, dude wants to hash it on people for how he interprets what they say, but doesn't want criticism for what he actually says.
No, and that's exactly what's happening. That is almost identically what's happening here. Thank you for the $5. Thank you guys so much for your generous donos today.
Other than to be a method of quiet and deniable intimidation, what other way could that have been read from my perspective? If you think it was entirely coincidental, which he may argue it was, then I've got a sack of magic beans I'd like to sell to you. That was the moment that pushed me over the edge to make this video. There are other very public instances from—
Wait, Wendigoon following you is what pushed you over the edge to slander him and his friends? Him following you on Twitter was the reason you put this schizophrenic video together. That's why. That's why you made this video, is because Wendigoon followed you on Twitter. There is no way he just admitted that that was the reason why. I don't believe that. I need to listen to it again. There's no way.
Coincidental, which he may argue it was. Then I've got a sack of magic beans I'd like to sell to you. That was the moment that pushed me over the edge to make this video.
No way. No fucking shot. There's no way that this is what's happening. There's no way. Guys, he followed me on Twitter, so I had to make a 3-hour rant video about the horror community and how much Wedigoon is a horrible human being for all these things that I am downloading onto him as my own preconceived biases.
There are other very public instances from him of transphobia and homophobia. Like when he allegedly said, calling ChrisTheNarc, a man who mutilated his body with a box cutter because 4chan said he was
Okay, stop it. I'm done. He's defending ChrisTheNarc. I'm done. I'm done. He's defending ChrisTheNarc and saying it's transphobic to call Chris a man. Okay. I'm going to teach something to all the people that are stupid about ChrisTheNarc. Chris became trans to have sex with lesbian women to trick them into sex. He also did not know what trans people are or were until he was convinced to be trans. He is not a trans person, nor is he pretends he identifies as a trans person. Holy fuck. Trans people don't even acknowledge Chris is trans. Stop it. Chris Chan fucked their mother, shoved a medallion up their ass, and cut an incision in their gooch as a vagina. They are not trans. Stop it.
Girl holds a deep hatred for men and most women.
Chris is literally on record saying, I'm only becoming a woman so I can fuck women. I'm telling you all right now. Stop it.
Decided to be a girl so that he could hook up with lesbians, and now abused his mom. She is disrespectful to and delegitimizes trans people. Like he, a very publicly straight, married Christian cis man, somehow is the authority on what legitimizes a trans person's identity. He has tried to cover this up and has denied that it happened, but I think there's enough evidence to say that it most likely did. One user said at one point, he's been constantly misgendering her on Twitter despite being corrected numerous times, to which Wedigoon said, show me one time I misgendered her on Twitter. Actually, please don't watch my content if you're going through my replies and monitoring followers, who may just be unaware of Chris Chan's entire lore. Perhaps people just not knowing something doesn't mean that they're a transphobe. But if we go back and look at old screenshots from this time, you can see that this account is quote tweeting Wendigoon's transphobic tweet, but if you go to that account today, that post is now quote tweeting a deleted tweet, which to me shows that more than likely Wedigoon went mask off with his transphobia, and then deleted the tweet sometime afterwards.
What the fuck?
When he realized that people would be mad about it, but there's a very small chance that this is not true because I did not take the original screenshot, so make of that what you will.
You just made shit up then.
We could talk about the time that Nick Spheres did a video about the disturbing movie Iceberg, who is a great horror trans creator, and I really hope that she's not mad at me for mentioning her here, because I think she's very cool and you should definitely go read her books. But Wedigoon famously did a very popular video on that particular Iceberg challenge as well, and in the comments of her video, he said, we will be watching your career with great interest, which is just kind of gross, because in a way it is similar to him following me. It is him telling her that he sees that she's doing similar content to him, and his presence in the comments is undercutting her video, while he also at the same time seemingly makes it look like he supports trans people.
What? He just made a comment. We'll be watching your career with great interest. Where does this lead to transphobia? Where's the transphobia? I hope this trans creator gets pissed off at this guy. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, big YouTuber comments on a trans creator and says watching your career with great interest, implying that he liked the content. She even said ooh woo oh oh. She was happy that he Are you Hold on, let me play his game real quick. Are you speaking on behalf of a trans person and how they feel as a trans person? Is that what you're doing right now? Are you trying to devalue a trans person and their experience with Wedigoon? Respond to me.
Oh, God. Like in the responses to his comment, people are saying things like, Wedigoon says trans rights, while meanwhile he's simultaneously tweeting about Christian multiple times. We could talk about another time, where someone made a YouTuber gay sex alignment chart and put...
No way. There's no way he added the gay chart. There's no way he added the gay chart and Wedigoon making a joke about it. There is no way. Vsauce is in here. Like, Ludwig is in here. David Crenshaw is in here. Nick Rekieta is in here. PewDiePie. Like, Jacksepticeye. Just because he goes, what did I do to hurt you? Because he put Wedigoon in the bottom category.
Wedigoon as a sub-bottom, to which he responded to them and said, what did I do to hurt you? Which, you know, clearly is a joke, but also the worst kinds of straight guys when they make jokes related to queerness, almost exclusively direct the punchline at femme gays and bottoms.
Hours in the hills have eyes video.
There's no way. There's no way he's trying to be like, well, yeah, Wedigoon was using that joke because people make fun of bottoms and femboys all the time because they're bottoms. So ergo, that means he's being homophobic. Everything ties back to Nick Rekieta. Everything ties back to Nick Rekieta somehow. He didn't even put himself on the graph. He was just like, what did I do to hurt you? Why am I in the bottoms category? Like, it's not even that bad, dude.
Because they view them as lesser than masculine tops. He has multiple times said that he supports queer people, but I think his actions in private clearly paint a different picture. He once tweeted,
in private?
saying, I do not care if someone is gay or straight. Sexuality is no one's business but the individual. Don't make assumptions. I make an effort to stay away from politics and social issues. Which, you know, first off, equating sexuality with politics kind of already shows what you kind of think of the issue.
But you guys do that. You add sexuality to politics all the fucking time. Same thing with the right. Both sides of the aisle do that, where it's like, oh, only straight relationships, and you have the gay, then you have the left. That's like all forms of sexuality are fine. Which normal people are like, yeah, if you're gay, you're gay. I don't really give a fuck. Normal people don't think about trans people, gay people, all this other shit. They just think, hey, that person's a cool person. That person's a nice person. That person is a good-hearted person.
Transphobia in 2024
That's
is
it.
when you get a trans person's pronouns correct and say you're interested in their content via a Star Wars quote.
Yeah, that's transphobia now. But, like, normal human beings don't care. Nobody cares. It doesn't make you special. Nobody gives a shit. You just live your life and you hang out with people that you like. Not everybody gives a genuine fuck about that stuff. If somebody came to me and I was hanging out with them and they're friends and they said, "Oh, I'm gay," I'd be like, "Cool." And like, what? How does that change the conversation here? "Oh, I'm trans." Okay. Cool. Like, what? Am I supposed to have a different feeling about it? Am I supposed to be upset by it? Am I supposed to be like, "Oh my God, you're fantastic"? No, you go based on the individual and who they are on a personal level.
And second off, clearly, as we have seen, everything that he does has deep political motivations. And to argue
Quick reminder, what does that have to do with conservative horror films?
that he's just a horror YouTuber is comical. Far-right figures are often the only ones who hide their harm under a false shield of wanting to seem like they have no strong beliefs at all, because their real views are so socially abhorrent. And the thing that people kept saying to me and
You've actively used gay slurs. The people that are straight. I called Lio the F slur. Wow. Such a horrible thing. I never called a gay person that.
all of this was, why do you even care? Which, if you watch the comments under the video, I guarantee you will happen again, with takes like, oh, he's just a YouTuber. Why does it matter? Or, so what if he's a conservative?
That's true.
Is that a problem? Which, the answer to that is yes.
Okay, Mask has finally fallen off just because Wedigoon is a conservative. He's pure evil. He's Hitler. He's pro-Holocaust, pro-genocide. Like, it's true. It's real. Wedigoon is these things all because he's conservative. That is the whole point of this whole video.
But the reason that I care is because this does not belong in horror, or anywhere. I care deeply about horror, and everything that he does has demonstrated so far in his career that he should not be welcomed in our spaces, or even, you know, just in public in general.
You're now saying that Wendigoon should be barred from public spaces. And covering content that he wants to cover because he's a conservative. Let's flip that around. If I turned around and said, you're not allowed to upload anymore because you're a far left freak who makes everything in his brain political, you would flip that on me and go, well, you're being disingenuous. You're being bad faith. You're not allowing people to pay attention to me and hear my voice. Are you fucking kidding me?
I think that these things clearly showcase a repeated pattern, in my opinion, of racism and homophobia, while on top of that, being very irresponsible and dangerous with his large platform. Like, I think that anyone who supposedly—
How is he being irresponsible and dangerous? Does he go after people? Does he just drama content? Does he call for people to get taken down? Does he do any of those things, or does he just make videos and go on with his day? And, like, tweet once in a while? That's all he does. It's crazy that you made a 3-hour video about this.
Accidentally starts a neo-Nazi hate group, and fully acknowledges that they did that. Should not be accepted.
Yeah, he acknowledged that he made a meme page that went out of control and that he wasn't in charge of anymore, and he went down a direction that he was like, holy shit, I don't want to be a part of this anymore, and moved on. Wow. And he acknowledged that and was open to it and said, I don't accept this and I'm not a part of this. How is that a bad thing? If anything, that's a good thing. That shows that he doesn't support that shit. Because if he supported it, he would keep doing it.
Within society at all. They should not be celebrated. They should be treated for what they are. Because remember, kids, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Okay, so then by your logic, when you said that the Hills Have Eyes is based on any group of people, that the hillbilly racist cannibal rapists are, I believe that you were being racist to white people and that your political opinions are complete and utter shit. and you're a horrible human being and bad faith. There you go. If we're playing your logic game, I can play that with you. Okay, dickhead? Okay? I think I'm done. I can't keep going anymore. This is just fucking insane. It's just aggravating. I literally don't know what more to say here. Hold on. Do I really want to go through his Twitter thread? Oh, okay. We'll go through the Twitter thread. Kill me now. Okay. So, mind you, that whole Wendigoon segment is no longer in the video that is uploaded to YouTube. He actually cut that section out and made
This is the tolerant
apologies.
Left, by the way.
Yeah, tolerant left my ass. This is his apology thread, which I'm going to tell you is not an apology thread. It's actually him obfuscating and still trying to attack people. So just keep that in mind. A thread about the last few days. Many people have said very fair criticism of me and my work. That I did not appropriately portray people. I would like to address that. To Brandon, I do need to apologize to you for two things. The first, you are right. I was wrong for me to use that picture. I included it to show that you and Wedigoon had a closeness. There are no other images I could have used to demonstrate that. For that, and what it's worth, I'm genuinely sorry. Second, I did not do my due diligence when looking into allegations against you. To be honest, I saw pictures with Turkey Tom, with Donut Operator, with Wendigoon, with Brendan Herrera, and often with a gun in your hand. I wrote you off. Oh my God. I did not feel you were worth my time, and that was a result of the company you keep. Ultimately, it was a failing on me and how I presented that. You are such a fucking piece of shit. You use homophobic language to me. Though I am calling me a low testosterone freak does not change my opinions of you. Homophobic language about you? He said you're a low testosterone freak. How is that homophobic? My base thoughts remain the same, even though I should have said them differently and not let it cloud my writing. To Mudahar, your thumbnail art was transphobic. I have nothing else to say to that. You're a fucking retard. You're a retard that deserves to be tarred and feathered forever. I'm going to say it. You doing this, you deserve to be tarred and feathered. I always try to do my best. I dropped the ball here in how I present this. My heart was in the right place. No, it wasn't. I try to live. You literally said the video was made because you got followed by Wendigoon on Twitter. It's just crazy. I try to live my life with integrity. No, you don't. You're a liar. You have watched me for a long time. I hope you know this. I will always believe in trying to do the right thing and standing up to things I do not believe in. But I did let that anger that is affect my overall quality and presentation of these events. I still think that's dangerous. I still think it should be talked about, but I should have worked at this to make my thoughts more clear and professional. Even if you made it more clear and professional, you would still come across as a schizophrenic. I'm just going to say it. This whole video was just a useless fucking piece of media where you had an opportunity to slander both Wendigoon and his friends for no reason. Mentally, I've grown tired of conservatives picking apart my work for 2 years. I am worn down. I let my emotions get the better of me here, but the core idea in this needed to be addressed. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It literally didn't. But this was beneath me. This was a product that began with The Hills Have Eyes ultimately. I made this video to say even if Wendigoon did not harbor hate, that his base was made of it, and he's comfortable making money off of that. And I think the point stands true, and how it's been proven in this time at the end of this. Wait, what? You just smeared multiple people throughout a video. Did you think people were going to be nice to you about it? You smeared multiple people. No shit. People are going to criticize you. And it's crazy that a critic can't handle criticism. Today I'll be taking this section down from my video. I'll be gone for a month while I recharge and work on projects at a slower pace. Don't come back. I'm just going to say it. Don't come back. Don't come back. You don't deserve the respect. I thought this is important to talk about. I still do, but the way I went about it was beneath the normal standards that I hold myself to. As to my audience, I apologize for that. If you felt that you have been mischaracterized, that was not my intention, and I'm genuinely so sorry. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. Bullshit. If you felt mischaracterized, I didn't feel I didn't want, that wasn't my intention. Bullshit. You called Donut Operator far right. You said Wendigoon was transphobic. You said Turkey Tom's a member of the alt-right. Brandon Buckingham was accused of rape. Like, you straight up misrepresented these people. You did that. Your intention was to make these people look like monsters because they didn't follow your political alignment. You're a liar. There are ways to talk about this that could have been more professional, and with anything in my life, I'll use this to learn and always do better. I care so much about horror, it's my life. I grew tired and scared of seeing hate growing on the fringe of something I care about so deeply. Horror is about kindness. Horror is about love. Until next time, it's not. Also, I ratioed the fuck out of him on his own Twitter thread. Look at that. How many likes did the initial post get? Oh, no! I'm slowing down. I thought I ratioed. I was about to do the Keffels thing. We're like, ratio means I win, bitch. Nah, ratios don't mean shit. I just thought it'd be funny. But, I didn't ratio him. I thought I did. I thought I did. Oh, well. Horror is about, it's not about kindness. This is just crazy. Wait, what?
I think, I was talking to Ian about this, or I've talked to Ian about this a few times, and when I was in fine arts university, I took a performative art course, like modern art or whatever. And one of the things that we talked about was Yoko Ono and her performance art and who she was, through the lens of looking at her as a person. And at the time, I thought to myself, like, how fucking sad this person who had all these dreams and aspirations and did a lot of things on her own, very cool things, very smart person, very sweet. She's like so incredibly hated. Like, the only time I've ever heard of Yoko Ono is like crediting her to like ruining. And I was like 18, 19 at the time. I was like, man, damn, this is fucked up. What a horrible like ending. And then now,
yeah,
it's like, how does that even happen? I feel like I manifested it. I don't know. It wasn't on purpose, but that's my legacy. I ruined.
Yoko Ono's fucking based. Don't even say that.
He's too far gone. He's too far gone. It's over. He's too far gone. He's too far gone. Yoko Ono ruined the Beatles. He's too far gone. It's done. iDubbbz is dead. There's no redemptions. No more. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. iDubbbz is dead. The hollow husk that is iDubbbz is just now parading with a mask over his, like a fake mask on his body. That's not Ian. Yoko Ono is based. She ruined John Lennon. Stop. Of course, Anissa sees herself in Yoko Ono. Of course she does. Of course she does. I'm done. I'm too tired. This is crazy. How long have I been going for? 6 hours. Fucking Christ. 6 hours. Oh my God, please kill me. Okay. Thank you all for watching. Genuinely appreciate it. This VOD will remain up. What is it? Thank you for watching. I'm exhausted. This has been 6.5 hours of just pure autism. Thank you guys for watching. Genuinely appreciate all donations, and everyone that watched throughout 6 hours. I can't believe we did that, but I thank you regardless. I'm going to send you over to Tommy C right now. Go tell Tommy I said hi. He's going over the Rekieta stuff. Please go raid Tommy, okay? I'm done. I'm tired. Thank you, Soul Vessel, for the 5.